Prologue. The mess hall was extremely busy today. Gine chopped slab after slab of meat in the kitchen, trying to keep pace and not get too overheated in the cramped area. The main dining room was packed with Saiyan planetary purging crews. They were all either laughing, shouting, fighting, or drinking, creating a cacophony of sound that drowned out her own thoughts. The heat of so many sweaty bodies together in conjunction with the thick hot air of their world was making the work more unbearable by the minute. Everyone had just returned from their off-world missions, on Frisia's orders for all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta. No one knew why, and it was certainly the buzz in the air among everybody. Rumors ranging from one big job to be announced or a great reward for all they've done, but also complaints about how they've all been pulled from their conquests. There wasn't much that Saiyans hated more than being denied a great fight or losing one, but they were not going to question Frisia's orders. No one in their right mind did. Gine was in the middle of slicing another giant beast leg when someone shoved past her, making her drop the cleaver. It lodged itself onto the cutting table less than a hair's breadth from one of her fingers. Despite the armored gloves she wore, it still could have ended badly. Angry, she wheeled around to see the head butcher rushing away and past other kitchen staff. "Hey, watch it," Gine called out to him. The butcher turned to look back at her. He was much bigger and more mean-looking than her. "What's the matter, weakling? Did I push you too hard?" he said mockingly. Now Gine was more than angry. She was used to this kind of slander against her strength as a Saiyan, but she wouldn't stand for being mistreated for following basic kitchen safety. "You almost made me lose a finger," she yelled, holding up the cleaver and the digit it nearly severed. Almost immediately, she regretted speaking up when he rushed back toward her, shoving several other workers aside, and stopped just in front of her, shoving his face nearly into hers. "Oh yeah? Well, what are you going to do about it?" he threatened. The other kitchen staff stared at them, awaiting her response. Gine shrunk where she stood, willing herself not to show how humiliated she felt. She had experienced this kind of game far too often throughout her life, being pushed around by other Saiyans for no other reason than being a particularly sorry excuse of a warrior, being goaded into a fight that she would surely lose, be laughed at, and forgotten about. Rinse and repeat. She had it happen far too many times to count, but had never gotten fully numb to it either way. The butcher was no exception, as he reveled in causing her trouble for the fun of it. He had nothing better to do than run a kitchen, for like her, he could never return to the front lines, but she suspected he wanted to feel better about himself if someone was weaker than him as subordinates. That still didn't make it feel any more bearable, but where else could she get work? The butcher's lips curled smugly. "Humph, that's what I thought. How pathetic." He turned around and marched off as if nothing happened. The rest of the staff went back to work, also pretending they didn't see anything, but she could see some of them snickering at her. "Jerks," Gine cursed under her breath as she went back to chopping again. She briefly fantasized that the piece of meat she was slicing was the butcher's face as she drove the cleaver through it as hard as she could. That was never going to happen, but it was the only comforting thing she could think of. "Gine." She stopped chopping and looked up. Her foul mood immediately evaporated. Through the bombardment of sounds in the mess hall, Gine knew that voice anywhere. Her kind eyes, kinder than any Saiyan eyes should have, lit up in surprise and excitement when she saw who that voice belonged to. "Bardock," she called back. Ecstatic for reprieve from working in this hellhole and seeing her partner, Gine set the cleaver down and ran her way through the crowd, weaving her way around burly and rude customers towards the only particular Saiyan whose hair resembled a palm tree. A dashing crisscross scar ran across his cheek. "Hey," she greeted Bardock with a smile and hugged him tightly. He hugged her back too, which she thought was interesting since he was always somewhat distant even in their most intimate of moments. But she enjoyed it immensely. It's been months since she's seen him. "I didn't think I'd see you for a while, even with this recall that's going on," Gine said as they held each other. When they parted, she looked up at him, and Gine's expression fell into one of concern. Bardock just stared at her, and through her as if he didn't notice that she was talking to him. The look in his eyes made him seem haunted, and, if she could believe it, sad, like he must have seen something unspeakably horrible. "What's wrong?" she asked quietly, resting her hands on his shoulders reassuringly. Bardock snapped out of his trance and looked at her. "How's dashed?" he began to say, but the sound of glass shattering made him stop and jerk toward the sound on reflex. The commotion in the mess hall was going up a couple notches. The patrons were getting rowdier. They started bumping into them and cut off Bardock from speaking further. Gine groaned from the noisy fumbling of drunkards and decided to take their reunion outside. "Come with me," Gine said as she took Bardock by the hand and forced their way through the crowd of the mess hall, out the entrance and into the open. On the streets, the capital city of planet Vegeta was bustling with activity. It had been a very long time since the entire Saiyan population was back on the planet at once. Thousands of people were out and about, walking by and conversing with old long-lost comrades or picking fights with strangers. But out here at least Gine and Bardock could hear each other. The intense heat of the red giant that was their world's sun bore down on them in the late afternoon. Way up in the sky, faintly visible, was Frisia's command ship in orbit. While she and Bardock stood there outside, he looked up at the vessel for a very long moment with a mixture of emotions she couldn't read on him. Bardock. She got his attention again, his behavior starting to worry her. "What's wrong?" she repeated. He looked at her more focused this time. Gine, how is Kakarot?" "Kakarot?" Gine asked in surprise. Saiyan fathers rarely, if ever, asked their mates about the well-being of their offspring after they were born, let alone the second-born of low-class warriors who were pathetically weak, as was the aforementioned child he was asking after. Much like herself, even as a firstborn, she never knew who her father was. Yet it seemed like something else was bothering Bardock. He's been doing great," Gine answered, confused by his question. "He's out of the incubator now and almost ready to be sent on his first infiltration mission if the recall is lifted." Bardock remained silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Can I see him?" "Huh." Gine was taken aback. Now that was very un-Saiyan-like for him. Usually once Saions mated they went their separate ways, but she and Bardock were something different. They were one of the few to have actually formed an emotional bond through their physical coupling. But still, children were of no importance once they were conceived, especially weak ones, which were usually disowned. But not her, for Gine was far too empathic to be like any average Saiyan mother. Sure, it made her an outcast of their society to be so emotionally soft, but she loved her two boys regardless. "Why do you want to see him?" she asked suspiciously. "Are you going to tell me what's going on first?" "Just let me see him, okay?" He snapped at her, then collected himself and asked again more calmly. "I just need to. There is something I have to tell you. But first, I need to see Kakarot. Can you take me to him?" Now Gine was worried. She knew Bardock was as nonchalant as a Saiyan could be, no matter how bad things could get. She had seen him in battle, and even if it seemed like they were going to be killed, he kept on going as if it were business as usual. He only showed an ounce of concern if he ever saw her hurt, which was touching if she could make someone as steely as Bardock open up somehow. Seeing him now almost begging her to see his son and admitting he had something to tell her made her feel that something was very wrong. "Okay, come with me then." She complied. Whether what he had to say was good or not, she was happy for the excuse to go see her son. Hoping her co-workers and boss wouldn't mind her absence for a bit, Gine led Bardock through the streets of the capital city. The crowds here were very combative. She had to dodge in between street fights ranging between just two warriors to all-out brawls that were breaking out. With so many Saiyans in one place, fights were bound to happen out here, but they had no time to join in on the fun. Eventually, Gine and Bardock reached the main medical complex. All the doctors and emergency personnel were out dealing with the violence breaking out on the streets. The populace was getting restless. Making their way through the maze of corridors to the nursery, she noticed Bardock looking around as if worried that others might see them. She didn't understand the paranoia, but hopefully he would explain once they saw their son. "Here," Gine said as they reached the correct door. They could already hear the sound of their baby crying from inside. Once the door opened, they saw Kakarot in his drained incubator, bawling his eyes out. He had quite a set of lungs, for his cry was almost ear-piercing, which made Gine and Bardock wince. He even made the babies next to him start to cry too. She felt bad for leaving him all alone in this place, even though the nursery had security systems and the robotic incubator that could attend to his every need. but hearing him crying from being alone, without her, always tore Gine's heart open. "Hey you," Gine said lovingly to Kakarot as she approached him. Immediately, he started to calm down, his sobs turning to whimpers and finally thankful cooing when picked up by the loving hands of his mother. She too felt all her fear and worries disappear when she held the most precious thing to her safely in her embrace. She was amazed Kakarot had been able to get a mission in the first place. He was born with a battle power of only 2, a power so low that he would not have made it past the incubation process alone. Being injected with vaccines for every known disease in the galaxy and having programs to kill all intelligent life on whatever planet they landed on implanted in their brains, it really took a toll on an infant. Raditz barely made it through his incubation after he was born, and he was far stronger than his younger brother. Gine figured Kakarot must have inherited his curse of weakness from her. She never had the Saiyan fighting spirit, and thus was never fit to be a warrior, let alone have the dignity of being called a Saiyan for being so weak physically and emotionally. It was why she was removed from the front lines. She still did what she could to support the Scion's crews by working in meat processing, but she knew that everyone thought of her as a disgrace to their species. Even Bardock thought so out loud sometimes. But he saw something in her that went beyond what a scouter said, something that really felt like there was a place in this universe for her. She treasured that, and from it, they spawned 2 sons. But Bardock still felt that they had been cursed by her weakness, especially for his youngest. Yet, here he was, wanting to see him. Maybe there was something special about her boy after all. Well, Gine turned towards Bardock with baby Kakarot in her arms. "Here he is," she said with joy in her voice as she held out Kakarot to him. Bardock took hold of him and looked at his son intently. He was already a few months old and growing fast, and he looked so much like him. He had his untamable hair, sharp nose and cheekbones. But Kakarot had his mother's eyes, which she knew dismayed Bardock, giving their son the face of a revoltingly gentle soul that resembled nothing like the thoroughbred warrior-to-be that Raditz was. And yet, there was something very special about Kakarot that Gine knew he had. And in that moment, it seemed like Bardock saw something in Kakarot too, for he was looking into Kakarot's curious eyes like it held the secrets of the universe within them. What was her partner thinking? Kakarot whimpered from his father's rough touch. Bardock's expression changed to that of worry as he tried to calm his son down by holding him as gently as he could, but was too late as the boy started crying again. Bardock sighed in defeat and handed Kakarot back to Gine. "You're not too good with kids," she chuckled as she her son back into her arms. HN was all Bardock said. He never took his gaze off of Kakarot, looking almost mesmerized. "You know, I'm really glad you wanted to see him," Gine said. "It's not often a Scion father would ever want to see his children out of paternal feelings." He looked back up at her, like he wasn't listening to her. "Now," Gine said, her expression turning serious, "are you finally going to tell me what's really going on with you?" Bardock hesitated for a moment, looking around the nursery at the monitors and back out into the corridor. "Right. Wait here," he said as he sprinted back out into the hallway. Gine thought he was just going to leave her standing there with Kakarot, but he returned quickly. "Come with me," he told her in a conspiratorial tone. She wasn't sure what he was up to, but had the inclination that whatever it was, he was trying to keep discreet. But why? Gine followed him back out into the corridor with Kakarot still cradled in her arms. They rounded a corner, and he motioned her into a doorway that led into a cramped broom closet filled with dirty cleaning equipment and reeking of disinfectant. It was a good place if one wanted privacy. Bardock took one last look down both ways of the corridor and stepped inside, sealing the door behind him. Then he faced Gine, looking her in the eye as he spoke. "Frisia is going to destroy our planet and kill us all." Gine said nothing for a few seconds as she tried to digest his words. When she did, her eyes widened in utter astonishment. "What?" she nearly screamed, just as Bardock pressed a hand to her mouth to shush her. "Keep your damn voice down," he hissed, looking over his shoulder at the door as if worried someone was right outside, listening in. After a few moments, he circled back to Gine, uncovering her mouth. "What do you mean Frisia is going to destroy us all?" she said more quietly, but still in disbelief. "Do you remember that injury I suffered on Kanassa?" Bardock asked. Gine was confused by his tangent of a question. She did indeed remember that day, how she worried that he was almost killed by one inhabitant still alive on that planet. He came out unscathed, but since then he was always distracted or complaining of headaches and nightmares. She didn't know what to make of it then. Yeah, I remember that, she replied. But what does that have to do with Dash? Something else happened to me on that day. Bardock cut her off, trying to explain. I know you may not believe me, but the last Canassian that attacked me did something to me. Said it was some sort of curse he wished to inflict on the Saiyans as a whole for killing his people. He spat in disgust at that, then continued. I'm not entirely sure myself, but I think he gave me some sort of psychic ability to see the future. See the future? Gine repeated, sounding even more disbelieving. Bardock nodded. That's what's been giving me all those headaches and nightmares recently. They're visions I keep seeing of planet Vegeta getting destroyed. And in those visions, I saw Frieza. He would launch some sort of attack that will make our planet explode. And he was laughing the whole time. Bardock said with anger laced in his voice. I don't know if it's real or not, but the visions kept on getting more and more clear. I'd see more details, and the pain of all of us dying felt so real. And finally seeing exactly how Frieza does it. I think it's going to happen soon. As the moment of that event gets closer, I feel more and more like it's becoming true. It would make sense as to why he's recalled all Saiyans back to our planet and ordered no more launches from here. I think he intends to wipe us all out at once. And very soon. Gine stood there in silence when he was finished, completely at a loss for words until she found her voice again. But why? She asked incredulously, feeling hysteria rising within her. Why would he do such a thing? We've been his most loyal soldiers. Kakarot started crying, sensing the fear and anger radiating from his parents. Gine tried to soothe him by rocking him in her arms, but it did no good. She was too focused on Bardock and her gripping Kakarot too overprotectively tight. I don't know, Bardock answered. I've been asking myself that same question this whole time. But I do know that I have a gut feeling that something terrible is about to happen, and these visions seem to be confirming that. Gine couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't. This had to be a bad dream. What he said sounded crazy, and by all rights it was. If she heard this revelation from anyone else, she'd thought they were either lying or had lost their minds. But Bardock never lied to her. He was blunt and straightforward with her to a fault, as distant and cold as he could be. She trusted him with her life and the lives of her children. But it couldn't be true, could it? I know it's hard to believe, he said, as if he were reading her mind. But I swear to you it's the truth. Gine's legs felt weak, like they were about to give out under her. See, can't we do anything about it? Warn others or something? She tried to think of some solution. Something, anything. Bardock looked genuinely surprised at her. You believe me? I do, she said, sounding as afraid as she looked. But I don't want to. There was a flash of appreciation in his eyes before it was replaced with his steely gaze again. I tried to tell everyone I could, he said, in answer to her question. But no one believes me, not even the king of all people. His tone then turned angry and defeated. And I think it may not even help if anybody does believe me anyway. If Frieza suspects that we know he's going to attack us, and if we try to fight back or flee, he might just kill us all now to prevent that. Gine was speechless. He was right. None of those ideas would work. Frieza was far too powerful to take on, even if they hurled the might of the entire population of the planet against him. And his forces could shoot down any evacuation they tried. So it's true, her voice cracking. In the span of a few minutes, her entire world came crashing down, knowing that they were all going to die very soon. This can't be happening, she croaked, her voice trembling in fear and despair, tears starting to form. She unconsciously clutched Kakarot closer to her chest. He started crying, sensing what she felt. Kakarot, the very idea that her little baby boy was going to die, along with her, made her feel physically ill in a way she couldn't even put into words. She wanted all this to just be a nightmare, trying desperately to think that this wasn't real, and she would wake up at any moment. Her heart thundered in her ears, despair threatening to overtake her. Bardock grabbed her shoulders, snapping her out of her thoughts of death. Gine, stay calm, okay? We need to get Kakarot off this planet. Huh? She asked, then remembered what he said. How? I have a plan. He answered, trying to keep his voice down but steady. If we can steal an infiltration pod from the launch facility and send it off from the far side of the planet, away from Frisia, then we might just be able to sneak him away from here before anything happens. Gine thought of this. Then doubts started coming to her. But wouldn't they detect him? Frisia placed a no-launch order on all purging flights, including infiltration babies. Bardock glanced down at his son, who was looking up at him and his mother in fear, as if he knew they were discussing his very fate. I don't think they will. He has such a weak power level that I don't think it will register on their scouters unless they were actively searching for him. Gine thought she heard Bardock chuckle to himself, as if the irony of the situation was making itself known to him. Here he was, a Saiyan father who wanted nothing to do with his weakling of a second-born son, being confronted with his species' own imminent extinction, now saw that his son's very weakness would save him from death, and was going to do everything he could to make it happen. She supposed it was funny in a morbid kind of way. She sensed that Bardock had more to say, and he did. And in a lot of the visions I had, I saw Kakarot too. I saw him all grown up. Gine was taken aback. Really? Yes. I don't know why, but something tells me that his survival is critical, that it may have something to do with this, Bardock said as he gazed down at his son. And if my visions are true, then Kakarot will survive. He must. A surge of hope filled Gine that wasn't there before. You sure that will work? She asked, desperate. Bardock looked up at her. He looked like he still wasn't 100% sure himself, but all things considered, they didn't have many options. It may be our only chance to save him, Bardock said to her with finality. Gine looked down at baby Kakarot in her embrace. She almost wanted to start crying. They were going to send him off so soon, out into the unknown to escape certain death, and it frightened her. She'll never get to see him again, or worse, if they detect his pod, they will kill him. They will kill him. Those words rang in her mind. She couldn't stomach that, the precious life in her arms taken from this world, not even half a year old. She wanted to scream. But, still, she trusted Bardock. Hell, she even loved him. And she trusted him to do what he knew was right. It may be risky, but if she wanted her baby to have any chance at life, and if he could see Kakarot in the future as he claimed. Okay, she said quietly. Good. Bardock gave her a quick embrace. Through the overwhelming despair, she was surprised by his show of affection. He seemed to have changed dramatically since the last time she saw him, and she cherished it. All right, we have no time to lose. Meet me tonight at the old ruins out in the wastelands. Sneak Kakarot out of here, and I'll have an attack ball there by then. He started for the door. Then Gine realized something. What about Raditz? Or us? She asked him. Bardock stopped and turned to her. He thought for a long moment, as if he was unsure. Let's focus on saving Kakarot first, then we'll see what we can do. He turned and left without saying another word. Gine just stood there for a long time, the weight of the situation sinking in. From just getting from work to here, her life had changed forever, or at least what little time would be left of it. Kakarot started to flail in her arms, getting her attention. Then, she remembered what she had to do. It's okay, sweetie. She soothed him, then set to the task of trying to smuggle her own son out the building. No one may know what they were up to, but she couldn't let anyone see her take her son home without authorization. He was never meant to be sent home, just sent on his mission. So, she had to be careful. She ran back to the Nessie to grab a blanket, wrapping Kakarot up in a bundle. That done, she ran out of the medical complex. Once outside, she weaved her way through a riot in progress to her home, not far from work, but it felt much further away this time. She clutched Kakarot close to her chest to keep his face out of sight and muffle any sounds from him. Gine momentarily panicked, thinking she would arouse the suspicion of bystanders when he started crying. But thankfully, nobody paid her any mind. Everyone was too busy fighting, drowning out the sounds of his crying. Gine finally reached her home, a small dwelling she shared with some co-workers who were still on duty. She set Kakarot down and went through all of her belongings and food storages to get all the supplies she would need to cross the wasteland to where they had to meet. She pushed whatever lingering thoughts she had about her life and that of Bardock and Raditz. Right now, She had to stay calm and focus on the family in front of her that she could save. Later that night, Gine was flying just a few feet off the ground at high speed towards the other side of the world. She was slightly panicking since she took so long to get out of the capital. But she had to be stealthy if Frisia had any ground patrols to keep the Scions from wandering off. It had been a long flight out into the wastelands. Even while flying as fast as she could, Vegeta was a large planet with a lot of ground to cover. She brought Kakarot in a sling to carry him while flying with whatever food or water they would need to cross this inhospitable stretch of the globe. In the distance, she spotted the sprawling ruins of the ancient villages that Scions used to inhabit so long ago. Mud huts constructed by the first Scions who survived their journey from the stars and the resulting war against the Tuffles. Now, the dwellings laid long forgotten. There, she spotted a lone spherical attack ball in the village center where Bardock was waiting for her. She landed in front of him, out of breath from the exertion of energy and the adrenaline of knowing these may be her home world's last moments. "You're late," Bardock said urgently with a twinge of annoyance. "I know," Gine said between gulps of breath. "Wasn't sure if I'd stumble across someone looking for us. Plus, it's been a while since I had to fly that fast." "Right. Forgot you were still too weak to get anywhere in a hurry," he said as if matter-of-factly. She was slightly hurt by his words. Even after all their bonding, he was still as prejudiced against her weakness as everyone else. But she pushed that aside. There were bigger things happening now. Then Gine realized something when she looked around. "Where's Raditz?" she asked, her maternal instincts kicking in. "I'm not sure," Bardock answered. "I sent a message to him letting him know about Kakarot's departure, but couldn't risk telling him everything if Frisia was listening in. But I haven't seen or heard from him in a while anyways. Last I checked, he was still with Prince Vegeta's crew. He may be with him now or somewhere else on the planet." A cold pit opened in Gine's stomach. He couldn't find their eldest son while just about to launch their youngest? "Should we at least go look for him?" Panic and anger rising in her voice. "We don't have time for that," Bardock countered. "Frisia could blow this planet up any minute now. We have to at least save Kakarot while we can, or else we'll all die." Gine wanted to protest, but knew Bardock was right, no matter how powerful her motherly love for her other child was. The planet was far too big to search for Raditz in such a short time, and if they die looking for him, then they would have wasted a chance to save at least one of their children. For all they know, if Frisia was truly intent on killing all Scions, Raditz may be dead already. It felt like Gine's heart was being ripped out of her chest at that thought, but she couldn't ignore the reality that was happening right now, no matter how horrible this was. No, as wrong as this was, they had no choice but to try and save one of her children while they could. Gine turned downcast as she mentally shoved her despair for Raditz aside and tried to focus on the task at hand. Nothing else mattered now, not if the world was going to end. "Is it ready?" She gestured towards the pod. "Almost," said Bardock without missing a beat, for he too had moved past Raditz's survival. Gine was hurt by his callousness over his own son missing, but now was not the time for dwelling on it. Gine walked towards the open hatch of the pod with Bardock. A holographic screen hovered over the spacecraft's main seat. It was already programmed with a planet for Kakarot, he said, then typed in a few more commands. Then the screen showed readouts and coordinates blurring. "I didn't want to send him there in case Frisia's men went searching for him, if they go by this particular pod leaving to its pre-programmed destination." He tapped on the screen again, a map of certain star systems for infiltration being displayed. "So, I've been searching for other parts of the galaxy to send him to. Somewhere Frisia's forces haven't conquered yet or have no interest in." He tapped the screen again, more sectors popping up, but none of them were to Bardock's liking. Gine looked at the star maps. They all formed grids within the 4 quadrants of the spiral galaxy, most of them highlighted in the lower half that marked the extent of the Planet Trade Organization. The fringes of the highlighted areas and blank ones marked where Frisia's forces were focusing on in their conquest or have already taken. All of them were frontline worlds, and Kakarot would be found there immediately, so those were out of the equation. They had to search farther and farther, but there weren't that many to count on even as they zoomed out. Even the most isolated systems at very edge of the galaxy or near the core were no good. They have been extensively mapped and were under consideration by Frisia to see if they are worth taking in order to consolidate his empire's borders. They will certainly detect Kakarot there too and kill him if Frisia was that intent on wiping out all of the Saiyans. Gine then noticed an area on the edge of the map and pointed. Have you tried the northern quadrant? Gine suggested. That's uncharted territory. Bardock replied. Yeah, but that's a lot of empty space to look for a single Saiyan baby, she said, trying to sell her point but fight off the panic of the imminent end of the world. While her point was true, there was still no telling what was out there. The other side of the galaxy was not very well explored, with frontier planets full of surprises that a Saiyan would not want to find themselves in. From dead rocks to poisonous jungle planets that could devour anything, or maybe even a whole other empire hiding in the unknown region that could challenge Frisia. But, given the circumstances, it may be the best place to send Kakarot if they never want him to be found. All right, Bardock said. He zoomed in on a random corner of the fringe of known systems bordering the dark regions that marked unknown space and scrolled farther from there. No, no, no. Gine sorted them out, looking for a suitable. That one. She pointed to one planet in particular. Bardock clicked on it, and a short file opened up. Based on what little intel was available, the planet was a small terrestrial world that orbited a yellow star. It literally bordered the edge of scanned systems, for there was nothing north of it added on the map. As far as they could tell, it had no vast quantities of resources to exploit or any advanced industrial capacity to aid Frisia's empire, so there should be no need for him to want to acquire it. If anything, the planet was nothing of interest or value at all, thus a great place to hide. Most of the planet's surface was covered in oceans of salt water, and its land masses were a mixture of deserts, rainforests, jungles, mountains, and ice caps. It had very moderate temperatures, so it should be rather pleasant. It had a substantial and diverse ecosystem of primitive life forms, plenty to feed Kakarot. Among a multitude of sentient species that evolved on it, only one seemed to be the dominant and somewhat intelligent kind there. A bipedal anthropomorphic type that seemed very biologically similar to Saiyans. They called themselves humans, and based on data that was collected almost 2 centuries prior, they had not yet developed space travel nor energy-based weaponry. They were also extremely weak, save for a few individuals that barely made it to 100 or more in terms of battle power. The planet even had a moon, which would make purging it much easier for Kakarot. Plus, it was a very pretty shade of blue. It's perfect, Gine said after reading aloud all the info on it. Even Bardock had to admit, it was a rather pathetic backwater world in an unknown corner of space. Frisia would have no interest in tearing that region apart just to find him. All right then, that planet it is, Bardock said as he typed the coordinates into the pod's navigation computer, then selected a landing site that would be far from any populated areas of these humans. All set now, Bardock said as he stood up. The weight of what was happening returned to Gine in full force. It was time. Slowly, sighing in crushing defeat, Gine held up Kakarot, taking a good long look at him. Well, she started to say, but could barely finish as her hands started shaking with Kakarot in them. I guess this is goodbye, Kakarot. Her voice broke, choking on tears that threatened to fall. This may be the last time she would see any of her children alive. Kakarot could sense his mother's sadness and started to cry as well. Gine, hurry up, Bardock said impatiently. We can't wait any longer. Gine looked up at Bardock and back at her son. He was right. This had to be done. She collected herself and placed Kakarot inside the pod. Now he was really distressed, as if sensing he was about to be sent away from his parents forever into the darkness of space. Seeing her son in that pod by himself, him looking so scared and her knowing what was about to happen, tore Gine from within. This wasn't right. This wasn't fair. Calm down, Kakarot. You are going to be just fine. Bardock tried to reassure his son, but his words had no effect and only made his son cry harder. Bardock groaned in disgust, but then turned to Gine. All right, let's close the pod. Gine heard what he said and looked over to the button on the command console that would seal the pod shut and start the launch procedure. She tried to summon the willpower to press it, but she just couldn't do it. Are you sure we all can't just run away together? Gine asked aloud, hoping that Bardock may have overlooked some detail to not make her do this. She trusted him no matter what, even if he claimed to have precognition. But she still hoped against hope that he could be wrong somehow. It's too risky, Bardock said. They would definitely detect my power on their scouters and shoot us down for sure. He'll have to go alone. Gine looked back down at Kakarot. His cries were now cries of terror. Even though he was just an infant, he knew what was going to happen. His parents were going to die, and he was going to be all alone forever. He was so frightened. Gine almost broke down in tears just standing there, seeing how scared her baby boy was. And she thought of the fate that would await him, something she and Bardock hadn't considered yet. Close the pod door, Bardock commanded, but she wasn't listening. Saiyan babies who were sent on infiltration missions were usually retrieved someday to be reconditioned and to continue fighting for Frisia. She remembered when Raditz was sent on his first mission as a baby. He came back after a few years purging the planet he was sent to. She barely recognized him, and he didn't recognize her at all since he had been by himself on a killing spree for so long. He almost tried to kill her and anyone that came near him since he was so feral and uncontrollable. But the doctors were able to sedate him and reprogram his mind to fit back into Saiyan society. He regained his sanity and became a proper warrior instead of some kill-crazy lunatic. The torment he must have gone through broke her heart, but she was so proud of him that he made it through it all and came out stronger. But now, with Frisia out to kill all Saiyans, he might try to track Kakarot down. Even if he never did find him, Kakarot would have no one to report back to, nor will he have someone to pick him up. Kakarot would be stranded on that frontier planet once he's destroyed all native life on it. He won't have either of his parents or his brother to look after him, or even any humans to keep as pets. It's possible that he may adapt to that planet's culture and become one of them, but she doubted that would happen, for the time he spent in his incubator made sure that he would fulfill his programming. He would spend the rest of his life all alone on a ruined and forgotten planet, with only whatever wildlife he spared for food to keep him alive. He would know nothing but killing and surviving, no different than a wild animal. No one deserved that fate, least of all her own child. I said close it, damn it, Bardock yelled angrily. When Gine didn't react, he reached over to press the button himself. But then Gine grabbed Bardock's hand before he could push the launch command. Let me go with him, she demanded. Bardock paused for a moment. His anger at her stopping him was replaced with shock at what she said. What? He asked incredulously. I said let me go with him. Gine looked at Bardock with determination. Gine, are you crazy? I told you that we can't go. We don't have any more time to argue. Bardock nearly shouted back at her. Yes, we do, she said, putting herself between Bardock and the pod. He'll die out there if we send him away by himself. And if Kakarot makes it to that planet and Frisia doesn't go after him, he'll be all alone for the rest of his days. If I go with him, I could at least be around to look after him. Didn't you hear me? Bardock answered back hotly. Frisia's men will detect you too if you launch together. It won't do him any good. Maybe it will, Gine shouted back. This took Bardock by surprise. Kakarot is extremely weak. You know this. I'm weak too. You said so yourself. She pointed an accusatory finger at him. The inspiration came to her as she explained her plan to Bardock. She was too caught up on going with Kakarot to know how, but it made sense as she spoke. So, with both him and I in the same pod, don't you think it wouldn't make much of a difference if they detect 2 weak Saiyans instead of just one? Bardock tried to speak, but stopped, like he seemed to understand, then spoke up. It won't work. They'll see you for sure and blow you out of the sky. It's too big of a chance. I know, Gine admitted, for it was a very big chance. They didn't have a scouter to see what her power level was now. Bardock left his behind since he didn't want anyone to listen in on what they were doing. But last time she checked it may have been 440 before Kakarot was born. It was pathetic for a full-grown adult Saiyan, but still detectable on any scouter. And if she got a power boost from childbirth, which could have put her up to 500, they'll see them for sure. But we are already taking a chance as it is to save Kakarot. At least this way, 2 of us could be saved. And he will never have to spend the rest of his life all by himself on some godforsaken rock in the middle of nowhere. Gine held Bardock's hand gently as she looked pleadingly into his hardened eyes. I would be there for him, to tell him about us, about you, Raditz, our race, Frisia, everything. She looked back at Kakarot still wailing in the pod, then back to Bardock, her eyes glistening with tears. I will get to be his mother. He deserves that. Bardock was silent for what felt like an eternity to Gine. She knew that he was basically deciding her fate along with their son, and that didn't sit well with her. Even if she was a sorry excuse of a Saiyan, she should at least be able to have a say in how she lived or died if this was indeed going to be their last day on their world. And despite the risk, Gine knew deep down that she was right. Her baby deserved a chance for a better life far away from Frisia, and she could give him that by going where he went, to give him guidance and protection, like any real mother would. Then what of the inhabitants of this planet? Bardock asked. You intend to kill them all off with him or make them your pets? Should be weak enough even for you. Gine almost laughed, taking it as a good sign. Even near the end of the world, he was still taking any potshot he could at her lack of strength, but she felt that Bardock was almost convinced. Maybe, but at least he won't have to be so alone. She just said. Gine honestly had no intentions to kill those poor creatures unless it was for her survival and for Kakarot's. But she wouldn't say that out loud, just enough to make Bardock happy. He looked at her, then at Kakarot for a long, long moment. Then, finally, Bardock sighed as he relented. All right. Gine leapt at him before he knew it, wrapping her arms around him and nearly choking him. Hot tears of joy and sadness fell down her cheeks. Thank you, she said softly. Bardock held her by the waist and brought her back down. But you better get going now. We've wasted enough time as it is. Gine nodded in agreement and collected herself. She feared that if she hesitated now, she won't be able to do what she intended to do. In a swift motion, she picked up Kakarot into her arms and took a seat inside the pod instead. Kakarot suddenly calmed down, so happy to be in his mother's embrace. As she strapped herself in, Bardock spoke up. I will go face Frisia right after you launch. Hopefully I can distract him enough to allow you two to escape. Who knows, I may even get lucky and land a hit on him. Besides, we Saiyans will not go quietly, he said with an ounce of pride. Gine looked at him with awe. How a low-class warrior like him would go on to challenge the galactic tyrant himself. Even in the face of certain death, Bardock showed no fear. Not even King Vegeta himself showed that kind of courage against incredible odds. She remembered then why she fell for Bardock. If you do, Gine said, you know where to find us. And find Raditz if you can. We will be together again. Sadness returning to her at the mention of her eldest. Oh, she dearly wished she could have seen him one last time. If he was still alive. Don't worry, we will, Bardock assured. So many impossible promises were being made already, Gine thought morbidly. But no matter what, in death or on a far-flung world, they will all be reunited as a family again. Someday. Goodbye, Bardock, Gine said, her voice breaking again. He nodded solemnly. Goodbye, Gine. He then looked down at Kakarot, now looking up at him calmly. And goodbye to you too, my son. Bardock reached over and pressed the launch button. The pod came to life, and the door closed. It locked with a hiss as she and Kakarot were sealed away from the outside world. Gine pressed a hand against the glass window. She may never see Bardock again, so she took her last chance at what she had to say. I love you, she said, tears falling down her face. He heard her through the glass, and Bardock simply smiled back at her. I know. He didn't explicitly say he loved her back, but it was as close to it as a Saiyan could, and she'll take it. A light began beeping on the pod's control panel, signaling it was ready for takeoff. She felt the engines come on as the pod lifted slowly off the ground, then stopped, floating in the air momentarily. She never broke eye contact with Bardock as he watched. Then, without much warning to brace herself, the ground receded away with blinding speed. The sudden acceleration made Gine's vision tunnel for a moment. She never got a last glimpse of Bardock before he became too distant to see. Her vision cleared when the pod's artificial gravity kicked in, nulling the acceleration on her body. Kakarot cried again from the unpleasant takeoff. Already they were in space. Planet Vegeta was a brilliant magenta sphere in front of her through the window. It was receding fast, far enough to see it in its entirety after a minute into the flight. Gine spotted Frisia's ship on the other side of the planet, hovering in place in high orbit. She wondered if they spotted them. Then, she saw specks appearing around the ship, and they were moving. Her heart suddenly became a lead weight. They had been spotted. She had doomed herself and her son. They didn't move after them, though. They just stayed near Frisia's ship. Weren't they going to at least send attack squads or fire lasers at them? Planet Vegeta got smaller and smaller as they get farther and farther. But nothing happened. They were still in one piece. Did they make it? Did she dare hope that this was all a false alarm? After a while, Planet Vegeta became far enough away that it was a pinprick of light outshone by its parent star, indiscernible from all the other stars that made up the infinite sea of outer space. A high-pitched beep and rushing hiss of gas indicated that the pod's stasis mode was activated. Kakarot's crying ceased when he was induced into sleep for the long journey to their destination. Gine felt her mind slipping. She fought to stay awake and keep an eye on. She suddenly saw a bright flash where planet Vegeta ought to be, as if it had become their star system's second sun. Something within her felt torn away, sensing Bardock's life force through their bond disappear. He had failed, and he, along with their entire race, and her home, was gone. Those were Gine's last coherent thoughts before everything faded away into sweet oblivion. Chapter 1. Earth. Blackness. A shudder went through her, but Gine didn't stir. Then came a noise, a beeping sound that grew louder and louder. She was dreaming about something, but the beeping kept interrupting. Gine woke with a start, jolting upright in her seat. Her mind felt foggy, having completely forgotten the dream she had just moments ago. In her lap, she saw an infant cradled in her limp arms. Was it her son? She couldn't remember his name. Kakarot? She tried to recall. Yes, she remembered. Yes, he was. His name was Kakarot. Clinging on to that detail in her mind, Gine looked around. She saw that she was inside of a space pod. The incessant beeping came from a blinking red light on the control panel. It indicated that the craft had arrived at its pre-programmed destination. The engines were not running, and outside the viewport was a blinding light. She looked out to see that they were sitting inside a crater the pod had made from landing. She wondered for a moment why she was even there. Gine had always hated these first few minutes coming out of induced hibernation, no matter how much she got used to it in the Frisia Force. But the fog in her mind slowly cleared as the pod's stasis mode went through the deactivation process. After a few more moments, all of her memories came rushing back to her. Those of Bardock, of having to save Kakarot, their planet's impending doom at the hands of Frisia, all of it at once as she fully came to. Then she remembered the last thing she saw before falling asleep, the bright light of her home planet exploding against the dark expanse. Planet Vegeta was gone. Bardock was dead. All of her friends, her comrades, her entire species, and everyone she ever knew. All gone. Destroyed by Frisia. And she watched it all while trying to save her youngest son. Gine sat there in the pod for a long while, trying to let everything that had happened sink in. She had no idea how long she and Kakarot had been asleep. Months probably. But the memories were as clear as they had relatively just happened to her only moments ago, before the hibernation that reduced their travel time took over. Kakarot woke up too. His yawning and cooing broke her out of her staring into nothingness. She looked down at him, and he looked back. She remembered now that she was here because of him. She wanted to save him from Frisia, and she chose to go with him. Sadness and joy washed over her simultaneously. We made it, Gine said to herself quietly. They were still alive. Somehow, they had escaped from their world's destruction undetected, and judging by what she could see outside the pod, they had made it to the frontier planet she had selected. She wished that Bardock could see them, wherever he was now. Gine shook her head. There will be more time to reflect later. Now she had to assess where they landed and see this far-flung rock that would be their new home. She pushed the blinking light on the control panel. An ear-piercing hissing sound filled the inside of the pod as the airtight hatch unsealed and slowly opened outward. Cool fresh air and bright sunlight flooded the pod. She squinted and waited for her eyes to adjust. Once she could see, Gine gathered Kakarot in her arms and stood up and accidentally went flying out of the pod. Whoa! She cried out in alarm, nearly face-planting into the dirt, but she managed to land on her knees and with her free hand, clutching Kakarot protectively in the other. Recovering her wits, Gine tried to stand up again, moving more slowly. As she did so, Gine wobbled unsteadily and flailed her free hand, trying to balance herself. She felt so light on her feet that she worried of being blown away by the slightest breeze. Her baby Kakarot just stared up quizzically at her fumbling around. This weak gravity, Gine realized. She judged it was probably 1/10 of that of planet Vegetas. It was definitely going to take some getting used to. Once she felt steady enough on her feet again, Gine very gingerly walked up and out of the crater. She then took in her surroundings and immediately felt lost in wonder. It seemed like they landed in a dense forest of tall, pointed trees of a shade of green she had never seen before. Above the tree line, she saw white-capped mountains that towered over them. And above that, the sky was a deep blue that made Gine feel so small against this vast wilderness. The sun hung high overhead. Its heat and light felt comfortably warm against her skin. Gine had never taken such a liking to a planet so quickly. It looked so pleasant. More than that, it was beautiful. A far cry from the rugged and barren planet Vegeta. With the unforgiving heat from its red sun and orange sky, she had been so used to her whole life. Here, the light of this world's yellow star was bright, vibrant, and brought out such a sea of colors in everything around her that it almost hurt her eyes. But it was too enticing to look away either. This green forest against the white mountain and blue sky was far prettier than any landscape Gine had ever seen from the many planets she had been to. The air was alive with the sounds of wildlife everywhere too. Her Saiyan sense of smell picked up the moist and very fresh, sharp, and earthy scents of the forest. The cold and crisp air of the atmosphere she breathed into her lungs felt so rejuvenating it made her feel like a newborn breathing air for the first time, and the sounds of abundant animals around her meant lots of fresh food to hunt. Gine closed her eyes for a moment, lost in a surprising moment of bliss this environment gave her. No planet she had ever set foot on looked and felt this peaceful. She counted her lucky stars that she picked an uninteresting planet that turned out to be a hidden oasis. Her ear perked up and her body stiffened. Her super-sensitive hearing picked up twigs snapping under footfalls. Something was approaching from within in the woods. She didn't have a scouter to identify what was coming towards them or if it posed a threat. Moving fast, Gine leapt into the nearest tree to hide. She temporarily forgot the low gravity and nearly overshot it. Cursing, she lowered herself and Kakarot back into the brush. She adjusted herself to see where the sound was coming from, now getting louder. Kakarot fidgeted and whined, but Gine pressed a finger to his mouth to shush him. Through the cover, she saw a bipedal creature appear out of the thick brush. A human? Must have been. It looked almost exactly like a Saiyan, except she couldn't see a tail. It looked to be an elderly male, judging from the gray, bushy mustache and the wrinkles on his face. He wore a sort of orange tunic, a fuzzball-tipped cap on his bald head, and a red pole on his back. From afar, he moved slowly but carried an air of ease with him that seemed to make him appear harmless. The human was checking out the crater, looking amazed at seeing the pod in its center. He then looked towards her direction, staring curiously at where they were. He then started walking toward them. Gine felt panic rising in her. Did he see me? She looked down to make sure Kakarot would stay quiet, but then saw his tail hanging out below. Oh no, he could see his tail. It was too late now. The human was right under them, with his red pole out. Was it a weapon? She reached down to pull up Kakarot's tail when the human started to poke at it. He poked at it too hard, though, and Kakarot cried out in pain. So shocked she was by his cries that Gine lost her balance. In this weak gravity, she thus leaned too far, trying to correct herself, losing her grip, and fell out of the tree. She hit the ground with a thud. Kakarot landed on top of her, but the weak gravity luckily cushioned his fall. Oh my! The elderly human yelped as he jumped back in surprise. Gine immediately righted herself up, facing the interloper with baby Kakarot in a deathly tight grip in one arm. The old man, now seeing what fell out of the tree in full view, looked at a loss for words. But seeing how wild-eyed Gine looked, he tensed up into a stance as if preparing to fight. Even though she had been away from battle for a long time, as a Saiyan, she could tell this human meant business. She had to fight. No matter how much she hated to or how harmless this human looked, she had her baby boy to protect. Gine launched herself at the human. With this low gravity, she was incredibly fast, but was still trying to control her balance. He then simply moved out of the way. With nothing to stop her momentum, she slammed face first into the soft soil and grass. Instinctively, she held Kakarot close to her chest to protect him from the impact. The loose soil hurt her Saiyan body little, and she skidded to a stop without a scratch on her. Gine got back up. She was a little filthy from plowing herself into the dirt, and Kakarot was covered in it too, but they were both unharmed. Turning back around growling, she tried for another run at the human. Gine threw a punch, but he gracefully dodged it. Then she threw kick after kick, still not hitting him. Getting angry, she went after him in a flurry of punches and kicks, but the human kept evading her attacks. He was making a serious effort though, trying to stay ahead of her movements. She was much faster than him, but she was still unused to the gravity and out of practice with hand-to-hand combat. Out of luck, one of her strikes connected to him in the chest. He howled as he was sent hurtling away. He skidded to a stop several yards across from the crater, stunned and clutching himself in pain. Glad she was finally able to land a blow on him, Gine leapt into the air. She would end this quickly by driving herself straight down towards where he landed and squash him. She jumped too high though, as she, again, didn't take the low gravity into account for her attack. In the time it took for her to stop midair and plunge towards the human, he had recovered enough to flip out of the way at the last possible moment. Gine slammed into the ground, half burying her legs and sending rocks and debris outwards from the impact. The human put some distance between him and Gine. He reached behind his back and pulled out the red pole. Gine jumped out of the hole she made and tried to face him again when power pole extend. All the wind was knocked out of Gine as something gut punched her, doubling her over and sent her crashing into a tree behind her. It made a sharp cracking sound as it snapped and bent easily beneath her back. Trying to regain her focus after being stunned, she saw to her amazement that the red pole was now several yards long and pinned her in the stomach. How did he do that? She grabbed the pole with her free hand and shoved it aside. With the force she used, it shattered a row of trees next to her, some of them falling in pieces and others not quite destroyed, bent over from having their trunks cracked. The mass of shattered trees next to Gine fell right on top of her. She instinctively raised both hands and released a blast of energy that filled the air with a rush of heat as the trees were vaporized into ashes. It was then that she realized both her hands were empty. Where was Kakarot? The crying from her left told her where. He was laying on the ground in his bundle, flailing helplessly. Her heart almost stopped. She was so caught by surprise by being hit with the red pole that she didn't notice that she dropped him. One of the trees that was leaning over from being hit by the red pole snapped in two and started to fall on top of him. And lo, she screamed in horror as she took a flying leap towards him. She scooped him up just before the tree crushed him, skidded on her feet, then fell over. Kakarot cried in her arms, hurt by her desperate clutching. Gine looked back at the old man. He hadn't made a move against her yet. He just stood there, his face now an expression of concern. Was he worried about himself? Or was he concerned for her and Kakarot? Either way, she couldn't fight him. She had been out of battle for too long, and this human proved to be a rather formidable opponent. With this weak gravity, she'll just be tossed around, and if she failed, Kakarot would be left defenseless. It was better to get away than fight, Gine decided. With her free hand, she fired a key blast at the human's feet. He didn't have time to react when he saw the attack coming, and the resulting explosion sent him flying back. Taking this opening, Gine made a dash into the tree line. She ran as fast as she could, jumping over logs, brushing through bushes, and scraping past branches so quickly they left scratches. After a few minutes, Gine slowed her pace and looked behind her. She couldn't see any trace of the old man following her. She stopped running, panting from the adrenaline rush. When her heart slowed down enough, she sighed in relief. They were safe for the time being. But Kakarot was still crying. "Shhhh, it's okay, it's okay. You're safe now, sweetie." She gently cooed. His cries subsided slightly, but didn't stop. Then she heard a little rumble coming from him. Oh, she heard herself say. He was hungry. Come to think of it, she was hungry too. After being in stasis for who knew how long, their bodies desperately needed sustenance. Worry took hold of Gine again, as the problem of protecting Kakarot from that human was now replaced with having to keep him alive. She looked up through the canopy of treetops and noticed it was getting darker. The sun was lower to the horizon, and the deep blue of the sky was replaced with shades of pink and purple that would have made Gine stop where she was to admire it. But she couldn't. She had to find something to eat soon. By nightfall, she didn't have much luck. Gine had found a somewhat safe location in an open space of the forest where Kakarot would be out of reach from predators. She got a small fire going with logs she collected and sat against a rock with Kakarot in her arms. It was completely dark, save for the warm glow the crackling campfire provided them and the starlight above. She still hadn't found any food. The creatures of the woods had gone into hiding, probably from her, since they were spooked by a Saiyan in their habitat. So far, all she could do was find some non-poisonous plants for Kakarot to chew on. It should calm him down enough for now, but they still needed to find something real to live off of. She couldn't risk going back to the pod to see if there was anything they could use from it, since she was worried that human might still be there salvaging it instead, or if he went to alert more of his kind to her presence. She wished that this planet's moon was out in full right now, so they could just stomp everything in sight to make this place safe, but they couldn't. She was not sure when the next full moon would occur, or how often it did. For now, they were defenseless. Gine looked up into the night sky. There were so many stars out. They looked very different from the familiar constellations back home. She wondered where planet Vegeta's star system was among them. Where it used to be, she was abruptly reminded. Her eyes started glistening with that thought. Bardock. He was gone, and every other Scion was gone too, and maybe even Raditz too. Killed by Frisia. She still didn't know why. How could he betray allies who've been nothing but loyal to him for most of their history? Now she and Kakarot may be the last Scions left in existence, and they were trapped all alone on this godforsaken rock. Kakarot started to whimper too as he felt his hunger overtake him. Gine held him tightly to her chest, rocking him back and forth to try and comfort him. Her stomach started to rumble too. All alone and starving, she thought. The weight of the situation finally starting to crush her. Deep in her mind, although she tried to suppress it, she was starting to regret coming here. With what little time she and Bardock had to make this escape work, she was so caught up in coming along with Kakarot that she hadn't thought through how she would survive with her son on a planet they knew nothing about. And here they were, starving and hiding from the inhabitants. She was so angry at herself for not being able to fight off an old man. Was she really that weak and useless? And Kakarot, he was far weaker than that. If he was left to fend for himself, he never would have had a chance here. Tears streaked down her cheeks and landed on Kakarot. Now they were both crying together. Maybe it would have been better if they had stayed on planet Vegeta. At least they would have died with Bardock and Raditz. All of them going together as a family, not separated by light years, and her not so alone, cold, lost, and hungry. She sniffled, letting herself get lost in her despair, then stopped. Gine sniffed again. Through her tears and the campfire smoke, she noticed there was another scent in the air. Food. Her extremely sensitive Scion sense of smell picked up something that smelled cooked coming from somewhere. And it smelled delicious too. She quickly stood up with Kakarot and looked towards where the scent was coming from. It seemed like it was coming from the direction of the tallest mountain in the distance. Whatever it was, it brought hope to her. Maybe they won't starve after all. Gine took off into the forest, following the scent through the brush and up the slope. She picked up the pace, the growling in her stomach becoming almost painful. The scent was getting stronger as they got closer, giving her strength. When they got to a clearing, she stopped. She saw what looked like a wooden dwelling with curved roofs on all four sides. The scent was very strong now. It had to be coming from inside the hut. Her mouth started watering. Kakarot could smell the food too as he started to flail his arms out, as if trying to reach it. Oh gods, whatever was cooking in there, it smelled so good. Then she froze. Through the elegantly carved window, Gine could see someone moving inside, setting out bowls of something onto a low table. Dismay gripped her when she recognized him as the elderly human she encountered earlier. How would she steal food from someone who could beat her? Gine considered retreating back into the forest, but she couldn't. Her feet were anchored and could only go forward, her body going towards the scent of something that could save them. She had been without food for too long. And what was true of all Saiyans is that no matter the danger, if they were starving, they will eat something come hell or high water. Her stomach began to take over from her brain as she rushed towards the front door of the hut. There was no way she may find better food in the forest that smelled so nourishing. She didn't care about fighting the human now. Without thinking, she charged through the wooden door. It shattered into a shower of splinters that flew everywhere. "Where's the food?" she screamed. The elderly human fell back from his spot at the low table, startled out of his wits. When he sat back up and saw who crashed through his front door, he tensed up, and his eyes lit up in recognizing her. They stared at each other for a long, tense moment. With how disheveled she was from running through the forest and the crazed look in her eyes induced from hunger, Gine seemed feral. Anyone being confronted by her ought to scream bloody murder and run. And they ought too, as she was ready to throttle this human. But then the old man didn't. Instead, his gaze drifted to baby Kakarot in arms. Then he relaxed and gave her a disarming smile. "Please, come in," he said, calmly gesturing her to enter. Gine was flabbergasted that this human didn't start immediately attacking her. Was this some sort of trick? She started backing away, readying to make another run for it. But the old man raised both hands reassuringly. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." Then he waved his hand over to the contents on the table. "You must be famished. Please, come sit down and have something to eat." Gine followed his gesture and saw what was on his table. Her eyes widened at what she had to admit was the greatest sight she had seen all day. The elderly human had cooked up a feast. Multiple bowls of white spheres of something grainy, grilled fish, vegetables, soup, loaves of bread, noodles, beans, pickled eggs, and other assortments of food. She had no idea what they were, but gods be damned they looked so tantalizing. Without thinking, Gine made her way over and knelt down at the wooden table with Kakarot on her lap. Before the human could say anything else, a flurry of hands and stray food went flying as she and Kakarot greedily inhaled everything within reach. The bowls of white spheres immediately gone, half the bread in one bite, the fish devoured, and eggs eaten whole. After a few minutes, she and Kakarot slowed to a stop, catching their breath, then resumed again to finish off everything else on the table that wasn't already devoured. The elderly human watched in surprise by just how much and how fast they ate. He looked slightly put off by their lack of table manners, but they were too hungry to care. Soon, baby Kakarot stopped for the last time and fell asleep in Gine's lap, while she finished off some soup and chugged a glass of water in the same gulp. Everything on the table that could have been eaten was gone. The human did manage to sneak a bite of some white spheres and fish before they disappeared, but he looked glad somehow, like he was satisfied that she and her baby had their fill. Gine sat there for a long moment, savoring the lingering taste of everything she ate and the fullness of her belly. There was nothing on planet Vegeta that could remotely compare to the sweet and filling pieces of joy she just ate. Bar none. That was the best food I've ever tasted, Gine thought aloud, her smile lighting up her face. The old man chuckled. "Well, I'm very pleased you enjoyed it," he said warmly. "It's not often I have a guest to give me a second opinion on my cooking." Gine looked down at Kakarot sound asleep in her lap, looking as satisfied as she was from such a hearty meal. She ruffled his hair and looked up to the old man. "Thank you so much," she said, meaning every word. He beamed back at her. "You are most welcome, my dear. You clearly needed it more than I did." The old man gathered the plates and went to set them in a wash basin as he spoke over his shoulder. "Now, if you don't mind me asking, what's a young woman like yourself doing wandering out in the woods with a baby?" Gine clung Kakarot to her a little tighter at the old man's question. She wasn't sure if she could trust this human, remembering how he easily tossed her around earlier. But he did invite her into his home, even after their hostile encounter. He even let her eat his dinner without question so far. So, she reasoned that he might not have intentions of harming them. She relaxed a little and stared into the wooden spirals of the table as she answered. Well, it's a long story, and you probably won't believe me if I tell you. The elderly human came back to the table, holding 2 empty cups and a steaming kettle in his hands. I'll be the judge of that. Although, he poured hot tea into the cups as he spoke. Would your story have anything to do with that strange metal sphere that fell from the sky, where we had our little scuffle? He offered Gine one of the cups. She gratefully accepted it and took a slow sip. The tea was very hot, but that mattered little to her Saiyan tongue. Plus, it tasted simply exquisite. She took more gulps of it. The warmth it gave her in her belly was already helping calm her nerves. She finished her cup and sighed in delight as she answered, as a matter of fact, it does. Is that so? The old man's eyebrows rose in surprise as he sat down across the table from her. Gine nodded. Well then, I guess you have quite a tale to tell. He remarked. Why don't you start with who you are? The old man realized something and gently slapped himself in the head. Oh, pardon me. Where are my manners? We haven't even introduced. He extended an open hand to her. My name is Gohan. Son Gohan. She looked at his outstretched hand and took it in her own. She guessed handshakes truly were a universal greeting. Hello, Gohan. I'm Gine. A lovely name. Nice to meet you, Gine, said Gohan. His gentle smile under that bushy mustache somehow made her feel safe in his presence. Gohan then pointed towards Kakarot in her lap, who was now starting to stir awake again. And who is this little one? Gine ruffled Kakarot's hair. This is my son, Kakarot. Gohan smiled at the boy when he looked at him. Hello, little Kakarot. Kakarot giggled back at him. I think he likes you, Gine said with a smile. Kakarot always cried around strangers, afraid of everyone except his mother. But if her little boy felt safe enough with this old man, then she was too. Seems like he does. Gohan answered back with a smile, then focused on her again. Well then, Gine, how about you tell me where you two came from? Gine took a deep breath and exhaled. Well, you see. Over the course of the evening, she carefully explained to Gohan everything. That the metal sphere he saw was her spaceship, that she and her son were from another planet named Vegeta, that they were part of a warrior race called Saiyans who worked for the Galactic Emperor Frieza, who had them conquer planets in his name. She explained the Saiyans' ability to change into great apes when they looked at the full moon, how Saiyan babies were used to purge all life on whatever planet they landed on, and the different classes of Saiyan warriors. Then she recounted how one day Frieza inexplicably turned against the Saiyans and destroyed their planet. Her and Kakarot's escaped to this planet with the help of Kakarot's father, and how she and her youngest son may be the only survivors. It was really difficult for her to tell Gohan about Bardock and Raditz without choking up, but she did her best. Gohan just sat there and listened, looking more mesmerized as the tale went on. By the time she was finished, his tea had gotten cold. You're from outer space? Was all he could say, his voice quiet and filled with awe. Gine nodded, yes. Gohan sat there in utter amazement. He looked at her like he had never truly saw her before. He probably never imagined that literal aliens would show up on his doorstep today, Gine thought dryly. Well, I guess that explains the strange outfits you're wearing. And he gingerly pointed towards her and Kakarot's furry appendages, tails. Gine let her tail flap around a bit so he could see, then wrapped it again around her waist. But you are not here to conquer our planet, are you? Gohan asked pensively. As much as the idea of beings from other worlds fascinated him, the idea that they were also extremely powerful and quite genocidal horrified him. Gine looked at him and shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. We just came here to escape from Frieza. She looked down and stroked Kakarot's hair. I have no interest in purging planets. I'm not like other Saiyans. Gohan, while seeming to not have judged her to be the bloodthirsty kind of Saiyan she described her race as, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he asked, and this tyrant, this Frieza fellow, he does not know you're here on Earth? And he won't come looking for you? Gine looked at him quizzically. Earth? Yes, that is the name of our planet here. Planet Earth, answered Gohan. Oh, said Gine, looking down in thought. Earth. She rolled the name off of her tongue. Sounds like a nice name for a such pretty planet. But isn't your planet mostly covered in water? Why would it be named after dirt if it's mostly ocean? Gohan thought for a moment as if the idea never occurred to him, then shrugged. Beats me, but I don't think anybody knows. Huh, was all Gine said, but she shoved that train of thought aside. But to answer your question, no, I don't believe Frisia knows we are here. We made sure of it. I chose this planet because it was unknown. Really? Asked an intrigued Gohan. Gine nodded. Yes, this world lies at the fringe of explored space, as far from Frisia's empire as we could go without getting lost. There was no name for this planet in any record of the worlds we mapped throughout the galaxy. And I don't think Frisia or anyone in the Planet Trade Organization would have any interest in this planet at all. It's too primitive and not rich in resources. She then added, no offense intended. Huh, well, none taken, I suppose, said Gohan plainly, then asked, so, you mentioned that you are not like other Saiyans. How so? Gine looked away, feeling uncertain and ashamed as she spoke. I'm not a warrior like them. I mean, I was, but I'm not strong and I don't like killing. But I have helped purge planets before. I never enjoyed a moment of it, unlike how other Saiyans do, or did. But I was forced to partake in conquest and bloodshed, and I hate myself for it. Back on planet Vegeta, it would have been social suicide if she ever said openly what she just said. Despite being in an environment where she was free to speak how she pleased, this was still very difficult for her to even talk about. As Saiyans, she continued, her voice hollow, we believe we're destined to be the strongest warriors in the universe. It is part of who we are, and we were taught how to kill from birth. Gine remembered when she was sent out on her first assignment as an infiltration baby, and the planets she helped subjugate afterwards before she was kicked out of the service. She prided herself for surviving the purging missions, but she loathed herself to this day for bringing so much pain and suffering on countless innocent people. She would never have done any of it if given the choice. She looked down, her eyes started to water again. But I was never cut out to be a true Saiyan warrior, but then again, I never really wanted to. I don't want to kill, even if I had to. And that makes me weak. Makes Kakarot weak too. She chuckled morbidly. Must have gotten it from me. Gohan was silent, and Gine wondered what he was thinking. How does one even react to being told that the person you were sitting across from was responsible for the destruction of entire worlds? She looked back up at him. If our last fight was any indication, I don't think I would have been able to conquer this planet anyway. But when we were escaping, I didn't think that far ahead. So, I guess we'd have just lived here peacefully. I see, Gohan finally said, and sat there for a long time before speaking again. Well, if I may say so, I wouldn't call you weak. Gine's eyes widened. Really? Really? In fact, you are probably the strongest fighter I've ever come across, and I've met many of the best warriors there ever were in the world. He said with earnestness, a bit sloppy in technique and instinct maybe, but you have an incredible right hook for sure. Gine was astonished. It was probably the first compliment she had ever received for her fighting ability. She really didn't know how to accept it, but she remembered their fight from earlier. It was then that she noticed that Gohan had a slight wince when he mimicked the punch to the chest he mentioned she gave. She suddenly felt a wave of guilt. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Gine said, too ashamed to look at him. Gohan waved his hand dismissively. Oh my dear, please, don't worry about that. That's long in the past, and I've been hurt much worse. Gine looked up at him with sad eyes. You are too forgiving. Even after I tried to kill you, and after telling you that I had done terrible things before. Gohan's expression softened. Gine, I can spot an evil soul from a mile away. You are most certainly not an evil person. Based on all the things you told me about where you came from and the circumstances which you were born into, I have no right to cast judgment on you. Besides, if you feel guilt for the things you have done, then you have a conscience and know right from wrong. No evil soul would dwell on such things. Right. Gine did not feel convinced by his words. The worlds she helped conquer and the pain she inflicted still happened and could not be undone. No words of comfort could ever fix that. But his words did touch something within her. On some level, She felt an understanding from Gohan that she had never before felt. To be able to lay bare her true feelings to someone who would not laugh or spit on her, but give her an honest and non-judgmental validation of what she believed in, that conquering worlds was wrong, was truly amazing to her. Not even Bardock understood her to such a level like this, and often mocked her for it, as any other Saiyan would. She sat there in silence as a tear fell down her cheek, feeling as if she had been heard for the first time in her life. "I guess so," she said softly. Gohan continued, "And don't feel bad about you hurting me, dear. You were a scared and desperate mother just trying to protect your baby, and after everything you've been through recently, I don't think you were in much of a position to make clear decisions." A slow smile crept on her face, relieved to hear that he held nothing against her for what she did, even if she felt she didn't deserve it. Gine didn't know why, but there was something about Gohan and his grace and wisdom that made her feel safe not just in his presence, but safe to her core. And Gohan turned solemn, gently placing a hand on top of hers. "You have my condolences for everything you have lost." Gine sat there and tried to digest his consolation as it all hit her again. The father of her children, her eldest boy, everything and everyone she had ever known. Her home. She realized Gohan was the first person she had told of her home world's destruction to. It was weird that for such an unfathomable loss, she wasn't even sure how she could process it. But sadness overtook her, and she struggled to find the words to say. I, I appreciate that," Gine said as she tried to wipe away her tears. Gohan handed her a napkin, which she gratefully accepted, feeling ridiculous for being vulnerable in front of a practical stranger. Gohan sipped his tea and realized it was cold. He then noticed that the kettle had gotten cold too. They must have talked long into the night. "Well, Gine, since you have just landed here, I can assume you don't have a safe place to sleep yet?" he asked. Gine looked at him. A twinge of fear crept into her as she thought if he was going to force them to leave. Slowly, she shook her head as a no. "Very well, you can stay here then," he said simply. Gine's head shot up at his answer. "Really?" "Absolutely, my dear. You must be in great need of some proper rest after such a long journey. So why don't you and Kakarot feel free to make yourselves at home?" Gine sat there stunned. This man, this total stranger whom she almost killed, had just not only fed them, but also willingly offered shelter to her and Kakarot. Could someone really be this kind? "You'd do that for us?" she stammered, still in disbelief. "Of course," Gohan repeated. "You can stay here for as long as you like, so you can get your bearings on how to live like the rest of us Earthlings." He gestured with both arms, taking in the space of his humble abode. "The place is a bit small, but it is quiet and comfortable, and I wouldn't mind some company anyway," Gohan said, smiling. Gine was speechless. "But why? Why would you do this for us?" she asked, her voice soft and uncomprehending. "Because it's the right thing to do," he said simply, as if understanding her not knowing what to say. "You two are refugees who fled for your lives and have nowhere else to go. Here, you and your son will have a chance to live free. I cannot in good conscience turn you away." Gine could only look at Gohan with her vision flooding. She was too bewildered and touched by the pure generosity of this soul to take them under his roof. Only a few hours ago, Gine thought she and Kakarot were resigned to die alone and afraid in a wilderness they were too weak to survive in. And yet this human they happened to come across had practically saved them. All her apprehensions gone, Gine got up and walked over to Gohan. She embraced him as tight as she could without crushing him, wanting to convey just how much she felt indebted to him. "Thank you, Gohan," she whispered, her voice cracking. Gohan stood there and kindly patted her on the back. "You're welcome, Gine," he said, his voice filled with warmth. After a long moment, Gine let go of Gohan and took a shuddering breath. "Is there anything I can do for all you've done?" she asked sincerely. You don't need to do anything for me. As long as I know you and Kakarot are safe, that's all that matters," Gohan said. He looked past Gine and noticed that the remnants of the door she kicked in. Then an idea clicked. "But maybe you could help me fix the door?" he pointed. Gine looked behind her and saw the shattered door. "Oh, of course. Heh, I broke it, so I'll fix it for you," she said, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. "Oh, and I can cook too," she said with pride. I was a line cook on my home planet, so I can make you a feast to pay you back for the delicious meal you just gave us. Excellent. Gohan beamed. You can do that too if you like, but let's worry about all that in the morning. I think you two should get some sleep first, he said when he and Gine saw Kakarot yawning uncontrollably. Sounds like a good idea, she agreed. Then I'll go grab myself a pillow and blanket so you two can have the bed tonight. Gine smiled and said another heartfelt, thank you, as Gohan went off to grab what he needed. Gine picked up Kakarot, who was now almost fast asleep. She looked out the window to the night sky, then back down at Kakarot and remembered something. When is the next full moon? She asked. Gohan was taken aback by her seemingly random query, but he answered, about 15 days from now. Why? Okay, she said, then continued. It's just that we need to make sure that Kakarot never looks at the full moon. Huh? Why ever not? He asked incredulously. Remember when I said that as a Saiyan looks at the full moon, they transform into an Oozru, or great ape? They're giant creatures that will destroy and crush anything in sight. For someone as young as Kakarot, he won't be able to control the form and will almost certainly try to kill us. Gine explained. Oh my goodness, Gohan exclaimed. He then remembered that Gine had already covered the great ape stuff while telling her story. He guessed it must have gotten lost in the details of hearing such a strange tale, but seemed to be an important detail now. Well, I'll certainly keep that in mind, he said urgently as walked past them to an open spot to set his makeshift bed. He then stopped and turned back around. It only happens if a Saiyan looks directly at the full moon? He asked Gine. She nodded, yes. Would he transform if he saw a half moon or a crescent or gibbous? He asked further. No, Gine said, only if it was a full moon. Gohan said thoughtfully to himself. He set the blanket and pillow down on the floor and went over to a cabinet. Gine was about to ask what Gohan was looking for when he held up two strange-looking contraptions that resembled two darkened lenses of scouters attached together. I wonder if he were wearing these. Would it prevent him from transforming? He held the contraptions out to her. They were two pairs of darkened lenses held in red-trimmed frames. What are these? She took one of them and held it up, inspecting it. They are called sunglasses, Gohan said. He took the one Gine was inspecting and placed it on her face. Oh, I see, she said, finally understanding. They reduce the amount of light reaching your eyes. Yes, these would definitely help prevent him from transforming. Perfect, Gohan said with satisfaction. He took the other glasses and placed it on a sleepy Kakarot's face while Gine took hers off. When she saw Kakarot, she burst out laughing. The glasses were comically oversized on his face. Their weird design on his innocent face and wild hair made him look ridiculously silly. Kakarot woke up from the sound of her laughing, and him knowing only that his mother was laughing, started to giggle too. The sight of his goofy-looking laughter face being obscured by those glasses made Gine laugh harder, and Kakarot giggle more. Even Gohan started to chuckle too at how goofy the boy looked, and how fond the scene looked to him. Gine laughed wholeheartedly for the first time in her life. Free to live in the moment with her goofy little boy. No Frieza, no bloodshed, no survival, no fear, no judgment, nothing but seeing how silly Kakarot looked. Maybe Earth won't be so bad after all. Chapter 2, A New Beginning. The next morning, Gine and Gohan stood before the hut with the splintered front door on the ground. It was mixed with other pieces of cut wood that Gohan had from the pile out back. She held a bucket of nails and a hammer in her hand. You got everything you need? Gohan asked. Yeah, I think so, Gine said uncertainly, looking at the woodpile. I'll try to have it fixed by the time you get back. Gohan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Whatever you can do will be fine. It doesn't need to be perfect. Gine nodded. Okay. Anything else that Kakarot will need? Gohan pointed to the boy in question. Kakarot was sitting on the ground nearby, trying to catch a butterfly from his spot. He fell over, giggling. The sight warmed Gine's heart. Nah, I think you got everything on the list. Very well then. I shall return by tomorrow, Gohan said, slinging the basket on his back. The outhouse is over there. He pointed one way, then another towards an empty drum. The bath is over there. then towards the forest behind the hut. River is over there, and finally pointed towards the kitchen through the doorless entrance, and feel free to make whatever you like until I return. I really appreciate this, Gine said to him for the umpteenth time that morning. She was still unable to grasp how anyone like him could be so kind to a stranger. No worries, my dear. Anything to make your stay here on Earth more bearable, he said kindly, and took that moment to start walking, heading for the nearby village he told her about for supplies. Be safe, she called out to him, and Gohan waved back as he walked a path through the trees and disappeared from view. All alone with her son, Gine went about the task of rebuilding the front door. She wasn't very good with tools, let alone primitive ones, so she had to learn how all this worked as she went. Following the instructions Gohan gave her, she arranged the frame in a way that should form the rectangle the size of the entrance and nailed the planks onto the frame. She smashed a finger or two with the hammer a few times, trying to strike the nails perfectly, but missing wide. Gah! Gine yelped when she painfully smashed her thumb again and threw the hammer into the ground out of frustration. She threw it hard enough that it buried itself deep into the dirt. Cursing herself and not wanting to lose any of Gohan's tools, she spent a good deal of time digging by hand to find the blasted thing. The soil came loose thanks to her Saiyan strength, but now she was making things worse with digging holes. Kakarot just sat and watched, amused by his mother's struggle. By mid-afternoon, she found the hammer and got out of the hole, realizing then that she had just decimated the beautiful grounds the hut stood on in her search. Trying not to let that undo her calm, she got back to work. After smashing one more thumb again and uttering some explicit words, she finally finished the rudimentary door. She gave it a test fitting in the entrance, and it barely fit. Gine also forgot to put in the hinges, so it just sat there more like a cover than a door. Well, at least he said it didn't have to be perfect. She though Riley. Then Gine spent the next hour filling in the holes she dug up, trying to undo the damage done to Gohan's yard. She felt so stupid for causing this, but at least the place wouldn't look like it was pocked with craters. When she was done, she inspected her work, nodding in half satisfaction and half embarrassment. The yard was still a mess, but the door was fixed, somewhat, and the holes were packed in. Kakarot rolled in the dirt-packed concaves she filled in, laughing while he did so. Gine went to pick him up. He was almost as filthy as she was. She also realized that they haven't bathed since they landed, too tired to do so the night before. They definitely needed to clean up. Gine took Kakarot to the river with the giant empty drum that Gohan told her was for bathing in. She was flabbergasted at how anyone would use such primitive means, but this should work still. Using only one arm, she scooped up enough water from the river with the drum and took it back to the hut. After setting the drum atop a rack of stone and getting a fire going underneath it, she waited for the water to warm up by getting some drying cloths and strange white bars of animal fat that Gohan told her was soap. The sun was almost behind the trees when the water was hot enough. Gine removed her dirt-soaked armor, boots, and pants, then lowered herself naked into the boiling water with little Kakarot. He seemed to relax as much as she did when they felt how exquisite the hot water felt, savoring it for as long as she could. Gine then took the soap bars and cleaned herself and Kakarot up, washing away the dirt from today and the day before. Kakarot giggled happily when she wiped his face with the soap bar. So silly you are, Gine cooed. She couldn't help but giggle too at how her son tried to play with the bubbles on his face and in the water. Gine felt a little embarrassed bathing outside and wondered if humans in general didn't have modern means to bathe like a healing tank. It felt like she had stepped back in time when Saiyans had yet to develop any forms of technology. But she had to admit that this had some quaint charm to it. When Gine dried herself and her son off, then redressed in her armor, dusk was setting in. She went back inside to make themselves dinner. Again, she was unused to using old-style technology. Struggling with cooking pots and open fire pits to heat food, it almost resulted in her burning the hut down. When the fire under the pot got too out of control, she grabbed the handle to throw its overheated contents out the window, only to burn her hand when she forgot that iron pots conducted heat. Instinctively, she dropped the pot that spilled the stew of vegetables onto the floor and knocked some hot embers around, setting fire to some of the fabrics in the rest of the kitchen. With the dry wood of the hut, the fire started to grow fast. Panicking, she ran outside and grabbed the drum of water they just bathed in and completely emptied it onto the fire. The cloud of steam completely enveloped them and blasted out the windows. With the large amount of soapy water she dumped, the fire was out, but now the hut was flooded. The floor completely soaked, some furniture overturned, the pot and some fabrics very burned. The crudely constructed door she rebuilt was on the ground in pieces again, washed out from the rush of water. Kakarot sat at the table and just looked at her, still expecting their meal to be done. Great. Just great. Gine muttered aloud while trying hard not to explode in rage and dismay. She almost destroyed her host's home and all her hard work undone. Not a good second day on her new home world. Giving up trying to salvage the stew, she just split some loaves of bread she found with Kakarot. He whined that he wasn't going to get the big, tasty stew that his mother was trying to make, but the bread was not half bad. After finishing their meal, Kakarot was dozing off and Gine put him to bed. She wrung out some of the fabrics as best she could and swept out some puddles of water to dry out the place. By late into the night, she was done. She'll worry about fixing the door again tomorrow and hope that Gohan wouldn't be too mad at what she did. Gine picked up and straightened the last piece of furniture overturned, then something on the floor caught her eye. There was a plush, violet pillow that looked like it was on top of something. She lifted it to reveal a small glass orb hiding underneath it. It was bright orange in color and with 4 red stars embedded in it. Curiously, she picked it up and held it in her hand. It fit perfectly in her palm. She wondered what it was but could fathom no idea, but it was rather pretty though. And as Gine looked at her reflection in the orb, she felt a strange sense of ethereal energy emanating from what she held, like the sphere had some great untold mystery or otherworldly power that she couldn't possibly comprehend. Huh, was all she could say as she set the orb on the table she straightened, atop of the pillow which she assumed it was supposed to be where it rested. She wasn't sure, but she thought it cast a subtle but eerie glow. Was it some sort of decoration or memorabilia? Whatever it was, she could ask Gohan about it later. The bed where Kakarot was fast asleep on was thankfully not soaked from her extinguishing the fire earlier. Gine undressed and plopped herself onto it. To a Saiyan who spent a majority of her life sleeping on dirt or in cramped cots, the mattress she lay on was like floating on a cloud. On their first night here, Gine had fallen asleep too fast to truly appreciate it. Now she wasn't as tired, so she could feel the lavishing cotton sheets against her skin, and she wondered how someone like Gohan could live like royalty, but also so humbly. With little Kakarot snuggled against her and snoring away, Gine was able to relax, alone with her thoughts. It was the first time since they landed on Earth that she could just lay there and think freely. She tried to not worry about Gohan getting angry at her damaging his house. So instead, she enjoyed the silence of the wilderness outside the window. She wasn't sure how, but something about listening to the sounds of insects, birds, predators, and prey in the night was so soothing, even if they terrified her the night before. Shelter changed everything. It almost made her forget she was on some faraway planet with only her son and a total stranger for company. With no Bardock and no Raditz anymore. The sounds of the woods suddenly did not comfort her anymore. Her breathing became difficult and vision blurred with tears. Then everything else faded as the grief she had held back for the last 24 hours suddenly overtook her like a tidal wave. Like a dam bursting, Gine let out a mournful wail into her pillow, all of her pain and sorrow rushing out of her at once. She did not care if her sobs woke up Kakarot. Raditz, her firstborn child, was gone. A piece of her own soul as much as her own flesh and blood had been extinguished. And Bardock, the man she looked up to, the light of her life, and the father of her children was gone too. Gine had been around death plenty in her days as a warrior. She knew the realities Saiyans faced in conquering other worlds. It was their way of life. She had almost expected that either Raditz or Bardock would be killed in action someday. But at least then she would have been able to take comfort in the fact that they died in service of Frisia and for the glory of their world. But now, after Frisia's betrayal and the complete extermination of her entire species, how could she live with such pain? It felt unreal, like having to live with a knife forever stuck in her heart. There was no answer she could think of that would comfort her. All she could do was weep, and so she did, long into the night, crying until sleep closed in on her consciousness like the despair that had drowned her whole world. But there was one thing she did take comfort in, the knowledge that Kakarot was safe. When morning came, Gine woke up to feel the rays of the sun shining on her face. She grumbled and felt around the bed with her free arm. She hadn't moved from where she fell asleep, and she slept hard, sore everywhere and feeling numb from the release of all of her emotions the night before. Her arm brushed in the sheets in front of her, and her eyes shot open when she realized Kakarot was not in her grasp. Bolting upright out of bed looking for him, Gine saw that the room was a complete mess. Gohan's clothes were tossed all over the room as if a tornado went through his wardrobe. Some of them were torn, soiled, or both. Gine soon got her answer to what caused all this when her son poked his head through a hole he chewed into on a rather expensive-looking tunic. He smiled so innocently at her, like he did nothing wrong. Her eye twitched. "Damn it, Kakarot," she yelled at him angrily. He flinched, and his happy demeanor was replaced with tears, and let a wail that didn't stop. Gine sighed, regretting her outburst. She shouldn't be mad. He didn't know any better. With her work cut out for her, Gine got up and gathered up all the clothes, sorting out whatever clean ones that were still intact. There were only 2 sets of shirts and pants for Gohan that weren't torn or soiled, and she kept them out of Kakarot's reach. She then gathered up all the soiled pieces and took them to the river, spending the rest of the day trying to clean them out and save whatever clothes she could. By the time she got back, she saw the door on the ground and in pieces, almost entirely forgotten that it was destroyed again. Kakarot was in the yard too, having gotten his hands on the clothes she tried to hide from him and was now wearing, and he still hadn't stopped crying. Adjusting to this world was going to be harder than she thought. Later that afternoon, after Gine finished reworking the door, Gohan returned. When he stepped out of the woods and came in sight of his home, he dropped the basket he was carrying. "What happened here?" he said as Gine ran up to him, looking over the condition of the hut. "I am so sorry," Gine said nervously. "I almost burned your house down trying to cook something, and Kakarot ruined most of your clothes. All the holes you see were from me trying to find the hammer to fix the door dash." "Whoa, slow down, Gine." Gohan placed a hand on her arm. It was a lot for him to take in. "Let's start from the beginning. How badly did you say it was burned again?" Gine nervously showed him the damage, how some of the kitchen wall, ceiling, and pot was blackened. Then she showed him the water damage from trying to put it out, and the pile of clothes she tried to save from Kakarot. The boy was in the yard playing around in the dirt piles. That she also had to explain to Gohan that it was from building the door, which, due to the hinges bent beyond repair, had to be moved out of the way like a board than an actual door. Gine was close to tears when she finished, almost certain that Gohan would demand that she leave immediately. "It's no big deal, my dear. Nothing to get too worked up about," he reassured, surprising her. "Now let me show you how to properly clean these, then we'll worry about everything else." He gathered the clothes she salvaged and took them outside. She let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, feeling so relieved. His kindness and patience never ceased to amaze her. Gohan took the mayhem caused to his home very well, and he spent the rest of the day patiently showing Gine how to wash clothes by hand in a bucket of soap and water, not in the river. All the while they kept Kakarot busy with an improvised chew toy they made out of wood, which he chomped right through. He had quite a ravenous mouth, but at least they saved what's left of the clothes in the hut, and he was already trying to walk. After that, Gohan showed her the supplies he brought back from the village. He had bought some extra food, books, diapers, soap, and some fabrics so they could make some clothes for themselves. The books he said he got would be to help Kakarot learn how to read and write this planet's language. She liked that idea, then felt embarrassed as she realized she would have to learn how to read and write all over again too for this planet. Oh well, one thing at a time, she thought. Later that night, Gohan showed her the finer points of cooking with an open wood fire. With the tips Gohan gave her, she was able to get the hang of it and finally let her cooking skills shine. True to her word, Gine cooked up a feast from the animals Gohan hunted for in the forest. She had them skinned and boiled into a proper stew with vegetables and some spices. It was a large hearty dinner she made to pay for the damage she caused and to show her gratitude to him, not to mention to support her and her son's Saiyan appetites. My word, That stew was absolutely delicious, Gine, said Gohan, patting his belly with a look of utter satisfaction. Glad you liked it. Gine beamed. She gathered up the bowls and started cleaning them out. With Kakarot fed, they kept warm by the fire while Gohan worked the seams on a blue tunic he was making for Kakarot. I must admit it was quite a learning experience to cook with an open fire, Gine said, looking into the dying embers. Is there a reason why you don't use a regular stove or something? I mean, no offense, but this seems rather primitive. She asked tentatively. Gohan mused over her words. None taken. We humans do have modern technology, but I chose to live a simple life. I wanted to clear my spirit as a martial artist, and to do that I had to rid myself of modern comforts. Martial artist? Gine asked. Yes, Gohan answered. I study and apply the art of hand-to-hand combat. It has always been my life's passion to perfect it. And to do so, I had to give up worldly pursuits to live a life free and untouched by convenience, so I could master my spirit without distractions. She was fascinated by this. So, martial arts is a human way of fighting? Well, not necessarily just for humans. But yes, it is basically everything that has to do with fighting with your own mind, body, and spirit without artificial means. Gohan answered. Gine thought over what he said. We Saiyans just called it fighting. But no artificial means? Wouldn't that make it difficult for conquest or killing? Gohan looked at her. It has nothing to do with killing. Though there are schools of martial arts out there that teach that, I would never want to kill any more than you do. I practice it primarily for recreation, self-improvement, and for self-defense. Really? She asked in amazement. So, no killing needed at all? If that's the type of training you wish to pursue, yes, no killing is needed. Though I don't think killing is ever needed. He answered honestly. Gine mulled over what Gohan said. Fighting without conquest or killing. It was so unfamiliar to her. As a Saiyan, it was like loving to eat but hating food. But she was not like any other Saiyan. She hated killing and did not have the spirit to seek out a fight. But she still had the combative instincts of all Saiyans, and even a pacifist like her had to scratch that itch once in a while. They were manifested more verbally with Bardock than actual fighting, though some of it did involve trading blows for training purposes. This, martial arts, was rather interesting though. To engage in non-lethal combat for fun and therapeutic reasons without bloodshed? Could you show me some of your martial arts sometime? She suddenly asked. Absolutely, Gohan said enthusiastically. How about tomorrow? We could spar for a bit so I can show you what it's all about. I'd love that. Gine smiled. So would I, Gohan said as he finished the tunic he was working on. He then tried to fit it over Kakarot. The boy squirmed and growled, then bit Gohan's fingers hard, making the old man yelp in pain. Ow! Kakarot, Gine yelled. Her son immediately cowered when he knew he was in trouble. After a sharp look she gave him, he slumped his shoulders in shame and mumbled in gibberish to what was an unintelligible apology. Gine was by Gohan's side, tending to his hand. I am so sorry about that. Gine apologized as she cleaned up the deep bite marks and bandaged up his hand. That's okay, Gohan said, wincing slightly from the pain. Your son has quite the survival instincts, or he's just very ill-tempered. He can be violent, Gine said worryingly. He's been programmed since he was born to attack and destroy other living things. Programmed? Gohan asked as he flexed his patched-up hand. Yes. Gine looked to Kakarot, then back at Gohan. Saiyan babies are brainwashed for a time before they get sent on their infiltration missions. It's part of preparing them for life as conquerors. Brainwashed, as in, Gohan let the unfinished question hang. Yes, Gine answered grimly. They are bombarded with mental images of battle and death to have their Saiyan thirst for battle amplified and make them into killers born rather than just regularly trained soldiers. Gohan sat in silence for a minute before finally asking, and all Saiyan parents agreed to that. Gine knew what he was asking, that if she let her own son get brainwashed. She didn't feel the need to hide the truth, though. Yes, we all did. It's not in Saiyan nature to be much in the way of caregivers. Gohan shook his head slowly. That's barbaric, was all he said flatly, but nothing in it was accusatory towards her. She appreciated that, but knew she was guilty all the same. I know, Gine said sadly, as she picked up Kakarot. He flinched from her touch as if he was expecting to be punished, but Gine just held him tight as she went on. That's why Frisia chose us to be his elite warriors in his empire. We were bred for war due to our violent nature. Since joining the Planet Trade Organization, we were able to find better ways to conquer and get stronger, and brainwashing babies was one of them. Gine looked down at Kakarot in her arms as she explained all this to Gohan. But she looked at him without seeing him, though, staring off into space. I went through the incubation process too, like every other Saiyan. But I guess it never really took hold since I always hated killing, even when I was an infiltration baby. She said wryly. That's a very good thing, Gohan said to her. Gine was touched by his words since she never thought she'd get to hear them spoken to her. I'm glad to, Gine said. Her smile downturned though when she looked at Kakarot again. I just hope it never took hold in him too. Gohan looked at Kakarot, the boy looking back and forward between them as if he knew they were talking about him. Well, I don't think it may have. He has the same kind eyes you have, and you could tell a lot about someone that way. I think he's as gentle a soul as you are. And besides, he's only just begun his life. With you around to nurture him, he will turn out fine, Gohan said thoughtfully. I hope so, Gine thought. Kakarot did indeed have her eyes and had the look of innocence within him. But the incubation process was meant to drive all of that away. She was a rare exception, while everyone else turned out to be the battle-hungry Saiyans they were born to be. Raditz turned out to be such a warrior. Who's to say that Kakarot won't either? But Gohan was right in one thing. She was here, like she told Bardock she would. With her around, she could teach their son to be a good person, to undo all the evil that was put into his mind. She would still tell him of his heritage, but she would make sure to let him have a chance to be an actual innocent child who could grow as his own person and not as a pawn of an emperor. I think he can too, Gine smiled, knowing the task ahead of her as a mother, then said teasingly to her son, You better be. Kakarot just stared back at his mom, wondering what she was saying to him. Anyways, let's see if we can try this again, said Gohan, holding up the tunic. Gine set Kakarot back down and gave him a look that told him to behave this time. He looked like he hated being told to go against something his brain was urging him to do, like attacking, but now he knew better than to disobey his mother. With Kakarot pacified, Gohan fitted the blue open-chested GI on him and tied it up with a white belt. It was a little big, but he should grow into it. Kakarot played his hands over the fabric, fascinated. Gine looked over her son and approved of Gohan's work. You look nice, Kakarot. Say thank you to Grandpa Gohan for making you that, she instructed. Kakarot turned to Gohan and babbled something in gibberish. Gohan smiled as the boy was learning his manners fast. But Kakarot paused at the last piece of gibberish he was trying to utter, then repeated something he noticed his mother said about the man who was in front of him. Gee Guanpa, Kakarot said, pointing his tiny finger towards Gohan. Gine gasped, shocked that he had just spoken his first word. But she was even more surprised and delighted by how he addressed Gohan. Gohan, meanwhile, smiled warmly. Grandpa, he said to Kakarot, pointing towards himself. Grandpa Gohan, he repeated, liking the sound of that. Then he pointed a finger towards Kakarot's chest. You, Kakarot. Gohan cooed and poked the boy's chest. Kakarot giggled. Kaka. What? The boy said, trying to form the word with his mouth's newfound ability. Gohan could hardly believe that this boy was not yet a year old and was already walking and trying to speak. That's right, Gine beamed. She bent down at eye level with her son and pointed a finger at herself. Mama, she said, then pointed to Kakarot. Kakarot, then back to herself. Mama. Kakarot stared at his mother for a few long seconds with his big wide eyes, then pointed to her. Mama, he said, then pointed toward himself as if unsure. Kakarot. Good job, Gine said happily, then hugged her son. I can't believe how fast your son is growing. Gohan spoke the same thought she was having. Gine looked into her son's eyes, smiling back at her. Neither can I, she said quietly. The following day, after she helped him finish the morning chores, Gine and Gohan were out front of the hut, standing apart and squarely facing each other. Go ahead and come at me like you did the other day, Gohan instructed. Gine looked at him surprised and worried. Hey, are you sure? I almost killed you last time. You needn't worry, he assured her. I've suffered worse in my younger days, and I know you won't try to seriously hurt me. And besides, this is just a friendly spar. Oh, okay, Gine said, not entirely convinced. I trust you, but I just don't want to accidentally hurt you. Gohan smiled at her. I appreciate your concern, Gine, but I'll be fine, and I'll hold nothing against you if you land a blow on me. It was refreshing for Gine to hear words like that. She'd been too used to grudges for training fights back on planet Vegeta. Thanks, she said with a smile in return. All right then. Gohan got into stance. Go ahead and come at me. Gine readied herself and charged him. She threw punch after punch and kick after kick at Gohan. He made a serious effort to dodge all of her attacks since she was rather fast, but he observed her movements easily, mentally noting that she was very sloppy. No technique or plan of attack at all, just throwing attacks out there and hoping to hit something like an amateur. The fight went on for several minutes, Gohan trying to not get hit, but dodging her every move. Kakarot sat on the porch watching them, mesmerized. After ducking low from a sweeping high kick, Gohan strikes her in the side of her leg to make her lose her balance. Gine fell on her side and groaned, but it didn't hurt too bad. Gohan stood over her victoriously. How'd you do that? She asked as she sat up, amazed how he took her down. You leave yourself open a lot, Gohan commented, but grimaced as he massaged the hand he struck her with. But you sure do have tough skin though. Well, living on a planet with gravity 10 times stronger than this one can do that, Gine said as Gohan helped her up. I don't doubt it can, Gohan said. But I still don't get it though, Gine continued. I thought you humans wouldn't be able to beat someone like me since I'm built stronger as a Saiyan. Or am I just that bad at fighting? She added, not too proud of that last hypothesis. Relying on brute strength alone does not mean weak spots cannot be exploited, Gohan answered. Gine took in what he said. He had a point. But still, she had trouble trying to comprehend that idea. Where I came from, strength meant everything. It meant that no matter what our opponents had in the way of weapons or knowledge, if their power levels were weaker than ours, they couldn't beat us. Power levels? Gohan asked in puzzlement. Gine caught herself and explained, it's a numerical system of measuring strength or power that we use to evaluate our opponents. If the number of power or strength was measured to be lower than us, they were weaker. Higher than us, stronger. And how did Saiyans go about measuring these power levels? He asked. With devices we wore, called scouters. Gine explained by cupping her hand over one ear to visualize it. They measured power levels whenever we went into battle so we would know if we could handle whatever planet we were assigned to or had to call for backup. I see. Gohan thought over what she told him then said, if you asked me, I'd say it's a foolish way to enter battle. Gine raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She asked. As I said, relying on strength alone does not guarantee that you would win a fight. If you had opponents who were much faster than you or knew pressure points, magical abilities or things of the like, you could still be beaten. Like how I managed to take you down, even though you are much stronger than I am, Gohan said. Gine was taken aback by what he said, not expecting such an answer to her question. But, we always believed that strength was what determined everything. We believed that the strongest Saiyan should be our king, and Frieza ruled over our king since he had the highest power level ever known, she said, feeling slightly unsettled by having everything she knew being challenged in the face of unknown knowledge. Well, I don't mean to offend or judge a system I know little about, Gohan lectured, but believing in such an idea as who is the strongest through who could lift the heaviest or blow up the most planets or whatnot is very narrow in its scope. For being a big, strong warrior won't do much if he or she couldn't hit opponents or didn't know proper energy management. There is far more to fighting than just how strong your muscles are or how much gravity you grew up in. Granted, it's a great advantage to have, as you Gine are definitely fast and strong in the gravity of this planet. But if you don't know how to block or plan or manage your movements, you can easily be defeated. Gine thought over what he said, things sort of clicking into place in her head. There were times she heard rumors of Saiyans being forced to retreat or eradicated by enemy fighters that were supposedly easy prey, yet somehow managed to hold out. At least until they brought enough reinforcements to overrun them or just blow their planets up. She guessed they had sort of the same idea as what Gohan was trying to show her, but in normal times those ideas would be brushed aside for going against common Saiyan dogma. She reluctantly nodded in agreement, finally seeing what he was trying to get at. Gine had to give pause though that he mentioned magical abilities. Did such things really exist on this planet? They had to. With a human like Gohan that could beat her, anything could be possible here on Earth. I guess we got too used to the idea that with enough strength you could beat anything, she said quietly. Well, that's also partially true, Gohan said, which caught Gine's attention. Gohan went on. You are indeed strong from the gravity you lived in, and you have knowledge of key attacks like the ones you did in our first fight. But you lack technique and discipline. If you mastered those things combined with your strength, you'd be almost unstoppable. He did have a point there too. If Saiyans fought the way Gohan did, they would have been a far more formidable force to contend with. But she didn't think if that would extend to her though. That thought made her look away from Gohan. I guess that would be true, she said, but I was never a true warrior. I was a weakling and a pacifist. I don't think I could fight like that. Gohan shook his head. Nonsense. I think you could. Gine looked at Gohan seriously. What makes you say that? I don't like to kill or cause pain and suffering. Who said anything about killing? Gohan scolded lightly. Just because you have a kind heart doesn't mean you are weak. If anything, it makes you stronger than you realize. You have a conscience and a desire to protect instead of destroying. Having those qualities can give a fighter incredible strength from within rather than just what your body could do or with selfish desires. And if you set your mind to being the best fighter you can be, anything is possible. You would never have to do any killing to do so. Gine looked at Gohan incredulously. Really? Of course. Anyone has the potential to be the greatest fighter of all, and they can be for forces of good. While true that you and your son come from a race of people that make humans look puny in comparison and conquered planets for a tyrant, but anyone who sets their minds to being the best can become the best through hard work, dedication, and a good heart. Gohan said passionately, that's the beauty of what it means to be a martial artist. To not be the best of others, but to be better than yourself. It all struck a chord with Gine. The idea that she wouldn't have to fight for bloodlust or conquest. That she could fight for the sake of fighting for good, or even for fun. That she could be the best she can be, and not just the bottom of the barrel. This was completely unheard of. Everyone has the potential to be great if they set their minds to it. Gine rolled those words around in her mind, trying to fully grasp what it meant. It almost sounded like something Bardock would say. How he tried to claw his way up the ranks through taking on the most dangerous missions he could land. That he tried to be something better than what he was born for. She loved Bardock for that kind of spirit, even though she didn't immediately agree it was true. She remembered how the caste system of Vegeta was set up. Those who were the strongest ruled, as King Vegeta did. But Bardock never fully believed that, as he had proven time and time again when he took on enemies meant for the elites and came out on top stronger for it. But he killed and caused a lot of destruction that she hated so much of. But Gine never believed that she could get stronger without such acts. Until she had just seen it now with Gohan, an elderly human on a pathetically weak planet that managed to take on a Saiyan. Living proof that being a killer was not the end-all be-all of fighting. Did she, and by extension all Saiyans who knew her, confuse her gentle nature for weakness? That the fighting spirit of Saiyans was just the combative urges they had and not the lust for killing? Did it mean she was meant for something better? That instead of bloodlust, she could fight for fun? To scratch her Saiyan itch while still being a good person? Could such a wonderful thing exist? All those questions circled in her head, and all of them answered with yes. It all sounded too good to be true, but it all made sense. I could get used to that idea. She said more to herself than Gohan. I'm glad you agree, Gohan said with a smile. When people set out to better themselves, the world is a great place. Gine looked back at Gohan, not with the distant look she had a moment ago. Can you teach me how I can be a good martial artist like you? Gohan chuckled. Of course, I'd be more than honored to teach you. You'd really do that? Gine said, amazed. Yep, I love teaching the art of fighting as much as I love making people's lives better. Gohan said truthfully. If you keep making more of those excellent dishes you cook, I just might teach you everything I know. She felt like she had just landed on the luckiest planet in the galaxy. A beautifully quaint home, a hidden safe haven for her baby boy far from Frisia, with the most generous host she could possibly imagine, helping her find a new purpose in her life. To top it all off, the food was to die for. There's no way all of this could be real. Gine walked up to Gohan and shook his hand with new vigor. It's a deal. A deal it is, Gohan repeated. Gine let go and backed up a bit. Well, if you feel up to it, why don't you start things off with telling me how I can protect myself from the moves you did to land me on the ground? She said enthusiastically. Gohan chuckled. Well, I'd rather show you the basics first, but I do feel like trial by error is as good a way to introduce you to this. So let's try again, shall we? Yes, let's, Gine said, already getting into a fighting stance. She had never felt more thrilled for sparring than she ever had in her life. Very well then. Gohan got into stance, a big grin on his face. Come at me when you are ready. You're on, Gine said as she charged him. Gohan and Gine fought long and hard. He'd take her down every time and explain what she did wrong and how she could correct it. Whenever she didn't understand what moves or ideas she'd have to employ, he would explain them to her, the concepts and how to do them. Every time she learned something, her fighting improved slowly but surely. She'd managed to land a few blows that would send him flying, but he was never hurt too badly, and continued on, happy with her progress. They fought long into the day as Kakarot sat and watched them go, captivated. His mother looked genuinely happy for the first time since they landed here, and whatever they were doing, it looked so fun. Without noticing it, Kakarot stood up and clumsily tried to mimic the fighting moves Grandpa Gohan and his mother were doing. Gine and Gohan took a break, letting him catch his breath. They looked over to Kakarot, seeing him trying to emulate their moves. I guess he would want to try martial arts too someday, Gohan said as he and Gine watched. She looked at her son with a swell of pride in her. He had some of Bardock's spirit in him, she could tell. Even if he had such a low power level, maybe it didn't mean anything. If he could be better than what destiny provided Bardock, then maybe Kakarot could too. She hoped he would. Over the course of the weeks and months that followed, their lives blended seamlessly together. Gine lived and trained with Gohan as his student while she cooked, helped with the upkeep and expansion of the hut to accommodate them all living together and raise Kakarot. All the while she managed to learn how to fight like Gohan, refining her style and acquiring some of his techniques. In no time, she managed to be a formidable challenge to Gohan and not him being a challenge to her. He could not even knock her down anymore, like he used to at the beginning. But he still sparred with her as she was quite fun, and he in turn expanded her horizons further with getting her into meditation exercises and managing her ki better. Through fighting for fun rather than survival, Gine found a release for her grief over her eldest son and Bardock. She still cried in the night or at random times when thoughts of them overtook her, but martial arts training has really provided an anchor in her life to ground herself back into reality and focus on the family she had now. Kakarot grew fast. Before Gine knew how much time had passed, he was walking, talking, and learning how to fight by watching them and practicing on his own during their early morning routines. Just barely older than 1 year, and he was already wanting to join his mother and adoptive grandfather in their sparring sessions. They agreed to go easy on him at first and teach him the basics, but he learned fast. Before they knew it, they were having three-way battle royals and one-on-one fights with him. Kakarot was still weaker than them, but his strength grew fast enough that they could throw actual punches at him. Gohan even gave him his magic red pole. He had to provide a better challenge for the fights, and as a gift to him as it once was to Gohan from his old master. Gohan never mentioned the possibility of them leaving, and neither did Gine, even though she had managed to get mostly oriented to life on Earth. Having spent enough time living and training together, they didn't want to break the arrangement that grew from Gine and Kakarot's integration into Gohan's life. He enjoyed teaching Gine the arts of fighting, for it was like teaching the old ways to someone who only knew modern things from another world. He also enjoyed their company, even if he did miss the isolation of the hermit life. Gine paid back the teachings he gave her with stories of the world she came from and had seen, being the best sparring partner he ever had, and the excellent food she made. Neither of them wanted to break that unspoken deal. So, They both silently agreed to themselves and each other that they would never bring that up as long as the other didn't. Winter arrived, and Gine had never been so in love with a planet seasons before. Seeing the landscape of Pozo blanketed in white powdery snow, feeling the icy cold temperatures, she found it to be soul-cleansing in contrast to the scorching heat of planet Vegeta, and hearing the silence that snowfall brought made the home she lived in seem magical. She really did feel blessed to have found this place. By then, Gohan had taught her how to knit and sew, so she made her own clothes to wear when it got too cold to wear just her armor. After enough practice and pricking her fingers, Gine had made a fighting dress that was dark green with an ankle-length skirt, purple long sleeves, and blue boots that Gohan bought her to go with it. Fitting it on, she felt like she was now one of the Earthlings, indiscernible from other human women except for her tail, which she wrapped around the sash at her waist. And with that, she put away her armor, feeling at long last she can put her old life behind her. On this particular day, Gine was busy teaching Kakarot how to read. He was making slow progress, even though Gohan said that human children are much older by the time they get to this stage in development, so Kakarot had that head start going for him. TTH the boy. Kakarot struggled to make out the words in the children's book his mother was making him read. T3UTH. Go on, you got it. Gine encouraged him, sitting by his side. He was still trying to pronounce his R's, but she let it slide this time. Although he was slow to learn by Saiyan standards, at least he was not having as much trouble as he was with arithmetic. TH. Through the red. He paused as he tried to figure out the last word. Ball to H is pa? Papa. Good job, sweetie. Gine clapped for him. Kakarot closed the little book in a hurry. Can I go play now, Mama? Yes, you may. Gine answered, glad he asked this time instead of just taking off. He clumsily got up and ran to the door. Gine followed him. Don't forget your coat, she yelled out to him. They played out in the snow for the rest of the day, with Gohan showing Kakarot and Gine the wonders of snowball fighting and snow sculptures. They laughed hard at the silly things they drew in the snow, and they laughed even harder at how competitive the snowball fight got before it devolved into an all-out brawl between the three of them. It was the most relaxing fun Gine ever had, made more so that Kakarot was involved too. With his insane amount of energy, Kakarot single-handedly fought and beat his mother in the snowball fight and proceeded to chase critters in the snow, trying to catch them. He still had the random urges to hurt them, but Gine was always there to reprimand him. His programming ran deep, but he did indeed have his mother's gentle nature, so she made sure to drill into him that causing unnecessary harm was wrong. She hoped after a while of enough times reminding him of these lessons, the mental imprinting done to him could be undone. He'll still crave for battle, but she hoped it will be for sport or self-preservation. By nightfall, they feasted on mountain lion that Gine killed and smoked herself, making a nice warm meal to ward off the cold and replenish their strength after such a brutal play battle in the cold. Later, Gine tucked her stuffed and sleepy son into bed while she stayed up, looking at the snow and stars by the fireside while her mind wandered. A crescent moon was out tonight, so she didn't have to wear her shades, and it lit up the landscape by making the snow sparkle, rendering it indistinguishable from the twinkling starlight up above. Gine didn't think she'll ever get used to the unparalleled beauty of this world. Mama, she heard Kakarot say, still drowsy. Yes, sweetie. Gine looked at her son, who was yawning but looking at her intently. Do I have a papa? He asked. Gine's breath caught in her throat. She knew that this question would come eventually, but didn't think it would be so soon. Then she remembered the children's book Kakarot tried to read today. It did contain a story about a mother and father, and figured that's where he got the idea from. You did have a papa, sweetie. Kakarot looked at nothing, thinking over what she said. Where is he? He asked in his gentle voice. Gine didn't know how to explain the concept of death to her son. He was almost 2 years old, and by what Gohan said, he already had the cognitive capabilities of 7-year-old human children. But Gohan said that explaining something that meant was gone permanently was something people should learn later on in life, as humans were a little more adverse to talking about death among other taboo things. Gine considered this, but Kakarot was a Saiyan and was meant to know death by now as any other would. At least he may have gotten the grasp of the danger of it through him fighting with them, and he deserved to know his history. He's dead, said Gine. It's about as plain and simple as she could put it. Kakarot digested what she said, thinking about what that word meant. Then, what does dead mean? Probably should have used the word gone, she thought. Too late to undo what she said, so Gine tried to explain it as easily as she could. It means gone, as in like, you fall asleep and never wake up, she said carefully. Kakarot looked at himself in bed, then looked back at her, and back at himself in bed. Am I going to be dead if I fall asleep? No, no, you will absolutely not, Gine said adamantly. She really should have worded that better. What I meant was dead means. She tried to think of another way of putting it, but it was too tiring on her mind, and it brought up the uncomfortable memory of Bardock and Raditz. Let's talk about that later, she said finally, hoping to bring that subject to an end. Kakarot looked confused, but he appeared to have let go of pursuing the topic, not wanting to upset his mother when he could sense when she wasn't unhappy. He lay back down and started to doze off again, but then let out another question. What was he like? Gine looked at Kakarot and back out to the night sky, almost as if looking for planet Vegeta again. Words like brave, harsh, competitive, and determined entered her mind. He was the kind of Saiyan that charged into a fight no matter how difficult and fought with his teammates like they were family. He considered them more family than even her and Raditz sometimes, as they were far weaker than him, but he still cared about them to a small degree, but leagues beyond what most Saiyans ever would. But aside from all that, he had something in him that drove him to be better than himself and others, that gave him the strength to rise above his caste. The thing that really drove her to him. He was strong, Gine said. She then turned toward Kakarot in bed and brushed her hands through his hair. And he looked exactly like you, she added quietly as she thought of how eerily similar the two looked alike. Kakarot stirred as his mother petted his scalp. Was he stronger than you and GW Grandpa? He asked. Gine chuckled. Yes, even stronger than me and Grandpa. Kakarot momentarily looked up at her in awe. Wow. Then sleep began to take over him again, and he was rapidly drifting away. Will I be as strong as? Kakarot tried to murmur in his dozing off, but he was snoring soundly before he could finish his sentence. Gine looked at her son, knowing how he was going to finish that sentence. Sweetie, you'll be even stronger, she whispered, never more certain of anything she ever knew. Somehow Bardock saw something in Kakarot, and she saw it too now. He will be something special someday. And so, the winters went by as the three of them lived together in perfect harmony. Through training and living the simple homestead life, Gine had found a place of belonging beyond what she ever imagined. They were far enough away that Frisia would never look for them, and Kakarot would grow up to know a peace that she never did. For that, she was eternally grateful to Gohan, and she even adopted his surname, Son, to signify that they had become their own little family. That, and in case anyone asked who they were on her rare visits to the village, Gohan went to every now and then. Her grief never left her, but the pain grew duller and more manageable over the years. The past receded further as she focused her energies on the family she had here and now. Gine's dream of living a life of peace with her son had come true, and she was finally happy. But as she would come to learn, peace and quiet never last forever. Chapter 3: Legend of the Dragon Balls. Gine was working the garden when Kakarot came running past her. All right, Mom. Just finished chopping the wood. I'm gonna go get us some lunch, he called out as he ran towards the woods. Be sure to get fish this time, Gine yelled back. Kakarot waved in acknowledgement as he disappeared toward the river. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and got into stance. But Gine already knew. She kept pulling the freshly grown rhubarb out as she heard commotion behind her as Gohan attacked Kakarot, and paid no mind to it. It was part of Kakarot's training and had become a little game between them to see who could keep up their guard the best. After a slight scuffle, they stopped. Not bad, my boy, said Gohan as he emerged from the woods as well. Huh, nice try yourself, Grandpa, Kakarot countered slyly. Well, I'll get you next time. No matter how slight or relaxed you may be, always keep your guard up, Gohan appraised. If there'll be a next time, Kakarot quipped before running off into the woods. See you later, gotta get some fish. Gohan watched where Kakarot took off into the thick brush of the trees and chuckled. The boy was indeed improving his defensive skills, and now he wasn't able to surprise him out of the woods like he used to. Kakarot was a fast learner. He picked up the large basket of potatoes he hid while planning to jump his adopted grandson and headed towards the house. Gine sighed in contentment as she took a break from pulling the rhubarb. She leaned back off her knees and sat on the grass, placing her hands behind her so she could look up into the blue sky. She closed her eyes and took a deep, relaxing breath, enjoying the scent of a pleasantly warm spring day. It was difficult for her to believe that 11 years had already passed since she and her son had arrived on Earth. The ethereal-like peace of mountain life had made time slip by so fast for Gine, enjoying every beautiful season and losing herself in the upkeep of their home while she watched Kakarot grow. She herself was pushing 36 Earth years now, but Gine looked barely a day older than when she landed here. Only her eyes showed any progression of her age, for they held the looks of a mature woman who had long since made peace with distant pains, but weary from the still lingering shadow of her old life, and garnered wisdom from years of living off the land. She sighed again after her short break and was about to continue harvesting when Gohan came up behind her. "What's with all the sighing?" he teased. "Oh, nothing," Gine said fondly. "Just enjoying this gorgeously fine day." Gohan's face crinkled into a wide smile. "A gorgeous day it is, indeed." He then looked curious again. "Though I sense there's more beyond that, since I noticed that you do this kind of thing whenever Kakarot goes off hunting or fishing." He always had a way of knowing things, Gine thought. She sighed yet again, almost in acknowledgement to Gohan's observations. "Well, in a way, I'm glad to have some alone time from him. Don't get me wrong, he's the greatest thing to have ever happened to me aside from making a life here, and I love having him here. But he's grown up so much that he's reached a point where he's trying on a mother's nerves, I guess." "I see," Gohan said. "He's been here his whole life, and you're starting to grow a little weary of his company." That was putting it bluntly, but Gine figured that her straightforwardness had rubbed off on Gohan over the years. "Basically," she said, leaning back and sitting on the ground again, facing Gohan. "He's a very fine young man, but you know how energetic he can be." "That is very true," Gohan acknowledged. He set the basket down and sat down with her too. "He's getting very restless, I'd say. He ought to get out more often to burn off some of that energy of his." "That may very well be. Back on Vegeta, he'd be out on his own by now," Gine said. She pulled off her gardening gloves to sit in the grass more comfortably. "But didn't you say he's years away from becoming an adult?" Gohan asked. "Technically, yes," she elaborated. "Though he is not yet at an age to find a mate, he's old enough to be surviving on his own. Saiyans usually part from their families to become independent before they reach puberty." Gohan nodded. "Us humans usually rear children until they reach the age they seek mates. But I guess the need for self-reliance is stronger in Saiyans." "That's very true," Gine agreed, for it tied very closely for their desire for strength. "Then I'll see if I can persuade Kakarot to get out more often. Perhaps he can join me during another one of my trips to the village," Gohan offered. "It sounds like a good idea," Gine said, but she knew even then that it wouldn't be enough. He'd been there once or twice before. He needed to venture out of his comfort zone to truly grow someday, but she didn't know exactly how. This was something they've hardly discussed before, though, as it almost bordered on the silent agreement that neither of them should bring up one of them leaving. Gohan had let them integrate into his life, but he had every right to say they should leave. Yet he didn't, and she didn't think he would. But who was she to judge what he thinks? Gohan sensed her hesitation, almost as if he knew what she was thinking. Then Gine spoke before they could think further about that untouchable topic. "And I've already decided that I won't force Kakarot away if he doesn't want to. But by the time he reaches his adult growth spurt, I'll make him leave whether he wants to or not," she said, then added, "for his sake, and for the sake of our sanities." Gohan chuckled in agreement. "I suppose so." Gine sat there in silence. She meant what she said. Knowing Saiyan instincts, by the time they become teenagers to young adults, and if they have been cooped up for too long, Kakarot will get wildly more antsy, maybe even violent. Saiyans by then will also need to seek out a mate, or else they'll become hostile. So, She resolved to kick him out before puberty would take full effect of her son. Her thoughts drifted back to the agreement, realizing what she just said almost echoed the idea of Gohan forcing them to leave after a certain time. She momentarily worried if she violated the agreement or if it was just her nerves. The wind shifted. Then, Gine froze. Gohan noticed her change in stature and alertness. She stood up, her hyper-tuned senses picking up a strange sound coming from the direction of the road. Someone's coming, Gine said. Oh, Gohan tensed too. No one had ever willingly come this far out here before. Whoever it was, they must be either really lost or… Gine suddenly took off toward the source of the approaching sound, their conversation already forgotten. As she walked faster and faster towards the road, she heard a shriek. Then it sounded like Kakarot was shouting. Gine's heart instantly doubled its pace in worry as she used her incredible speed to get to the commotion. After rounding the hut, she saw the source of the clamor. Kakarot was staring down a type of vehicle that had been flipped on its side. Gine remembered that it was called a car from what Gohan had told her about the types of transportation on this planet. That was for trying to sneak up on me and steal my fish, Kakarot yelled. A giant blue tuna lay on the ground nearby. At least he caught what he was told. Come on out and fight me, you monster. He yelled at the car, his power pole out, and he posed ready for a fight. It occurred to Gine that her son had never seen a car before. Before she could call out to him, a wild-eyed human girl popped out from the side of the vehicle. She had blue hair and looked not much older than Kakarot. Huh? A human girl? Kakarot said in confusion. He relaxed his stance and looked at her in confusion. Get away from me, the girl suddenly yelled, pulling out a handgun and fired at Kakarot. He recoiled as the projectiles struck his head. Kakarot, Gine screamed. Her maternal instincts in full swing, she rushed toward her son. When she reached him, she instinctively shielded him from the girl in case she fired at him more, but saw that he was fine. Ow! Holy cow! What was that? He groaned, rubbing his head from where the ballistic projectile struck him. Her worry was quickly replaced with anger as she turned towards the girl in the car. Why did you shoot my son? Gine demanded. The girl didn't respond. Her eyes were the size of dinner plates. Gine figured she was in shock by how a woman could appear out of nowhere. And this made Gine angrier, and the last thing anyone should do was make an already pissed-off mother defending her child even more pissed. Faster than the girl could see, Gine punched through the side of the car with one hand like it was made of papier-mâché and snatched up the girl by the front of the pink dress she was wearing. The girl yelped in alarm, then tried to bring the gun to Gine's face, but she swiped it out of the girl's hand with her free hand, crushing it in her grasp without noticing it. Why did you shoot him? Gine yelled in her face. The poor girl was frozen in terror, utterly speechless as her mouth was agape at seeing her handgun taken and crushed. Gine almost felt sorry for her, and feeling slightly bad for causing such duress to her, but she did attack them first. Having enough of this girl trembling and not getting any answers, Gine moved her free arm as if she was going to strike her, hoping to get her to react. The girl then threw her hands up. Wait, please. I am sorry. Please don't hurt me. I didn't mean you any harm. Gine stopped, glad her little bluff worked. She let go of the blue-haired girl, who stood there with her hands up in surrender. Well, if you don't mean any harm, then why did you shoot my son? She repeated her question. Speaking of which, Kakarot was on his feet again, by her side with his power pole out and ready. Yeah, what was all that for? Kakarot demanded. The girl went even more bug-eyed. You should be dead, kid, she said bewildered. What in the blazes is going on out here? Gohan yelled as he rounded the corner of the hut. Oh, he said with some curious interest when he spotted the girl. Well, he's not. So why did you attack him? Gine repeated impatiently to the girl. The girl looked between her and Kakarot, still shaking the bewilderment from seeing the kid still standing from being shot in the head. Coming to her senses, she said, "It was an accident. He flipped over my car. I thought he was going to attack me." You hit me with that thing, Kakarot accused, pointing towards her flipped car. You came out of nowhere. The girl yelled back defensively. Kakarot yelled, I thought you were trying to steal my dash. Enough, Gine shouted to both of them, trying to quell the argument. When they both quieted down, she turned to Kakarot. Kakarot, say you're sorry for flipping this girl's car over and frightening her. She told her son. Kakarot looked at her in confusion, and she looked back at him sternly. Knowing not to question his mother, he bowed towards the girl. I am sorry, he said, not really meaning it. Then Gine turned to the girl. And you, apologize for attacking my son. The girl looked indignant, but by this point knew better than to go against someone who looked like she could literally break her. I'm sorry too, she said placatingly. Gine softened a bit. She still didn't trust her, but also realized that she was just a weak human girl and is of no threat to them. And I am sorry too. Kakarot here is a very nice young man, but forgets his manners sometimes. The girl looked at her incredulously, then back at Kakarot. Yeah, sure. No problem. Now with that out of the way, she decided to get further into what all this was about. Gine turned to the girl. Now then, why don't you tell me who you are and why you are here? She ordered. The girl straightened, feeling slightly better with her, but still apprehensive. Well, my name is Bulma. Gine then extended her hand. My name is Gine. She introduced herself. Bulma reluctantly shook her hand. Then Gine pointed towards Kakarot. And my son, Kakarot, you know already. She said. Kakarot waved sheepishly. Yeah, no kidding. Bulma humorlessly joked. Then Gine asked the next obvious question. So, why is someone like you way out here, Bulma? Bulma answered without skipping a beat. I'm actually here looking for the Dragon Balls. The what? Gine asked. Bulma dropped her backpack and reached in. These, she said, pulling out 2 small orange orbs. Gine and Kakarot looked at them, then gasped in amazement. Hey, we have one just like those, Kakarot said. Really? Bulma asked excitedly. Yeah, we do, Gine answered, feeling curious. She never knew more of these orbs existed, let alone what they were called. Come to think of it, neither did Gohan when she asked him once what it was. But he said he didn't know and guessed it was some trinket someone dropped. He found it laying in the middle of the forest one day long ago and took it home with him. Bulma seemed to sense that Kakarot and Gine didn't know the importance of these things, and they had it. Can I see it? She asked them, sounding more mischievous this time. Gine was hesitant, but Kakarot spoke up for her. Sure, he said warmly, already forgetting the tiff from earlier. It's up at our place. He pointed toward the hut and Gohan. That's my grandpa, by the way, Kakarot added. Oh, cool. Hello. Bulma waved at the old man, and he waved back, smiling warmly. Why don't you come on in? We were going to have lunch anyways, so you can tell us about these Dragon Balls, Kakarot offered. Bulma looked like she couldn't believe her luck. Sure, lunch sounds good, she said enthusiastically. But Kakarot Gine started, but he had already grabbed the big fish he caught, and they were all heading towards the hut. Gine sighed in frustration. She really had to pound in his manners better if was inviting a stranger into their home without their permission, not to mention someone they didn't fully trust. Gine followed a bit further behind as they headed up towards the hut. She couldn't tell but felt something gnawing on her, wondering if it was still her nerves or something else about this girl. She cleaned and cooked the giant fish Kakarot caught while Bulma chatted away with Gohan and Kakarot. She was feeling rather unsettled, since this was the first time they've ever had a visitor in their home. Gine had seen other humans before during the trips to the village, but had always kept as low a profile as she could, for she didn't want attention drawn to her. Too used to the hermit life and not wanting people to know they were not from this world. That and this Bulma gave off an air of having an ulterior motive for being here, since no one came this far out into the wilderness on purpose besides them. So Gine kept constantly glancing over her shoulder towards Bulma as she cooked. When lunch was ready, Gine set the fish plates down on the table just as she was catching what Bulma was saying. Kakarot busied himself between eating the fish and listening to Bulma's story. And when you gather all 7 of them, a magical dragon is supposed to appear and grant you one wish. Is that so? Gohan asked, fascinated by the tale, while Kakarot was far more enthralled. The other 2 Dragon Balls she had were on the table to show to Gohan. Yep, Bulma said with absolute certainty. And what will you wish for if the dragon did appear? Gohan asked, and Bulma smiled. A lifetime supply of strawberries. She beamed. The three of them just stared. Oh wow, you must really like strawberries, I guess. Gohan said nonplussed. Nothing better. Bulma said, they are my favorite food. It's always so difficult to get fresh strawberries in the city. They are all aged and sour without having to travel to the farmlands and pay so much for them. And there is just nothing better than the sweet taste of a freshly plucked homegrown strawberry. Well, I'll have to agree with you on that. Gohan chuckled before sipping his tea. Gine didn't believe her. There was no way that was true, even if there was such thing as a wish-granting dragon. Why would someone waste such a power on growing something so simple? But Bulma didn't seem to be lying. So what could it be? Gohan looked over at Gine and noticed her apprehension, so he smiled reassuringly. Gine wanted to protest, but relented, for she knew that if Gohan didn't feel concerned or believed something he was told, then so could she. But still. And if we give you our Dragon Ball, what would be our cut? A shipment of strawberries every year? Gohan asked. Naturally, Bulma chuckled back. Gine rolled her eyes, for the wish was not a lie, but just flippant. Bulma didn't really believe in the legend. She was just a spoiled city girl out looking for a little fun, so her coming here was just basically a scavenger hunt for jewels. She was now slightly embarrassed by being so suspicious of this girl that they practically manhandled for bumping into Kakarot. She was no threat at all. So, she felt herself ease up a bit. Very well, then, I guess you could have it, Gohan said. He got up and picked up their Dragon Ball from its velvet resting place on the shelf. I see no reason why you can't, as there seems to be more like these, he said as Bulma took it into her hands gleefully. I have one condition though, Gohan said. And what would that be? Bulma looked at him suspiciously, like she wasn't going to agree with just about anything for the 4-star ball. If the legend turns out to be true and the dragon does appear to grant you a wish, just come back so you can tell me about it. You got a deal, Mr. Gohan, Bulma said excitedly as she and Gohan shook on it. Gine didn't say anything. She didn't believe in the legend Bulma was telling. This was just some city girl out on what she thinks is an adventure. Judging from the way she was dressed, she seemed poorly prepared to find those, whatever they were called, here in the mountains. And if she didn't have any other kind of weapons beside the gun Gine crushed, Bulma would likely get killed by a cougar or bear by nightfall if she went off on her own. She was contemplating giving this little lady some advice when she noticed how Kakarot was listening very closely to every word Bulma said. Then, an idea popped into her head. Why don't you take Kakarot with you? Gine said without realizing it. They all looked at her, surprised at her proposal. He knows the woods and the mountains better than anybody. He'll help you find the… What were they called again? She asked. Dragon Balls, Bulma answered. Right, Dragon Balls. He can help you find them in no time if they are around here. Bulma looked to Kakarot, then back at Gine. Well, maybe, but I don't think they'll all be out here. The two I found were several hundred miles apart, including the one you have. Gine thought this new information over, but regardless of if she needed him or not, she wanted to stick to her idea that her gut was telling her to do. Either way, you should take him with you. No offense, but you don't seem well prepared for an adventure. Are you kidding me? Bulma yelled indignantly. I have a gun and capsules for your information. And yet Kakarot was able to disarm you. Gine pointed out, this girl had a very poor understanding of how dangerous the wilderness was. But he could be your bodyguard in case you ran into trouble. And besides, he needs to go out there and see a bit of the world. Kakarot looked at his mom, confused. I do. Bulma looked at his mom. He hasn't been out much? No, he's been here all his life. I do think a little adventure would do him nicely, Gine said. Bulma looked to Kakarot, seeking to know if it was true. Is that true? You've never been anywhere? Yep, lived here my whole life, Kakarot answered. Bulma looked to Gine and back at Kakarot. Sure, why not? I could use a little extra protection and some company, and I'd be happy to show him the sights. The sights? Kakarot asked, his curiosity piqued. Yep, there are all kinds of cool things to see in the world. Get to see the big cities, cross the deserts, and even see the ocean, Bulma said. Really? Kakarot said, astonishment in his voice. That's right. Gohan added. You can go see all the faraway places you read about in your books and learn all about what life outside the mountains is like. You might even learn something new about fighting out there too. Kakarote's eyes lit up with a wonderment that Gine had never seen from him before. Oh wow, he exclaimed and turned to his mom. Can I really go with Bulma, Mom? Please. Gine sighed in embarrassment and relief. I just told her to take you with her, sweetie. Of course you can go. All right. Kakarote jumped in joy, unable to contain his excitement. Then we have no time to lose. Grab your stuff and let's get going, Bulma declared. Kakarote hastily finished his lunch and grabbed his power pole. Bulma opened a capsule on the ground outside that made a motorcycle pop into existence. Kakarote was ready to leave, but stopped. How long will I be gone? He asked them in general. Bulma thought for a moment and said, Not sure, however long it takes to find the Dragon Balls, I guess. Kakarote looked to his mom for her input. I'm fine with that, just remember to not be gone for too long, Gine said. Okay, he said and ran up to his mother and gave her and Grandpa Gohan a hug. I'll be back soon, he yelled as he jumped on the motorcycle behind Bulma and rode off. He waved back at them. Bye, they all said to each other. Gine watched them go until they were out of view. Finally, some alone time for once, she thought. But she couldn't help but have mixed feelings about this. Gine was beyond excited that her son can have an opportunity to see some more of the world, but this was the first time he had ever ventured out on his own without her guidance. He needed this. But he'll be fine, Gohan said, breaking her train of thought, almost as if he knew what she was thinking. Yeah, I'm sure he will, she said uncertainly. An empty nest was easier on the child than the mother. Gine was learning that later in the evening as she paced back and forth in the hut restlessly. What if he gets hurt? She said, biting her knuckles. Her mind was in a whirlwind of worry. She had been thinking about nothing but what could happen to Kakarote out there all by himself. As I said, he'll be fine. He's a strong lad. You're just worrying too much, Gohan said placatingly. He seemed more concerned about Gine giving herself a panic attack than Kakarote's safety. Or what if he hurts someone? Like, what if he looks at the moon by accident? She lets out the worst of her worries. I don't think that would happen. We've made sure of that. And he's never transformed since you came here, Gohan reminded her. But what if he forgets himself? Gine said, not listening. He forgets things sometimes. And what if he forgets it's a full moon out and he does hurt someone? So what if he does? Gohan said abruptly. Gine stopped pacing and stared at him, her mouth agape. That got her attention finally. His face softened. You said so yourself that Kakarote needs to do things on his own, right? Well, that includes his responsibility to not hurt others. You can't nurture him forever. This is something that he needs to do. You've pounded that lesson into him his whole life, and he's turned out rather well. So, I think it's reasonable enough to assume he will be okay, Gohan assured her. Gine stood there silently, trying to think of a rebuke to prove Gohan wrong, that he should be as worried as she was. But she couldn't. I guess you're right, she said reluctantly, but it didn't do much to assuage her fears. Gohan walked over to her and gently placed his hands on her arms. I understand your fears, Gine. No amount of reassurances can make a parent stop worrying about their child, but in order to fly, the mother bird needs to trust her chicks that they are ready. This is as much of a test of growth for you as it is for Kakarote. You just need to trust him. Gine knew he was right, like always. She needed to trust her son to do the right thing. She made it her life's purpose to raise him properly, to be a good man of his own someday rather than just another battle-crazy Saiyan. And to do that would mean to do things the way humans did. All of this something no Saiyan mother has ever tried before. And he can't put all what she taught him to use if he remained cooped up here. Plus, she did say so herself that she wanted him to leave eventually. Well, she got what she wanted in the form of Bulma coming along. Though now she was wondering if she had been too hasty in wanting that. But as Gohan would say, the beauty of life was in the unexpected. Gine let out a shaky breath she didn't realize she was holding. Okay. Gohan gave her a reassuring hug. Don't worry, my dear. He'll be fine. It won't do you much good to stress yourself out. She snorted sardonically. Well, I am his mother. It's my job to worry about him. Hey. Well, that's true, I'll admit. Gohan chuckled. Weeks later, Gine was outside the hut hanging up some laundry to dry, humming to herself. As she finished smoothing out the cresses on some sheets, she stopped humming. There was another sound. Another kind of humming she could hear, a strange put-put noise from the sky. Gine looked high up to see a yellow streak heading straight towards her. She tensed, not sure at what she was seeing should make her feel threatened. The yellow streak arced sideways. It was a puffy yellow cloud leaving a contrail in its wake, humming along like it was a motorized contraption. On the cloud was a dot, and as the cloud got closer, that dot grew to resemble that of a little boy on it. "Hey Mom," the boy called out from the cloud. She immediately knew. "Cockroach," Gine cried out with joy. Her son leapt from the cloud as it flew over them. She held out her arms to catch him, and he effortlessly landed in them. "I missed you, Mom." Cockroach laughed and squealed in delight in her embrace. Gine hugged him tightly as tears of joy threatened to fall. "I missed you too, sweetheart," she said, her voice slightly cracking. All the worry she had suppressed during his time away suddenly vanished, replaced with sheer jubilation now that he had returned alive and well. "Grandpa," Cockroach called out as Gohan came running toward them. "Dear boy, you're back," he said joyously. The three of them ended up in a large embrace as Gohan and Gine took in how much they missed him. "So, how was your journey?" Gohan asked, as he released his embrace of Cockroach while Gine still kept a hand on his shoulder as if afraid of letting go of him. "It was amazing, Grandpa. We got to hunt for the Dragon Balls, fight some rabbit mobsters, put out a fire dash." As Cockroach recounted his sojourn rapid fire, his stomach growled angrily. Gine laughed, knowing how important that sound was. "Let's have some lunch first, then you can tell us all about it," Gine offered brightly. "Yeah." Cockroach didn't need to be told twice. After Gine cooked up a quick lunch, Cockroach recounted the adventure he had in a jumble of names and places that Gine couldn't follow fast enough. But a couple names stood out. "Ah, you met Ox King?" Gohan asked Cockroach. "I sure did. Is it true that you and he trained together under Master Roshi?" "That we did. That was decades ago, though," Gohan said wistfully. "So how is he doing nowadays?" Cockroach paused to catch his breath from eating, then spoke. "He used to be a warlord, but stopped when Master Roshi told him to. He now had a daughter and an entire mountain kingdom where he kept all his treasure. It caught fire, and we tried to put it out, but Roshi saved their castle from the fire by doing a special attack that Roshi called the Kamehameha Wave." "The Kamehameha what?" Gine asks. "The Kamehameha Wave," Cockroach clarified. "It's a sort of technique where you could channel your energy into a beam that can obliterate any obstacle you want it to. He put out the fire but destroyed the castle, but it worked. It was really cool, and even I got to try it after watching him do it the first time." "You tried it?" Gohan asked, amazed. "Yep," Cockroach said. Gine was intrigued by how surprised Gohan was when Cockroach mentioned that. "You mean, you really successfully performed the Kamehameha?" Gohan asked again, as if in doubt. "Yeah," Cockroach said simply. "Though mine are nowhere near as strong as Master Roshi's, but I think I can be as strong as him someday if I practice more." Gohan looked flabbergasted, like what he just heard was almost too good to be true, but Cockroach was not one to tell a lie. "It took my master 50 years to master the Kamehameha Wave, and you're saying you learned it on your first try?" "I can show you later if you like," Cockroach offered, as if taking it up as a challenge. Gohan smiled and said genuinely, "Now that, dear boy, I would definitely love to see." "Cool. Finally, I get to teach you guys something for once," he said excitedly. This made Gohan chuckle and shake his head in happy amazement. Gine wondered what it was about this technique that had got his attention the way it did, but she hoped she could learn what this was too if it made Gohan jittery, and felt a swell of pride for her boy for mastering something so quickly from what Gohan had told her was the greatest martial arts master on the planet. And now he was going to teach them how he did it. Cockroach was truly full of surprises. She then decided to ask, "Cockroach, what was that strange thing you were riding on the way here?" "It was the flying Nimbus," he answered quickly. "It's a magic cloud that can take you anywhere you want to go as long as you were of pure heart." "Pure of heart, huh?" Gine said. "Yep, so far only I and the Ox King's daughter, Chi-Chi, could ride it." Everyone couldn't sit in it and just fell through it. Gine was fascinated by this, and a part of her felt suddenly warm and happy at the notion that Kakarot was such an innocent enough soul to be considered pure. She couldn't agree more that her boy was really something special. Maybe she did a good enough job raising him after all. Oh, and by the way, Mom, the Ox King is single, Kakarot said nonchalantly. At first, she didn't know what he meant, but when it sunk in, Jine's cheeks turned into several shades of red. Gohan was on the verge of laughing. Gine fidgeted with her tea, trying to ignore the uncomfortable silence from Kakarot, as if he was waiting for her to respond. That's good to know, she said tightly and refused to say anything more about it. Well, almost did a good job at raising him, she thought. Gohan couldn't stop grinning but decided to bail Gine out and change the subject. Where did you get the Nimbus from? Asked Gohan. It was a gift from Master Roshi, Kakarot said. He's still keeping it real, eh? Gohan beamed in nostalgia. He's incredibly strong and brilliant. And he said I can train with him if I want to. Kakarot beamed. Gohan looked very pleased. That's very great news, Kakarot. Roshi is very selective of the students he would take in, so you must have made quite a first impression on him. Oh yeah, we did all right, Kakarot answered without explaining. Gine wondered what more there was to how that happened. Before she could ask, Gohan asked, was the legend true? Said Kakarot. Did a magic dragon appear after you gathered the Dragon Balls? Gohan clarified. Oh, yes it did, Kakarot replied. It granted a wish after it was summoned. Gine was surprised, as was Gohan. It was fantastical tale when they heard it, and neither of them fully believed it. But for all of Kakarot's faults, he was honest to a fault. And if he said it happened, apparently, Bulma wasn't lying after all. Amazing. Well, what did you wish for, dear boy? Gohan asked in astonishment. Panties, Kakarot answered simply. Gine almost choked on her tea, and Gohan looked in horror. What? Was all he could say. Oolong, the shape-shifting talking pig I told you about earlier, he wished for some panties. Kakarot clarified. It didn't reduce the shock, though. Gohan shook his head. Oh dear, sounds like something Master Roshi would do. Gine looked horrified too, not wanting to dare ask what else Roshi would do. Was he supposed to be a martial arts master or some kind of pervert? Or even both? And Kakarot was going to train with him? But another thought entered her mind. The Dragon Balls really did grant wishes? It repeated again, that idea she couldn't get out of her mind. It saved the world, though, Kakarot replied, breaking Gine's train of thought. She and Gohan looked at him questioningly. We weren't the only ones looking for the Dragon Balls. There was this little evil guy named Pilaf who wanted to gather the Dragon Balls and wish himself to be the emperor of the world. Oolong used the wish before he could, so he saved the world, Kakarot said. Gine and Gohan were dumbstruck. This was a really strange tale from Kakarot. But if a magic wish-granting dragon was real, then who knew what else was possible? But what was even more amazing was that Kakarot had somehow helped save the world. And if what her son said was true, then Gine was beyond glad that Kakarot ventured out into the world when he did. Or else they'd all be slaves to some distant tyrant, something that hit a little too close to home for her. Gohan was right. The beauty of life truly was in the unexpected. Another question came to her mind. But what happened to the Dragon Balls? What's stopping this Pilaf from wishing again to rule the world? She asked. Kakarot didn't waste a breath. After Oolong made his wish, the Dragon Balls flew up into the sky and scattered away on their own. Bulma said that they scatter randomly across the whole planet, and they turn to stone for a whole year before they can be found again. The details just got weirder, but at least that answered her question. So, you'll search for them all over again? Gohan asked. Kakarot looked to him. Yep, we'll go look for them again someday and make a better wish next time. Strange indeed. Well, strange, but it worked. In either case, I'm glad you helped save the world, dear, Gine said. She didn't expect to say those words over this particular lunch or contemplate that the world was in such danger while she was going about her day. But she was glad, if not overjoyed nonetheless, that her little boy, a Saiyan outcast from where he came from, had saved an entire planet from subjugation. It definitely put to rest any misgivings about her upbringing of him, manners and social skills aside. I'm glad to, Kakarot said, as he continued to munch on his food. As Gine watched, she noticed something she had missed before, then jumped to his side in horror. Where's your tail? Gine demanded. She flipped Kakarot over, surprising him. She inspected her son's lower back, and sure enough, there was a scabbed-over stub where his tail ought to have been. Well, Kakarot said hesitantly. It was cut off. What? What? Gine demanded. She looked intensely at Kakarot, waiting for his answer. He looked at his feet, ashamed. We were held prisoner by Pilaf in his castle. There was no other way to escape. So, he paused, trying to get the word out under the accusing stare of his mother. So, I had to look at the full moon, he admitted. Gine took in a sharp breath. She was terrified something like this would happen. But Kakarot continued. I went Owozaru so I could get strong enough to help us escape. I did break us out, but I got too out of control, they said. So, they cut my tail off before I could hurt anyone. Gine sat there in silence, feeling a surge of horror that her son was kept imprisoned and enraged at this Pilaf. If she ever set eyes on whoever he was, she would not hesitate to vaporize him on the spot for harming her son. I am sorry, Mom. I know you said I should never ever look at the moon, but there was no other way out of there, and my friends were in trouble. I had to. Kakarot finished, his voice choking and on the verge of tears. Realizing the truth, Gine hugged her son tightly. It's okay, sweetheart. She shoo-shed him before he could start crying. I'm not mad. In fact, I'm actually very proud of you, Gine said, surprising Kakarot. You saved your friends, and no one was hurt. That's all that matters, Gine said to him. She did genuinely feel happy that her son's first transformation was out of a noble purpose and helped save the world. Sure, he lost his tail, but until it grew back, he wouldn't have to worry about looking at the moon for a while. Kakarot hugged her back. Thanks, Mom, he said gratefully. They parted from their embrace, and Kakarot dried up his tears. So, when will you head to Master Roshi? She asked, changing the subject. I'm thinking I'll leave tomorrow, unless you want me to stay, he offered. For an instant, Gine thought of telling him just that his brief stint out into the world was enough. After all, he saved the world, which was something almost no one else could ever say in 1,000 lifetimes, and lost his tail, so it should be plenty of experience for him. But Gine found that she couldn't do that. As much as she missed him and despite her apprehensions of the world, she wanted to not hinder his growth as a person. No, you can go train with him, Gine said at last. Yay, thank you, Mom. Kakarot leapt into her embrace again, but she wasn't going to let him go that easily. But promise me you come back right afterwards, all right? She demanded. I will, I promise, Kakarot assured her. They finished dinner, and Kakarot helped them out with their chores for the night, before leaving in the morning to go train with Master Roshi. In the meantime, he told her more of his adventures, so she got a better idea of what he said earlier. She was really fascinated by it all, by how he made new friends and saw new places and grasped the state of human affairs enough to try and fight against forces of evil from armies to demons to mobsters. It almost made her envy him to go out and see it herself someday. Kakarot was drifting off before long, so she helped him to bed, carrying to the upper floor of the hut that was the room she shared with her son, and tucked him into his cot. She watched Kakarot as he snored away. She hadn't felt so calm since she first got settled in on Earth, so happy that her boy was home, even if it was just for one night. Gohan went off to bed soon afterwards, wishing her good night as he tidied up downstairs. But Gine didn't go to sleep thought. Instead, she lay in her bed across from Kakarot's and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. There was a part of Kakarot's story that she couldn't stop thinking about. The Dragon Balls did grant wishes. She found it really hard to believe such a thing could exist, but her son never lied to her. Or at least, not lie very well. But she trusted his judgment enough that the wish-granting was legitimate. And it made her wonder, could this dragon grant any kind of wish, or were there limits? Perhaps, say, wish for eternal life? Go back in time. Or maybe even bring people back from the dead? Kakarot fell asleep before she could ask him about what the Dragon Balls could do, but she could always ask him later. But a part of her didn't want to. The part of her that had long since grieved for the other two Saiyans most important in her life. The pain of that loss never went away, but it had lessened to an aching memory during her time on Earth. It was a pain that Gine learned she had the strength to live with. But now with this newfound possibility of bringing them back to life, something she never would have dreamed of, Gine was afraid that if those questions were not answered as she hoped, then that old wound would be ripped open anew. Later that night, Gine wept quietly in her bed. She cried like she did after they first arrived on Earth, but now it was not from grief, but from fear. Fear of feeling the pain of loss all over again and losing whatever will she somehow gathered to keep going. So, she decided against asking about what those Dragon Balls can really do. She hoped that, if Kakarot ever asked her to help him find them, she would have the courage to say no. Chapter 4. Some kind of food. But I reminded Krillin that he didn't have a nose. Then all of a sudden, it's like he was never harmed by Bacterian. Kakarot exclaimed. Both his mother and grandfather then burst out laughing. Ha ha. Well, that's convenient. Gine quipped. They were all seated at the dining table waiting for the stove to warm up so she could cook dinner. Kakarot had just returned an hour ago from his latest adventure. This time he was gone for almost half a year, training with Gohan's old martial arts master, Rashi, and competing in some sort of tournament, as he was recounting to them now. Kakarot was so excited to tell them everything. His traveling had done him good in ways Gine never expected. He had become more independent ever since he first went off with Bulma, and had grown an insatiable curiosity in everything he saw and a thirst to see everything Earth had to offer, essentially making the world his to explore. It made Gine so proud that he had become quite an adventurer, and she couldn't be any happier to hear his exploits. The peace and quiet of his absence was certainly just as great too, but she did miss him so much sometimes. Then what happened? Grandpa Gohan asked. He knocked him down and gave him a taste of his own medicine by farting in his face. Kakarot replied. Gine and Gohan didn't laugh at that. He didn't have to tell them that gross little detail, but they supposed it worked for teaching that filthy slob a lesson. So he won that match? Gohan said, moving the conversation along. Yep, he won that, and made it as far as the semifinals. Who did he lose to? Some really good fighter named Jackie Chan. Kakarot said. Ah, so you meet good old Chan? Gohan said, sounding oddly nostalgic. Yeah, I did. You know him? Kakarot asked. Oh, we've met before in previous tournaments. Gine noticed a touch of slyness in Gohan's voice, as if he knew something they didn't. Did you fight him in the finals? She asked. Kakarot turned to her. We did. We went all out too. So I had to use every trick and technique Master Rashi ever taught me just to not get thrown out or beaten down. I bet you had to. He is one of the best fighters out there. He has a way of putting you to the test, said Gohan knowingly. To Gine, it almost sounded like Gohan knew there was something about Mr. Chun that correlated with Rashi, and somehow should be kept secret. She'll ask him later. Yes, he did. He was such a good fighter that I almost wanted to look up at the moon. Gine turned toward him in alarm. You weren't actually going to, were you? Kakarot shrunk when he realized he shouldn't have said that. And no, I was tempted to since it would have been the only sure way to win. But I know you said I never should. Plus, there were people everywhere, so I didn't. Gine looked him in the eye, as if searching that he was telling the truth. He was. That's very good. I'm glad you didn't, she said finally, and sipped her tea. Gine really was glad he considered all this, but made a mental note to talk to him about never even thinking about resorting to such a reckless tactic to win something trivial like a competition. Also, it would have felt like cheating. I wanted to win the tournament in a fair fight, Kakarot added. Now that is the philosophy of an honorable warrior, Gohan remarked. Gine didn't entirely agree, for the Saiyan definition of honor was far more different than from what humans thought it was. Then again, it just meant winning a fight. If it was for the sake of fighting, then yes, all for a good sport. But if your life depended on winning. Another thought entered her mind, overtaking her last one. Hang on, how did you not look at the full moon? You had your shades on, Gine asked. Yeah, Kakarot answered, then perked up when he remembered. Oh, and my tail grew back. He uncoiled his tail from his new orange GI and showed it to her. Excellent, she said genuinely, then got back to her original question. So, You wore your shades on during the fight? I did, he answered. So, how did you keep them on while getting punched in the face? Kakarot thought this over. Well, Jackie Chun did accidentally knock off my glasses, and I almost transformed. Gine didn't realize she was holding her breath, almost afraid to hear what happened next. But I looked away as you always told me to do. Then, Chun gave them back to me so we could continue fighting. He also didn't try to hit me in the face afterwards. He was as courteous as he was strong. He certainly does sound like it, Gine said, looking over to Gohan, who smiled back at her. It seemed to click in place. Rashi was made aware of Kakarot's ability to transformations. Could he be Chun? But wouldn't Kakarot recognize it's him? So many questions went through her head. And after a final struggle, we were both down. I managed to get up before he did, but then I passed out. Kakarot said. Chun got up and stayed up, so he won the title of championship. Kakarot said with some regret. You were that close, huh? Gohan asked. Yeah, Kakarot said as if looking out into the distance. It was a very fun match, and I was that close to winning, he said, holding his thumb and finger a hair's breadth apart to emphasize. Well, you did manage to get up before he did once, and that's all that matters. It's something you should be very proud of, Kakarot, Gohan said. Kakarot looked into his tea and smiled. Yeah, I am. And Master Roshi said as much also. He looked up at them. I'll beat him for real next time, though, since I hope I can earn the championship someday. You will, I have no doubt about that, Gine said. She thought these competitions were silly, but if Kakarot was having fun, then who was she to say so otherwise? Anyways, she decided not to worry about it anymore and told him to continue with recounting his adventures. But she was in for more worry when Kakarot went on with how he single-handedly brought down a brutal military regime by fighting it all the way to its headquarters in an icy tundra. He was hesitant at first, but he said that he did indeed kill some soldiers, the Red Ribbon Army as they were called, but that these were very bad men who were murdering innocent people just to claim the Dragon Balls. He finished them off after defeating several robots and finally killing the leader, a man named General White. It was a lot to take in, and the mention of Kakarot actually killing someone made a cold pit open in Gine's stomach. She knew that something like this would happen someday, that Kakarot would get a taste for taking a life one way or another. She hoped it would never happen, but it would be against his Saiyan nature to fight to the death no matter how much she nurtured him. She hated killing, even if she thought they were bad people deserving such a fate. She had seen and participated in far too much of it to take any positive attributions from it. And now her own son had actual blood on his hands. But at least the lives he took were those of evildoers. It was a sad solace to her heart, but she would take it. Kakarot assured her that he never wants to kill anybody, but if they were threatening innocents, then he would stop them any way he could, even if it meant deadly force. He even gave one of the robots he was fighting a chance to change their ways, and he ended up befriending it. That replaced the cold in her with warmth, almost unbelieving at how he could turn a killing machine into a friend. She was even more amazed that humans had the technology to create artificial versions of themselves to bridge the gap in power with a Saiyan. But her son never lied to her, no matter how strange his tales may sound. This planet truly was full of surprises. Gine said she was happy for him that he did that and gave that machine a chance at life. And the android, Ader as Kakarot called him, could learn to live a normal life that his creator denied him. She hoped he would. Moving on to lighter details of his trip, he got to see where Bulma lived at West City, the awesome capsule corporation run by her father, and got to see Chi-Chi again. They were now continuing their search for the Dragon Balls, and Kakarot was with Chi-Chi just before he arrived, saying he wanted to go visit his mom and grandfather. And here they were now. Can you come to the next tournament with me, Mom? Kakarot asked when he was finished. Gine suddenly felt uncomfortable at that idea. Well, I don't know, I mean dash. Ah, please. Her son almost begged. It's really fun, and I wished you were there to see me fight. I know you do, sweetie, but I don't want to fight other people, she said plainly. Kakarot looked like he couldn't comprehend what she was saying. But you and Grandpa fight all the time. Why don't you want to fight others? Well, your grandpa is all I need to fight. And you. So, I'm happy with that. Gine answered quickly. Not unless you want to learn something new, Gohan commented. Gine turned to him sharply. I don't need to. She didn't need him to argue against her. She turned back to Kakarot. Besides, there's work to do here. You may be lucky to go out on your own, but we have chores here to do for the winter. You said that when I left to go train with Master Rashi, and it's winter now, so there aren't as many chores to do. He complained. She remembered that. Kakarot begged her before he left for her to go with him, but she couldn't bring herself to leave. She said she had a lot of work on the grounds to do to get ready before the snow came. But in reality, she was just too scared to leave the place she called home for 12 years. She supposed she had gotten too used to the life of a hermit, but she felt set in her ways anyway. I know I said that, but I just don't want to go, that's all, she said unconvincingly. Kakarot looked puzzled. But why? Because, well, as I said, your grandpa and I fight all the time. There's no need to fight others. She tried to say. I thought you said you had chores to do? Gohan said slightly teasingly. Gine looked at him with a slight twinge of anger. She loved Gohan with all her heart for everything he has done, for taking them in, being a father figure to her and Kakarot for all these years, but she really didn't need him to try and push her out of her comfort zone. She found it silly really, how she talked about trying to get Kakarot to do the same not long ago, but now it seemed like the tables were turned on her. She also tried to fight off the fear she felt that this might be his way of trying to end the silent agreement, as words of her venturing away from here were now getting tossed around. Gine turned to Kakarot and said with as much a motherly commanding voice as she could. I'm not going, and that's final, she said almost angrily, hoping to end it there. Kakarot looked to the floor in utter defeat, his shoulders sagged, and his eyes filled with sadness. Her sternness melted into guilt by just looking at him. She really didn't want to disappoint him like this, but she couldn't bring herself to consider fighting in a silly competition. They all knew she was the strongest person on the planet, and she would easily win, so what would be the point if there wasn't a challenge? Plus, she was beyond uncomfortable with the idea of being around large crowds of other people. Winning the title of champion would only bring her unwanted attention, and she'd have no idea what to do then. You could just go as a spectator, just to see what it's like, Gohan suggested. She and Kakarot looked at him incredulously. Huh? Oh yeah. Her son agreed enthusiastically. You don't have to fight. You could just watch. Gine said, still not sure. She appreciated Gohan's ideas that took her insecurities and concerns into consideration. At least she won't be the center of attention. But still, that's a lot of unfamiliar people to be around. Please, Kakarot pleaded, his eyes wide and begging. As Gine looked into his pleading gaze, her resolve crumbled. Kakarot could be downright infuriating sometimes, but there was no doubt her love for her son overtook any reservations of trying to break his heart. How could she say no to her sweet little boy? She sighed, finally caving in. All right, she muttered in defeat. Yay! Kakarot almost leapt out of his seat. But she lifted a finger up, but only as a spectator. Don't sign me up to fight. Understand? Kakarot lifted his pinky. Promise, he said, then wrapped his pinky around her finger like a handshake. She was bemused by the gesture, but took it as an agreement. You promise to come too? He asked, not letting go of her finger yet. I promise, she said almost offhandedly. Okay. Kakarot let go. Right then, Gine changed the topic and looked towards the stove. The water was now boiling in the cast iron pot. Let's get dinner started, shall we? She said as she got up to prepare some mixed vegetables for chopping. Kakarot suddenly spoke up. Can we have a marriage for dinner? It took a full 5 seconds for Gine to realize what he just said, then she looked back toward him dumbfounded. Excuse me, was all she could say. I said, can we have a marriage for dinner? He said again, as innocent as always. Gine blinked, having no idea what to say still. What did you mean by that, dear boy? Gohan asked, just as bewildered. Well, I was just curious, but what kind of food marriage was? I almost had a bit before I got here, so I thought if Mom could make some, whatever it is, we could try it. He said as if he was trying to explain a simple question, oblivious as to why his mother and grandfather stared at him agape. Gine shook her head in disbelief. There was a lot to unpack with what he just said. He couldn't possibly be that ignorant. Could he? And he almost had some. What did that even mean? Did he? Kakarot, she began, thinking that she should figure out how this big misunderstanding took root. Where did you hear that marriage was food? Huh? Kakarot asked, as if sensing that there must be a problem from how his mother was reacting. It's not a food. She really shook her head now. No, it isn't. Oh, he sounded slightly disappointed. What is it then? Gine had no idea how he wasn't aware of this social union concept, but she guessed that they never had to cover it in his homeschooling since there wasn't any immediate need to. Still, it would be better for him to learn about it now than in a more embarrassing situation. Well, it's when two people, mostly a man and a woman, take each other to be their partners for the rest of their lives. She tried to put simply. Take each other to be partners? Kakarot repeated, the concept sounding so alien to him. Yes, she went on. It means that they love each other very much and want to stay together forever. Gohan picked up where Gine left off. They have a big ceremony called a wedding where friends and family come to watch them commemorate the moment the man and woman declare their love for each other. Then they make a socially binding pledge to spend the rest of their lives together, where they become husband and wife respectively. That is what the saying to be married means. Hence the word marriage. He finished with a high note, as if finishing one of his brilliant lectures. That's right, Gine agreed, grateful for Gohan helping her out. Oh, Kakarot took in this new information. So, when a man and woman love each other very much, they get married by saying they want to be with each other forever? Yes. Kakarot thought for a moment, trying to wrap his mind around this concept. But, does that mean any man and woman that says they love each other? Well, no. I mean, they could. Gine tried to elaborate. It's supposed to be between people who are not blood related, but are very, very close. Like they have a very powerful emotional bond with each other, as if they can't stand being apart from each other. So, they make a promise to live together. Oh, said Kakarot. So, marriage means two people saying they love each other and end up living together? Yes, mainly unrelated people who want to be together to start a family, Gine said, glad she was able to get this new thing to him across and not mess up his first impression on how pair bonding works. Start a family? He asked. Yes, people who want to be mothers and fathers together. She added. Mothers and fathers? She nodded but then regretted it. He held his chin thinking. She dreaded that he was going to ask how that worked. He may now finally grasp the basics of marriage, but wasn't quite ready for the talk yet. So, did you and my father get married? He asked. This caught her by surprise and forgot about worrying about what he would have asked. Well, sort of, she said carefully. Sort of. Yeah, Saiyans don't marry the same way humans do. In what way? In every way, she thought. Well, for one, they didn't call it marriage. It didn't even happen that much at all. Really? Yes, Gine said. Indeed, marriage was a very rare thing in Saiyan society. Only the super elites and royal family practiced it, the general belief being that they were the only ones worthy enough to make a holy declaration that they shall keep their superior bloodlines alive through each other. Saiyans didn't stick with partners or even fall in love either, only to become parents. And when the children are born, they went their separate ways. She said simply. Oh, it never ceases to amaze me how different Saiyans are from humans, Gohan said. Were, Gine corrected. So you didn't love my dad? Kakarot asked. Oh no, absolutely I did love him, she said fiercely, trying to quell any doubt about that idea. We were more like an unofficial couple. She tried to explain. Unofficial? Like it means we were kind of married, just that we were not, she said, thinking her own answer sounded lame. How can you be married and not married at the same time? Kakarot said, confused. Well, it's not that. Like I said, Saiyans didn't join together as humans do. But the important part was that we loved each other. But you said we Saiyans don't love each other's partners? He pointed out. I know, and they didn't. But we were the exception, I guess. She figured it was as much of a guess. All other Saiyans in the bottom of the caste like herself were as cold as they can be, and she never knew another as gentle as she was. She had thought this over all her life, and she still couldn't figure it out. At least until she met Bardock. Sure, He was a stone-cold killer like any other warrior, but she saw something special in him that made her look up to him. And when she learned he did indeed have a soft spot, there was some good in other Saiyans after all. Sure, he never said he loved her out loud, but she knew he did in his heart somewhere, for he definitely stuck around much longer than any other Saiyan ever would and went out of his way to protect her. It was almost un-Saiyan-like. Exception. So, does that mean we are different? That I can stick around with whoever my partner is? Kakarot said. Gine forced herself to stop thinking about Bardock, lest she risk getting upset in front of her son. Yes, Kakarot, you can. You are far kinder and more compassionate than any other Saiyan who has ever lived. I do hope you do find someone special to spend your life with and cherish, but you don't have to if you don't want to. She explained with a smile. Wow, Kakarot mouthed in near awe as he took her words into consideration. He truly believed his mother was very wise and knew him better than he knew himself and was grateful to be her son. But another question came to mind. So, how do the husband and wife become moms and dads? His mother's face paled. Well, this was an already interesting evening with trying to correct the concept of marriage. But now she may have to explain the concept of copulation to her son so soon. Ahem. Gohan coughed to interject. So, Kakarot, where did you hear that you were supposed to get married? Gine was thankful for the diversion from that awkward conversation. Then she recalled that Kakarot did mention that he almost had some marriage. However weird that sounded. Did that mean that? She turned to her son before he could answer Gohan's question. Kakarot, did promise to someone that you'll marry them? Kakarot thought for a moment. Oh, was all he said, like he just remembered something. What? Gine asked, worried about whatever it was. It's just that. I heard the word marriage from Chi-Chi. I thought it meant that she was going to have some kind of feast or something with me for saving her village. But I guess she meant. Oh, Gine thought. Now she saw what the problem was. So, I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life with Chi-Chi? He said, disbelieving, realization hitting him. I guess that's what she meant. Gohan finished for him nonchalantly. Gine was blunter. Son, you made a big mistake. Yeah, she hoped her son would find a mate someday, and this Chi-Chi sounded like a very nice girl from what she heard in his stories, especially that if she was royalty in some way. But he was nowhere near ready to be wedded off this early in life. What am I going to do? Kakarot pleaded, looking worried. I told her I would have that feast. I thought she said it was when I went to go see her again. It's okay, sweetheart. We can sort this out. Gine assured him. We'll just tell Chi-Chi the truth. The truth? Yes. You misunderstood what she said, so you tell her that you're not going to marry her. Gine explained. Okay, but Kakarot started, looking uncertain about something. But what? He continued. But I promised her I would come back for that. I don't want to break a promise. Gine felt touched that her boy was such an honest soul. But a mistake was a mistake. You made a promise on something you didn't understand. You shouldn't have to fulfill it if you were misled for any reason. Kakarot thought about that, then reluctantly agreed. I guess you're right. Okay then, Gine said. When are you supposed to see her? He shrugged. I'm not sure. I just told her that I would be back sometime. That's good. So not too much of a rush, but the sooner the better still. She said as she came up with a plan. We'll go see her tomorrow and set things straight with her. Kakarot frowned as he thought it over, then nodded. Okay. Good. With everything settled, Gine turned back to go into the kitchen. She paused when she saw that the pot had stopped bubbling. They had talked for so long that they had forgotten about dinner, and all the water had boiled away. A good 2 hours gone for that. Leftovers? She asked them. The next morning after they were finished with their morning chores, Kakarot and Gine walked outside into the cold morning air. He stood there waiting for her, and she felt slightly annoyed at how he seemed to be waiting for her to solve his problem. Gine also remembered that she was still trying to properly teach him how to fly, so she wouldn't have to come along on a task like this. So where do I have to fly you to Dash? Nimbus, Kakarot called into the sky, cutting her off. A few moments later, she heard the put-put sound of his favorite yellow cloud that came out of nowhere and stopped right in front of them. Kakarot jumped on and glanced at his mother. Come on, Mom. Jump on. Gine stared at the yellow cloud and remembered something. Didn't you say you have to be pure of heart to ride this? Yeah, Kakarot answered. Why? Gine looked uncomfortable. Well, I'm not sure if I'm. She tried to repress the thoughts of all the things she felt didn't make her worthy of being called pure. Sure you are. You're my mom. You have to be pure, he said plainly. She was moved by his words, but oh how little did he know her. Aside from their heritage and family, Jai never talked to him much about her past, and she hoped that she would never have to. The painful memories of her serving as a planet-purging warrior still haunted her. Dozens of planets she helped conquer and millions of people she helped kill. There was nothing that would ever erase what she had done, even if she hated doing it. What was done couldn't be undone. Just try it, Kakarot urged. There was no way she could delay further. Bracing herself, Gine leapt onto the Nimbus without thinking and landed on the soft and fluffy cloud like it was a mattress. Her jaw dropped. See? That wasn't so bad. Her son beamed at her. How? Gine wondered to herself, still not believing what she saw. How could she be considered good enough to ride a cloud that somehow knew if you were a good soul or not? All right, let's go, Kakarot said as they took off, tearing her attention away. The cloud picked up great speed, flying faster than even Gine could. Below them, the mountains and forest of Paozu she had grown used to receded behind them. Once they reached a cruising altitude, the land before them gave way to grasslands and a vast desert way out on the horizon. They didn't talk as they flew since the wind was blasting past them loudly, so Gine was left to dwell on her thoughts. She was still struggling with the little revelation she was literally riding on. She was pure of heart after all. Even after all of the horrible things she had done, it was hard to accept, but a small part of her felt a weight lifted from her soul. She may not have been a bad person, but that would be for a higher power to decide, if there ever was one. Here we are, Kakarot shouted over the wind. Gine snapped out of her thoughts and looked around. They must have flown for a while since she didn't recognize this place at all. A single mountain jutting out of the desert, looking recently burnt but lush greenery, was growing back on it. She could see a village down below, dots that were people moving about. They all stopped and looked up at them as they flew over, then started waving and cheering. Gine felt a pang of anxiety take hold as she was already getting attention in a very unfamiliar place with unfamiliar people. Even if it was a small village like the one near Paozu she visited before, it still made her chest feel tight. Kakarot, a voice called out from below. In the midst of the crowd, she spotted a towering hulk of a man she assumed was the Ox King. Kakarot did mention that he was a giant, but didn't think a human could be that large. Next to him was a young girl, probably as old as Kakarot, clad only in a blue two-piece armored bikini, cape, and a pink-bladed helmet. She was waving to them and called out to them again. Is that Chi-Chi? She asked him. Yep, Kakarot replied, sounding nervous. She could at least be a bit more modest, Gine thought. They made a slow arch on their descent and came to stop just a few feet off the ground in front of Chi-Chi and her father. After leaping off the Nimbus, the girl gleefully ran up to Kakarot and hugged him, squeezing him tightly. The small crowd of villagers around them cheered. I knew you'd come back, Chi-Chi squealed with delight. Kakarot tried to look pleased to see her, but he looked anything besides that. Great to see you again, Kakarot, Ox King said as he approached, towering over them. Chi-Chi let go of Kakarot and held his hands. Her smile was wide and full of joy. I'm so happy you came back so soon, she said, then noticed Gine standing behind him. Oh, hello? Are you Kakarot's mother? Trying not to look too nervous in front of these strangers, she bowed politely. Yes, I am, then extended her hand. My name is Gine. Hello, Gine. I'm Princess Chi-Chi, she said as she bowed in return and shook Gine's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chi-Chi. Kakarot has told me a lot about you. Chi-Chi waved dismissively. Oh, please. The pleasure is all ours. My brave Kakarot here saved our kingdom twice already. He's my hero, she said with hearts in her eyes. Then Chi-Chi turned towards the giant behind her. And this is my father, the Ox King. It is a great honor to meet you, Gine, he said with a smile. Oh, well, thank you so much for that, she said cordially. Gine had never been welcomed with such high praise before, making her feel ever more awkward. Oh no, thank you. Without Kakarot, our kingdom would have long been destroyed by the fire and the Red Ribbon Army. You should be very proud of your son, Gine. He is a brave young man, Ox King said appraisingly. Kakarot didn't like the spotlight he was in, shifting and looking away embarrassed. Gine felt his discomfort with being the center of attention amplifying her social anxiety, but she couldn't help but smile with pride at how humble he was acting while being hailed for his heroic deeds. Ox King continued, "We're so glad he came back so soon too, since Chi-Chi here was anxious to marry him. And now that we are all here," Chi-Chi stepped in, "we can finally get this wedding underway," she declared aloud, and all the villagers broke out into celebration. Kakarot looked very uncomfortable now, and his mother even more so. She knew that telling this lovely young girl that Kakarot couldn't marry her was going to be a difficult task for them. But would she really humiliate her in front of an audience, including her own father? It made her want to just disappear, but she knew what she had to do. Gine cleared her throat. "Yeah, about that. I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding." Huh. The smile on both Chi-Chi's and Ox King's faces fell. "I'm terribly sorry I have to say this, but my son cannot get married yet," she said, hoping to get to the point but added the "yet" to soften the blow of such news. "What?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in shock. The villagers suddenly fell silent. Gine felt all eyes were now boring in on them. Kakarot fidgeted nervously, and she squeezed his shoulders reassuringly for him, as well as for her, to keep her courage up. "Kakarot cannot marry you today. It's a little embarrassing, but he misunderstood what you said about coming back to be married. He thought he would come back for a feast or something, rather than be wedded to you, Chi-Chi." She gave the girl a moment to process what she said, but it looked she had been slapped in the face at just hearing those words. "I'm so sorry for the mix-up. I hope you understand that he cannot keep his pro dash." "Is this a joke?" Chi-Chi exploded, her eyes blazing with fury. "How could you make such a promise to me? Were you just being cruel?" She yelled directly at Kakarot, who backed away fearfully. Gine knew Chi-Chi was just a weak human, but her motherly instincts caused her to raise her guard for her son. She figured the girl would take this news poorly with what her son told her of the princess's temper, but was taken aback by seeing just how fearsome she was. "I am sorry, Chi-Chi. I wasn't being mean, I swear." Kakarot tried to explain. "I just thought marriage was some kind of food or something." Some kind of food," Chi-Chi repeated, sounding aghast. "Are you kidding me? Who thinks marriage means food?" Kakarot fumbled for something to say. "Really, I mean it. I just didn't know what that word meant until I asked my mom about it. That's all. But she's right. I can't marry you yet." His explanation only made her angrier. "OH. And why is that? You obviously know what marriage means now. So why can't you marry me? Don't you like me? Or is it because you are a complete idiot?" "No," Kakarot said indignantly. "I do like you. It's just that were dash." "Then what?" she shouted, too enraged to wait for an answer. "Are you really that stupid?" Gine stepped forward. "Hey," she shouted back, startling Chi-Chi. "Don't you dare speak to my son like that." She chastised her. Gine wasn't going to interrupt Kakarot trying to sort this mess out with Chi-Chi, but she had to put her foot down when the girl started disparaging him. Chi-Chi regained her wits, and her gaze hardened at Gine. Well, he shouldn't have been so dumb as to not know something that everybody else does, and play tricks on my heart. Gine was highly offended by her outburst, as if this little brat hadn't even listened to what she just said about not insulting her child. Both the Saiyan and motherly parts of her wanted to pound Chi-Chi into the ground, but she channeled whatever restraint she had left and addressed her calmly. "My son is many things, but he is not stupid, nor the kind of person who would play tricks. He is the kindest soul you would ever meet. After all, didn't he save your kingdom?" she reminded her. Chi-Chi's expression softened a little, but still unbelieving. "Yes, he did," she said, at least acknowledging the truth of his good deeds. Then she looked back towards Kakarot. "But you really didn't know what marriage meant." "No, I didn't," Kakarot said with as much honesty as he could. Gine relaxed a little, but remained stern. "I'm not sure if he told you, but we live in a rather isolated place. He was born and raised there his whole life, and I homeschooled him as best I could. but there are some customs in normal human society he has not yet learned about, and the concept of matrimony was one of them. Chi-Chi's anger completely faded. She finally believed Gine, and the anger was replaced with guilt and shame at what she had just said. Now I ask that you apologize to him, Gine ordered. No one who is truly getting married should ever speak to a spouse the way you did. That one sentence nearly crushed Chi-Chi's spirit, as all her features sagged and looked down. Shame overwhelmed her as she chewed on Gine's words. She was right. A loving wife would never even dare to dream of acting so horribly mean to her handsome husband. She turned to Kakarot, but she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye, her face hidden and tears threatening to fall. Kakarot, She tried to force the words out, her throat choking up. I'm sorry I yelled at you. You didn't do anything wrong for not knowing what I wanted from you, and why you don't have to marry me if you don't want to. Saying that last part made the tears fall. She was so looking forward to finally taking this young and handsome savior of her home as her future husband. But now, it was all for naught. Through this entire exchange, the villagers and the Ox King stayed deathly quiet. He was ready to step in to defend Chi-Chi, if need be, but now disappointment took over his features as his daughter apologized to the boy who saved them. He was very sad she won't be marrying him after all, but having known his daughter better than anybody, he did agree that her temper did get the better of her sometimes. A fiery young woman, just like her mother. It's okay, Chi-Chi. I know you didn't mean to be mad, Kakarot said, being gentle. Chi-Chi wiped away her tears. Thank you. She took some comfort knowing that he didn't hold anything against her. It's just that I really liked you, and I wanted to get married soon. Guess you got too excited, Gine muttered softly, but her son heard. Kakarot loved his mother to death, but something in him didn't care for her snide remark. He felt guilty too. Despite trying to set things straight, he didn't mean to cause so much grief with Chi-Chi. He really did like her. She was a great fighter and found her fiery spirit fascinating. Now it seemed like the friendship they made was over, especially since this was the first time he had to go back on a promise. Even Gine felt a little bad seeing this young girl's dreams crumble, but it had to be done. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Chi-Chi, she said, about to turn and leave when Kakarot spoke up. Wait. Huh? Gine looked to him confused and saw the look in his eyes when he had an idea. Say, Chi-Chi, he started, which she looked up still teary-eyed. Would you like to come look for the Dragon Balls with me? Both Chi-Chi and Gine were caught off guard. Oh, really? She asked. Yeah, just because we can't get married now doesn't mean we still can't go on an adventure, right? A few seconds passed. Then Chi-Chi threw her arms around Kakarot, squealing in joy. Oh, thank you, Kakarot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She praised, oblivious to Kakarot almost choking from her grip. The villagers were taken aback, but seeing their princess happy about something again made them applause. Ox King was surprised as well, but decided to clap along as his daughter and Kakarot made peace. Gine stood there not sure what to say or do. They came here to stop the wedding, and already he's backpedaling with this girl? She wasn't sure how Chi-Chi could be as nice as Kakarot made her out to be in his stories. Gine was astonished at how Chi-Chi could be so emotionally volatile, seeing her go from joy to rage to despair to joy again in a matter of minutes. She wasn't sure what Kakarot saw in Chi-Chi, but she wasn't going to stop him since she's helped him enough already. If he wanted to have her tag along on his adventures, then it was up to him. After he made it clear that he was choking, Chi-Chi let go of him, embarrassed. Sorry, was just so happy. I know you are, Kakarot said as he rubbed his neck. Well, we better go, Gine said, trying to put an end to whatever sabotage Kakarot was making on her efforts. Ah, really? Chi-Chi said with disappointment. Yes, she said firmly, not wanting to lose her patience with this girl or her son. I'm glad we got this sorted out. Ox King decided to speak up. Gine didn't agree with these new developments, but was glad they won't start a wedding right now. Me too, she bowed politely. It was a pleasure to meet you, Ox King. Oh, likewise, he said in return, still hopeful that things will work out. Come on, Kakarot. Oh, all right, he said resignedly, then held Chi-Chi's hands. I'll come by to let you know when the quest starts. Chi-Chi was more than ready to accept, but stopped and looked up at Gine frightfully. Are you okay with this, Gine? She asked, as if by extension wanting her permission to court her son. Gine couldn't fathom why Kakarot suddenly wanted to continue contact with this girl again. But as long as they weren't getting married now, then her job was done, and they could do as they pleased short of making decisions they were too young for. Yes, I am okay with it. Yay! She jumped with joy as if Gine had given her blessing, then turned to Kakarot alluringly. Then it's a date, Chi-Chi said, then kissed him on the cheek. He normally wouldn't be embarrassed by such things, but his cheeks flushed red, not wanting to be kissed in front of his mom. I'll see you later then, he said, collecting himself, then hopped on the flying Nimbus. See you soon, my hero, Chi-Chi called out from below as everyone cheered and faded into the background behind them. On the ride home, they didn't talk for a good stretch of the way home until Gine broke the silence. Kakarot, why did you promise to meet her again? He looked over and smiled. Because I didn't want her to feel bad, that's all. Gine was confused, but then, you wanted to cheer her up? Yeah. Gine thought for a moment. She didn't entirely like Chi-Chi with the way she let her temper get the better of her. But she did have to admit that girl had the fiery spirit that any Saiyan would find attractive in their counterpart sexes. Just like how Bardock first met her. So fiery in their arguments with each other, turning into moments of passion. How could she have missed it? But still, you didn't have to do that, you know. I know, he said, then added, but I wanted to. It's because she's a great fighter, isn't she? Kakarot felt caught. Yeah, she is. Gine chuckled. Sure, Kakarot was a kind-hearted soul that didn't hold ill to almost anyone, but he still was like any other Saiyan boy on the verge of manhood. They couldn't say no to a woman who could put up a good fight. Plus, she's the only other person pure of heart to ride the Nimbus, he said, patting the cloud they were sitting on. She's a good person, Mom. No doubt about that. Gine totally forgot that detail, remembering that if she was good enough to ride it despite all of her horrific wrongdoings, then would a young girl be too? Could this cloud really be the ultimate judge of character? She guessed it was. Well, if you really like her that much, you two can get married someday if you want to. But you should still wait until you are older and at least get to know each other better first. It wasn't her giving her blessing for them to marry, but once he was old enough, it will be a choice he has to make on his own. Okay, Kakarot said, and they continued on towards home. Judging from his answer, she guessed the wedding won't have to be called off. Chapter 5, the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. Master Roshi told me to rely on my own strength, so I've been making my way around without the Nimbus to get ready for the next tournament, running on foot across land and swimming across the sea. Gohan was taken aback by how Kakarot had been able to pull off such feats just to prepare for a competition, but also not surprised as well, given his abilities. That's amazing, my boy. You'll get stronger much faster that way. And pushing yourself with such handicaps is a good way to challenge your strength as a martial artist. Quite the turtle hermit way indeed. He did have to inwardly chuckle at how literal Kakarot had taken his former master's philosophy on training as actual instructions. But he guessed for a Saiyan, it's probably the only way he'd get stronger anyway. Thanks, Grandpa. I'm so glad I got to learn such ways to live by from Rashi. If there is no real challenge, then it is not worthwhile. Kakarot beamed happily. Gine sat across the table and took another sip of her tea. She smiled genuinely. Me too, son. I'm really glad you've taken these things to heart, she said, but she was somewhat distracted. Kakarot had come back after another year of traveling. He had grown a couple inches taller and was more muscularly defined, on the brink of his growth spurt. He told them all about his adventures of how he fought pirates at the bottom of the ocean, defeated the last remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, trained with a talking cat named Corinne, meeting his master's sister who was a witch or fortune teller of the like, saving villages from demons, and foiling con artists. During all this, Kakarot took his mother's advice and brought Chi-Chi along on his escapades. She was still sour about them not getting married, but from the way he described their time together on this trip, they had grown closer. Trotting the globe, doing something they actually enjoyed doing, fighting. Kakarot even said they made a date out of it once, since it was the most romantic thing he could think of when pried by Chi-Chi. Through it all, he had grown to like her since she was a capable fighter unlike Bulma or another girl in their group named Launch, not to mention they were all older than him too. Gine couldn't fathom why Kakarot could stand to be around someone as volatile as Chi-Chi, for even she had a temper that rivaled some of the more ill-mannered female Saiyan warriors she once knew. But from how fond Kakarot described the way Chi-Chi fought and how she saved his tail from being lost again to the Pilaf gang, there was a real bond growing between them. But Gine focused on one story that Kakarot shared. That they had used the Dragon Balls to wish his friend Upa's father back to life after he was murdered by the cruel mercenary Tao. Gine was so proud of him for using the wish for something so noble, but her heart stopped when she realized that he said he used the Dragon Balls to resurrect someone. So it is possible, something that had plagued her mind and heart ever since they learned the truth of the Dragon Balls. A hope she never dared to entertain unless she knew for sure. Could she really? You ready to go to the tournament, Mom? Kakarot interrupted. Gine was shaken out of her fateful train of thought before she could finish it. Kakarot was staring at her expectantly. What? Tournament? She asked, feeling a little guilty that she wasn't paying attention. Yeah, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. You said you'll come along next time, and it'll be in a few days, so I hope you're ready to since I'm supposed to swim all the way there as part of my training. You could fly or take the Nimbus, though. Gine thought for only a second or two. I'm not going. What? Kakarot couldn't believe what he was hearing. I said I'm not going, Gine stated flatly. But you promised. Kakarot objected, almost bewildered. I did, she said, just as bewildered. Yeah, you did. You said you didn't want to fight, but you'd come to watch instead. No, I did. She paused, then let out a sheepish, oh. She did remember, but only vaguely. It was almost 3 years ago, and she mostly said it to please him. But now a promise she didn't mean to make had come back to bite her. Yeah, you definitely did. Kakarot reminded her. You said you'll come to the tournament only to watch, but I would really like you to come along, Mom. Gine considered it for a moment, but still felt resolute. She hadn't meant to mislead her son for something she wasn't serious about, but something in her made her ashamed and not wanting to look her son in the eye if she followed through on this. You promised. Kakarot reminded her one last time, his eyes wide and pleading. Her resolution faltered at that. Who was she to break a promise to her own child? Sure, the prospect of stepping out of the safe confines of the mountains into the crowded world terrified her, but she would do anything for her little boy, especially to cheer him on. She let out a long sigh. Okay, I'll go. Kakarot jumped and cheered. Yay! While Kakarot celebrated and hugged her in many thanks, she tried to suppress the anxiety that was beginning to bubble up. I'll go with you too, Gohan said, wrapping his arms around both of them. It would be nice to see the big city again, as well as catch up with Rashi. Yeah, it really will. Kakarot chirped, getting even more excited and laughing with Grandpa Gohan. Gine let them bask in the anticipation while she left herself to resignation. Go get your things packed, boy. We'll leave in the morning, Gohan instructed. You betcha, Grandpa, Kakarot said, then ran enthusiastically up the ladder to their room. Gohan and Gine were left alone at the table. I hope it doesn't make you feel too uncomfortable, Gohan said, reading Gine's mind and trying to ease her worry. It does, she said simply. She really didn't want to go. That's the thing about your boy. There's no procrastination or going back with him, Gohan said. Very true, and I can't bring myself to break a promise, Gine admitted. Gohan nodded. An honorable thing to do, my dear. I'll be there if it's any consolation, and it isn't as terrifying as you may think it to be. I know, it's just, Gine tried to say, but couldn't find any words to fit her feelings. You haven't stepped out that often since helping Kakarot out with that girl, Gohan finished for her. Gine hated to admit it, but she nodded. She was afraid of being around other people. Why else had she spent nearly 15 years never venturing farther than the nearest village unless it was absolutely necessary? Not without reason, of course, for she never wanted to be seen or found. Not with Frieza still out there if he was still hunting down the last of her kind. But she had to remind herself that he wasn't here, for she would know if he was. And he more than likely never will. It was why she chose this planet in the first place. Still, paranoia was the best way to survive. But was that really any way to live? Maybe it's time to step out a little further. Gohan encouraged. As enlightening and fulfilling as the hermit life can be, our world has much to offer. Not to mention to see what's out there in order to fully appreciate why I like it here better. Gine looked at him for a long moment. She never really thought of that idea, and it did make sense. How could she know what she liked most of this cozy place if she was missing out on other sights of Earth? Since this place was an unknown paradise to her once. The info dump on planet Vegeta never did justice to how peaceful this planet was, so who knew what else was out there? And if Kakarot's experiences were anything to go by, untold wonders awaited at every corner. Besides, she couldn't say no to Kakarot. She loved seeing him happy, and if going to this silly tournament was the price for that, then who was she to start saying no now? Maybe there might be some strong warriors who could surprise her and bring a challenge for her son. Could be entertaining and educational. I guess you were right, she said to herself more than to him, but Gohan smiled at how she came to this conclusion too. I'm glad you see it that way, he said as he got up and stretched. Well, I'll go for a stroll before turning in. Okay, Gine nodded nervously, but Gohan walked up to her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It will be fine, my dear. You have nothing to worry about. After all, we are only rooting for your boy, Gohan said gently to her. Gine looked back at him, tensed, then exhaled some of her stress. She trusted him. He saved them. If what he says is true, I believe you, she said, squeezing his hand on her shoulder. Gohan smiled brightly, then walked outside, replacing the door over the entrance while Gine sat alone at the table. Could be fun, she said to herself. 2 days later, they made it to Papaya Island. Kakarot swam the whole way while his mother flew over him, and Gohan rode the Nimbus, stopping only to ask for directions from a very astonished crew of an oil tanker. Now he was sprinting down the dirt roads into the streets of the town while she and Gohan flew above him. Kakarot clad only in the skins of a tiger killed while making landfall. Come on, Mom. We have to hurry, Kakarot shouted as if to get them to go faster. Or else I won't be able to register. Are you sure you don't want to lift with the Nimbus? Grandpa Gohan playfully asked the obvious solution. The fact that the Nimbus and his mother flying had completely went over his head. No thanks. Kakarot breathed while running as fast as he could. No cheating. Gine really admired how much her son stuck to his training. But with how much he wanted to not miss this tournament, he seemed to have reached an impasse. Right? Then we have no time to lose. Grandpa Gohan chuckled. On the last long stretch of road lined with trees, they came across a red bricked wall and an archway with a small crowd of people. Hey, Kakarot called out. Up ahead, an old man in a black suit and hat turned to them. There he is, he called out. The rest of the group that Gine didn't recognize almost burst out cheering seeing her son. But she immediately recognized the blue-haired girl as Bulma. He made it, a blonde-haired girl said, whom Gine thought looked awfully mean-looking. Kakarot gave one last leap forward and closed the distance to the group in an instant. Hey everyone, long time no see. He cheerfully greeted the group. As Gine and Gohan landed behind him, she took in the gathering of her son's friends as they started to catch up with him. Gine looked at the people she had only heard of in her son's stories. The way he described them made them seem like the best kind of people imaginable, but she figured that his naivety gave her the best version of them. Seeing them interact with him now like they were the best of friends somehow made them seem like as he told her. She felt so proud that her son found good camaraderie with these people, the company she never found amongst Saiyans in her old life. Have you gotten taller? Asked a dashing young man with sun-scorched skin and flowing black hair. Sure have, Kakarot answered. A short bald kid near him sulked. But I'm older than you. This isn't right, he complained. Calm down, Krillin, not by much he hasn't. The tan man egged him. Kakarot. A shriek came out as Chi-Chi leapt out of the group and threw herself at Kakarot, hugging him tightly. Hey Chi-Chi. He hugged back, but was straining to try and get himself free from her death grip. Chi-Chi sheepishly let go and stared longingly at him. She was clad in a blue fighting dress GI, but still had her pink gloves and boots. She was 15 now, just like him, but an inch taller or so. Sorry, it's just so good to see you again. I missed you so much, she said, swooning. Kakarot rubbed the back of his head embarrassed. Yeah, me too. Not since we took down Tao together. We? I took him down after you kept him busy. Chi-Chi objected hotly, her sweetness replaced with anger. But I did do all the work in weakening him. He retorted gently. And I saved your tail, didn't I? She shot back, getting angrier. Kakarot tried to calm her down, raising his hands defensively. Yes, yes, you did. You saved the day. Chi-Chi's anger faded away instantly, and she looked away shyly. Ah, thank you. It wasn't anything. It sure was, Kakarot said enthusiastically. You kicked Tao's, but something fierce. I didn't know you could do energy attacks too. Of course I can. Chi-Chi got angry again. How could you forget about my laser helmet? Gine just quietly observed them playfully retorting back and forward, bemused at why Kakarot chose to continue seeing this girl given how much of a pain she was. But she could see the fire in her eyes. Chi-Chi would have made a great Saiyan warrior. Gine turned to the clock and saw that it was closing time. Kakarot. She got his attention. Aren't you going to register? That stopped the little argument. Oh, right. Kakarot turned and ran up to the registration desk. Hello. Sorry I'm late, but I'd like to register to fight in the tournament. The clerk was looking very impatient, with this last-minute entry literally taking place the moment he was supposed to close the booth. But he acted civil. Very well then, your name? Son Kakarot. Her son replied. Ah, back to take the gold this time. The clerk asked as he copied down the information. You bet. I'm gonna beat Jackie Chun this time. Kakarot beamed confidently. Well, I wish you the best. He stamped the form. Okay, son Kakarot, you are all set to compete. All right, Kakarot leapt with victory. Kakarot, said the elderly man with the walking stick. Gine noticed his long white beard and that he was wearing the exact same shades Gohan gave them to look at the moon with. She figured this was where he got them, and thus he had to be Master Roshi himself. You look awfully winded for someone who flies a cloud. Why weren't you using the Nimbus, and why are you late? Roshi said as Kakarot finished signing in. Kakarot looked confused by his outburst. But Master, you said I shouldn't bring the Nimbus cloud and should rely on my own strength. Roshi looked embarrassed for a moment. Huh, that I did say. Wait a minute, said the talking pig Gine assumed was Oolong. Are you saying you swam here? Yeah, part of the way. From a place called Yahoy. Kakarot said innocently. Everyone looked dumbstruck at her son. But, Bulma stammered. But that's on the other side of the earth. Gine couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment in how her son was able to amaze everyone, but replaced it with humility, remembering that humans couldn't do the same feats as she or Kakarot could, so no contest there. It was then that she decided to speak up to stand by her son. It's true, I flew over him the whole way as he swam. Everyone looked at her, the shock deepening in their looks. She suddenly regretted speaking up, not wanting the attention on her. The scariest part is I believe you. Oolong spoke first, then stopped. Wait, who are you? Good to see you again, Gine. Chi-Chi said cordially to her, but there was a coolness in her voice that Gine noticed. Gine. Bulma's face contorted to something of faint recognition, then lit up once it hit her. Oh hey, I remember you. Oh, everyone. Kakarot turned and gestured towards Gine. This is my mom. Not wanting to show how anxious she was, she gave a bow to them. It's nice to meet you all. Kakarot here has told me so much about you and all the travels you've done together. She said politely. Hopefully good things. Am I right, Krillin? The tanned young man said slyly while the bald kid, Krillin, gave him a shut-up look. Oh hush, Yamcha. Bulma playfully slapped the tanned man and turned toward her. It's good to see you again, Gine. It's been a very long time. Indeed it has, Gine said as she shook Bulma's hand. Did you get your lifetime supply of strawberries? Gohan asked. My what? Bulma looked over, confused, then blushed. Oh, well, that didn't dash. Gohan laughed. I'm only kidding. Kakarot told us all about your wild adventure for the Dragon Balls. About how I was the one who saved the world? Oolong quipped. Yep, that too. Still don't know why you wished for panties, though, Kakarot said aloud. Everyone laughed hard at Kakarot's innocent remark. It worked, didn't it? Oolong defended himself. Yeah, it did. Being a perv saved the world. Who would have thought? Bulma quipped with an eye roll. And besides, you got what you wished for in the end. The tall young man, Yamcha, pulled Bulma close and she blushed, feeling at ease immediately in his embrace. Gine figured Bulma's true intentions with the Dragon Balls were different from what Kakarot relayed, but didn't know what exactly until she saw it now. These two definitely had chemistry. Yamcha extended his hand to Gine's and shook it. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Likewise, she said. You must be Yamcha. I am, the fearsome desert bandit and friend to Kakarot, he declared in a boosting voice, puffing his chest in a heroic pose that made him look oafish. But nowhere as much of a real friend besides me, piped Krillin. And you must be Krillin, Gine said, bending down and offering her hand that he shook. His stature was as small as Kakarot's, and he had a mischievous yet kind look to him. That's right. Kakarot and I trained really hard together with Master Roshi for the first tournament. And trained hard they did, said Roshi as he came up to them. Gine bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Master Roshi. Roshi returned the bow. The pleasure's all mine, Gine. He smiled, then shook her hand. Your son is an amazing student. Aside from me, of course, Gohan joked, causing Roshi to notice his former pupil. Gohan. Roshi perked in joy. It's good to see you again, Master. Gohan bowed. I see that the years have been treating you nicely. Roshi chuckled. Oh, I'm still hanging in there for someone my age. Of course, the years are always kind to you. Oh, definitely. Gine did wonder. This old man was Gohan's master since he was a boy. Gohan looked to be older than him. So how could this guy have been his master? Either he had a very youthful vigor, or he was immortal. So, how have you been? It's been years since I've last seen you. Been doing very well. I've managed to live quite a peaceful life, even with these two dropping out of the sky. Gohan quipped slyly. Gine felt panic rising. Was he really going to tell them that they were from another planet? Roshi leaned closer to her and whispered, No need to worry, Gine. I already know the whole story of you and your son. And it's not one I or anyone here will be broadcasting to anyone else anytime soon. Gine felt very grateful at that. She was told this man was a pervert, but she could tell that he was also very wise and kind. Thank you, she said to him. No worries, my dear. Now, let's meet the rest of the Gon Dash. Come out of your shell at last, Roshi, came another voice. They all turned to see a trio of men led by an old man in a green robe standing before them. Gine sensed the calm and easygoing Roshi tense into something serious as soon as he laid eyes on him. Gine looked him over, her Saiyan and overprotective maternal instincts assessing this new threat. Whoever he was no friend to Roshi. He wore a swan hat and pointed gray mustaches that looked more ridiculous than intimidating. She sensed arrogance dripping from him. A tall, bald man behind him had a third eye in his forehead and looked nothing short of cold-blooded. And the shortest of the trio, a dwarf or child, whose skin was as white as porcelain with red cheeks. But he looked so lifeless and still. Crane, I'm amazed that you are still alive, Roshi said to him, his cheery demeanor gone and replaced with contempt. The man Roshi called Crane chuckled evilly. The lines on your face are just as deep, old friend. That was rude, Bulma remarked. Kakarot stared Crane down from behind Roshi and Gine, sensing the bad energy coming from him and readying himself for a fight. Relax, I'm not here to start trouble. I hear a little whisper that your pupils did quite well last time. I guess the saying is true. Anything can happen. What's it to you, huh? Roshi yelled impatiently. Crane laughed maniacally. You're out of your league, Roshi, admit it. You were blessed by my absence last time, but we both know that fighting against my team is an exercise in futility. Not even Jackie Chun could handle my boys. Do yourself a favor and go home. The bald, three-eyed man grinned threateningly behind his master. The doll-like boy stood still expressionless. Gine wondered if he actually was a doll. Crane looked over all of them and continued his abuse. I sympathize with your crew. I really do. Inadequacy is always such a tough pill to swallow. but it sure beats public humiliation. Jai knew that this little man could not physically harm her or any of them, but the sheer disrespect he was showing to her son and his friends almost made her Saiyan senses tell her to kick his head clean off his shoulders. Thanks for the concern. Rashi interrupted. It's nice to see some things haven't changed, like you're still full of hot air. Crane's facade of cool arrogance quickly gave way to anger. You better stay out of my way. We're not turning tail for you or anyone, Rashi countered. The two of them stared each other off, their respective students ready behind them to back their masters up. Crane huffed and backed off. You've been warned. Now suffer the consequences, he said as he turned around. Let's go, he called to his accomplices. I've wasted enough time with these fools. They complied and followed after him without saying a word. Master Rashi, who was that weirdo? Yamcha asked. His name is Master Shun, but there was a time I used to call him my friend. Rashi spat bitterly. You never mentioned him before, Gohan said. Even he looked surprised given how considerate he was of others. No reason to after he turned his back on me, Rashi said, still not losing sight of where Shun left, then turned around. But still, no reason to dwell on the past, he said, back in his cheerful mood. The important is that Kakarot is here with all of us. So, let's all meet the rest of the gang, shall we? He said, picking up from where he left off earlier. So, they all exchanged pleasantries, the episode with Shun already forgotten, and with Gine officially introduced to everyone in the gang after shaking hands with Yamcha's shape-shifting cat Poir, Rashi's talking turtle, and the other human female of the group, Launch. Over the course of their conversations, she got to learn more of her son's friends as people as all the details of what he told her fell into place. The way they were friends with Kakarot, and how among almost all of them used to be people with not so good intentions. Now, they were a sort of tight-knit group of compadres. They already knew about her and Kakarot's Saiyan heritage, with him having blurted about it, and having them coming to accept it with seeing the way he is. Gine forgot that she never got around to telling Kakarot to never tell anyone, even his own friends, about them lest they draw unwanted attention, but they seemed to not entirely believe and thus weren't too inclined to pry about it. Gine couldn't be more thankful for that. She was also touched by how she was immediately accepted as if she were one of them already. Her son was such a good friend to all of them that they accepted him and her without question. Although she had just met them, she really started to feel at ease with them. She never would have thought something like this to be possible, as she never had anything this close with anyone back on planet Vegeta, even when she was with Bardock's crew. This world truly was full of wonders. The only exception was Chi-Chi, who wasn't so warm to her as everyone else. Her father couldn't come to the tournament since he had to watch over the kingdom, so it's just her. She didn't really get over having her plans of early marriage to Kakarot undone by Gine. To be fair, Gine didn't like her too much either, but decided not to dwell on that and accept her relationship with her son and how happy it seemed to make him. Now that we are all acquainted again, Rashi stated, I suggest we all go get a bite to eat before the big fight. At the thought of food, Kakarot leapt as excited as he can be. Everyone else was excited too, even Gine, since no matter how dignified she made herself to be, a Saiyan never turned down a good meal. They don't come any bigger than the World Martial Arts Tournament, so let's get the best in town, Rashi declared, and everyone headed off toward town, Kakarot declaring he'll eat until he burst. Knowing him, he probably just might do that. None of them noticed Rashi looking sheepish as he realized he didn't have any money. The following morning, Gine was on edge. She did not get much sleep the night before with so many things taking her mind from any place of peace. She spent a good portion of the night trying to ward off Rashi from the girl's room while fighting off how much she overate at dinner. Who would have thought that would happen? The food on this planet was so good, and getting used to sleeping in a hotel. Not that she had never done before. For her time in the Frisia forces, she shared quarters with countless other warriors. But today she was not feeling good at all. She wasn't sure how, but knew there was something off about this day, and it wasn't just her lack of good sleep. Rashi disappeared as they entered the tournament grounds, said he had to go do something. Gohan quietly confirmed to her that it's to change into Jackie Chan. She immediately knew not to tell anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, came an announcement over the grounds PA system. Welcome to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The entire place erupted into cheering. Gine winced at the sound. The sheer volume of people and noise in one place almost overwhelmed her. Not even Planet Vegeta, on its last day, with everyone back home, was this crowded. Nothing could have prepared her for this. And with how tired and on edge she felt, she wanted to go home now. The announcer came on again. For all fighters participating, the preliminary matches will take place inside the main building in 5 minutes. So please report in soon. All right, Mom, this is it. I'll see you when this is over, Kakarot said as he clasped her hand, not noticing it was trembling. Gine snapped out of the bombardment of noise for a moment when her son hugged her. Remembering what she was here for, she let that be the force to help her through the fear of being here. She hugged him tightly before he ran off with Krillin and Yamcha. Good luck, she called out before he disappeared into the crowd, entering the building. She was here for her son, and she will cheer him on no matter what. Chapter 6. Break a Leg. First match should be starting now, Oolong mentioned to a worried Bulma while he tried his hand at a vendor game. I just hope they get through it in one piece, she replied, her thoughts wandering towards her friends and the one she cared most about up against so many strange and scary fighters from all over the world. Over 100 of them against her 4 friends, so many odds to get through, especially for Yamcha, despite her confidence in him. Don't worry, Bulma. Yamcha and the others will be just fine. They know what they are doing, honest. Poir reassured, holding a drink as big as her. I sure hope you're right. Bulma sighed. The gang had stopped by the food court to get something to eat while they waited for the preliminaries to finish up. Gine sat down with Gohan beside her and tried to focus on eating the strange food before her to take her mind off of the masses of humanity around her. That and her lack of good sleep from the night before had her on edge. She bit into a piece of breaded sausage she had never seen before. The acidic taste of quickly cooked meat mixed with preserved sauces took her aback after that one bite, almost gagging. While the smell of cooked food was enough to make her hungry, the subtle things her sensitive Saiyan senses detected in the scent of these foods made her question the wisdom of consuming more of it. What is this again? She asked aloud. A hot dog, replied Launch in her blonde form. She looked bored out of her mind from just waiting there. You never had one before? No, I haven't, Gine replied honestly, making a face at the meat sandwich she held. Launch stared at her for a moment longer, as if studying her. Huh, first time for everything, I guess, she said, and went back into staring off into the distance. Gine tried to keep eating, trying not to embarrass herself for not knowing what these things were, along with all the other Earthling customs she was trying to learn. Sure, these people were her son's friends, but Kakarot and her were not like them at all and garnered strange looks every now and then. Launch seemed like a nice girl, when she was her docile self and not her blonde self, as everyone said to her clandestinely. She forced herself to finish the hot dog, trying to keep it down after she was done. The processed food here couldn't even be called food at all, compared to what she grew and cooked back home. Not even the rawest of meats she used to butcher back on her home planet were as distasteful as the stuff these humans ate here in the cities, which Gine could still not get over just how there could be so many people around. Trying to stay occupied lest she be overstimulated by the constant drone of the people she took in the surroundings. She had to admit that the change in scenery from vast, unending forests and mountains to a very festive gathering of harmless humans seems to have some charm to it. But still, a little overwhelming, isn't it? Gohan asked her. Gine could only nod as if he had read her thoughts. She had been on edge ever since they got here. I can see just one thing that's enough to drive anyone out into the mountains, she said dryly. Gohan nodded in agreement. Though the World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event to test out your skills in combat, the crowds can definitely get to you as they come from the world of non-fighters. They are just here for the entertainment rather than to learn. If it was just to be with like-minded folks, then it would be more bearable. Gine surveyed the crowd, seeing children begging parents for sweets, overly fat men stuffing their faces with the barely edible food, and rowdy types getting drunk on whatever humans pass here for alcohol. I can definitely see why, too. So, where did that imbecile turtle hermit run off to? Cackled a familiar voice approaching them. Gine groaned inwardly. It was that impudent little old man who called himself Master Shun, or Crane, but came off as nothing more than an agitating nuisance rather than a master of martial arts. In the ocean, Bulma shot at him. Why don't you go jump in and find him? Humph. Crane scoffed. Knowing him, he probably ran back home too embarrassed to watch his ill-advised pupils get crushed in the tournament. Oh, shut up, Bulma demanded angrily. Crane stepped closer to her. It's common knowledge. Rashi's boys can be beaten with one pinky. Oolong and Puar gawked at him, in amazement and a twinge of fear as if they believed him. Gine didn't. If anything, she felt no respect for the man whatsoever. Bulma stood her ground. You're misinformed. Now please, leave me alone. Go. Crane ignored her. I can tell by your posture that you're upset. It's tough to back a loser. Cheer up. You don't have to stay with Rashi's team. I could use someone like you. Gine's tail twitched under her skirt. She thought she couldn't get any more revolted from him, but it appeared that she was wrong. He reminded her all too well of the Saiyan elites back on planet Vegeta that acted just like him. Complete bullies that pushed around everyone and anyone, especially those below their ranks like her. But this wasn't planet Vegeta. This man had no right to harass her and her friends in such a way, and she wasn't going to let him dish out any more verbal abuse to them. Gine knew she was far stronger than anybody present, and her Saiyan instincts were beginning to tell her to grind this insolent little Crane into a bloody smear on the ground to teach him some manners. And that thought was getting more tempting by the moment. Gohan suddenly put a hand on hers. She snapped out of her dark thought and looked at him. Without realizing it, Gine had risen from her seat, but was stopped by his contact with her, and Gohan shook his head discreetly to tell her to not act out. I can't believe I'm listening to you. You're wearing a crane. Bulma continued to argue, her voice laced with disgust. Crane feigned offense. What? What? I can't believe you're mocking me. This happens to show the status of my power. Gine didn't know what to feel at that moment. Anger at Gohan for stopping her from defending their friends, or grateful for him preventing her from making a scene. Either way, she hesitantly let it go and sat back down. Sorry, she whispered as softly as she could to him. He squeezed her hand gently in acknowledgement. Gine mentally tried some breathing exercises Gohan had taught her to help herself calm down. Crane looked over Gine, not giving her a moment's thought, and looked at Launch, who seemed to have dozed off. Hey lady, are you awake or what? She didn't respond, but Gine noticed how the old man stared at Launch's breasts. Ma'am? Hello, Crane repeated. Launch suddenly opened her eyes, enraged and somehow wielding a submachine gun. Can't a girl get a moment's rest? She yelled and fired at Crane. It took a few seconds to empty the clip, but Crane's arms flew into a blur as he caught every single bullet effortlessly. Launch stared him down, still fearless. Gine and Gohan could do feats like this and were unimpressed, but everyone else looked at him slack-jawed in disbelief. Give Master Roshi this message, Crane arrogantly ordered as he dropped the bullets he caught to drive his point home. He can best help his pupils by preparing for their funerals. He then turned and walked away without another word. They all sat there, unsure of what just happened. And I thought Roshi was bad. Bulma broke the silence. Gohan frowned at her. My master may be a bit perverse, but never treated people with disrespect and threats. True that. Turtle spoke up. Gine let go of a breath she didn't realize she was holding in, having forgotten her exercise, and unclenched her fists that she so desperately wanted to drive through Crane's stupid face after mocking them for nothing. Off to a great start, this tournament is, she thought to herself. It took another 2 hours for the preliminaries to be over with, and Kakarot rejoined them along with Krillin, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi. They all breezed through the elimination round with no trouble and are ready for the main event. And it's about time too. After the incident earlier with Crane, Gine wasn't sure how to distract herself with the already overwhelming sensations of being in a strange place with large crowds. She tried her hand at some of the vendor games for a little while with Oolong and Puar, winning lots of, quite frankly, pointless prizes meant for children. But she partook in it anyway to play along with her friends to make them happy and have a good time. But after a while she was getting bored out of her mind with such trivial play, even after seeing Launch shoot up a vendor. At least SHE was having fun. That's great. I'm impressed, guys. I guess you did learn a thing or two from Master Roshi after all, Bulma said, scarfing down a sugary snack. Gine tried some more of the food and found that the sweets were very delicious indeed, but too much so and couldn't eat them as much as the rest of them did. Krillin looked around. Speaking of Master Roshi, where is he? I haven't seen him since it started. Wherever he is, I'm sure there's trouble, said Turtle. Bulma smirked. It's kind of nice. I need a break from the old man every now and then. I'll tell you what you need. A napkin, said Rashi out of nowhere and surprising everyone. And for your information, I've been hiding amongst the crowds, watching the elimination round. I come here to see my boys fight, not stuff my face with sweets. So, did you like what you saw? Krillin asked his master. MHM, from what I witnessed, I'd say all three of you dash. Three? Hey, what about me? Chi-Chi indignantly. Oh my, I'm sorry, all four of you have improved a great deal. Rashi said, flustered. I think we have a strong shot of winning this title. Don't worry, Master, we'll win, said Kakarot with such fire in his voice. Then the announcement came. The championship is about to begin. Will all competitors please report to the temple at this time? Bulma and Yamcha exchanged glances and hugged. Good luck out there, baby, she whispered. Yamcha winked. See you, Mom. See you, Grandpa. Kakarot called out as he left for the temple. Good luck, they called back. It's on, guys. Maybe the rest of you can find a good place to catch the action, Krillin said. Oolong looked sly. With Launch here, anything is possible. She's good at making room. Then gestured towards her. Follow me, boys and girls. My friend and I will find you the best seats in the house. Launch declared as she pulled out her pistol. Everyone in sight of her, the gang included, was horrified. All right, people, listen up. I want this path cleared out on the double. Launch barked at the crowd around them and fired her gun in the air as well. Let's go. Move it. Everyone fled as they marched toward the arena. Gine was too embarrassed and kept her head low. Did Launch not know how to be a little less excessive at all? At the arena itself, Gine was astonished by the sheer number of people packed into one place to watch someone fight. Never in her life had she seen so many live bodies at once. Not even the entire population of planet Vegeta on its last days, where every Saiyan was recalled. Her hypertuned Saiyan senses were screaming at her by the vast, overlapping sounds and scents of so many varieties of people here. So overwhelmed she was that a wave of panic gripped her. She didn't want to be there, but far away in the mountains back in their cozy little home on Paozu. Right now, she held Gohan's hand, even though she was eager to take off and leave the arena. But Gohan noticed how her hands were shaking. Don't worry, my dear. I'm right here. She somehow managed to hear Gohan's voice through the cacophony of sounds bombarding her from all around. Hearing his words helped Gine calm down a little, and she set aside her thoughts of wanting to go home as best she could. She won't run away from this just because she had gotten too used to living in isolation for so long. She was here to cheer her son on, and by the gods, that's what she was going to do. Rashi had slipped away quietly from them as everyone gathered by the ring. Gine didn't say anything and pretended not to look as he went off to go change into Jackie Chan. The rest of the gang took notice of his absence and sent Oolong and Pour out to search for Rashi, eventually coming back without him and Oolong battered for looking into the women's bathroom. What if Master Rashi isn't hiding? I wonder if something bad happened to him. Launch asked, back to her peaceful self. Hello, ladies. Came that loathsome, familiar voice of Crane. Gine immediately forgot her anxiety of being there and looked toward where Crane's voice came from. She saw his crane hat poking above the crowd like a swan on water. Gine would have found it funny if it weren't for the repulsive human being that hat was atop of. I heard you lost a turtle in the crowd. I hope I didn't step on him. He mocked. Bulma glared at him. If that was an attempt at some cleverly veiled threat, you failed miserably. You'd better not have anything to do with this. I'm in the dark the same as you, Crane admitted. Oolong crossed his arms. The bruises he sustained for peeking flared up in pain. I'm sick of looking. I'm staying. Crane looked at Oolong in mock pity. Come on, life's too short to be sour. I'll find him for you. Huh. They all looked at him and at each other amazed. But Crane walked off before anybody could say anything. Gine looked at where Crane went and turned to Gohan. What's with that guy? She asked. Gohan shook his head woefully. I have no idea. Master Rashi never mentioned he had a friend like him before, but I guess I can see why he would never talk about him. I bet, with the way he acts, Gine remarked. Then she looked out onto the elevated square slab of white tiles that served as the ring. Hey, look, she pointed. The tournament staff wheeled out the roster for the finalists who were going to fight in the tournament itself. They scanned the lettering from their first-row seats and read the fighting order. First match will be Yamcha against someone named Tien Shinhan. Then the second match was Pampet against Jackie Chun. The third was Krillin against Kairatsu. And finally, the last fight was Kakarot against Chi-Chi. Only 3 strangers for our 5 friends to get through, Gohan said as he read the roster. Guess one or more of them will have to fight each other, so this should be interesting. A buzz grew in the air as the last of the spectators came into the arena. With the roster now visible for everyone, they knew the first fight was drawing near. Quite a crowd, Turtle observed. Oolong snorted. Yeah, and Rashi's hiding in it somewhere. Bulma looked confused. It doesn't make any sense for Rashi to hide from us. That's true, especially when Launch got us such great seats. Poor added. Huh? I did. Launch asked innocently. No one answered, and some even looked nervous. Now this was something Gine was rather curious about. Yeah, you did. Gine spoke up. You fired a gun in the air to scare people out of our way to get here. What? Launch looked shocked. I did that. She looked down at herself, as if unbelieving she could act so tough. I don't understand. How is that even possible? I don't even like guns. Everyone stared at her scared while Gine looked as confused as Launch. Could have fooled me. Oolong said to no one in particular. Gine pressed further. You don't really remember? While you were blonde. Now Launch looked even more confused. While I was blonde. Gine wasn't sure why Launch could not even know her own hair color. Yes, your hair turned blonde, and you had guns on you until you sneezed and returned to your peaceful self. When I sneezed, everyone shrieked in horror. Bulma was trying to motion to Gine to quit asking questions before she accidentally set off Launch to change. Launch looked thoughtful. I guess. That makes sense. I always seem to feel like I've blacked out whenever that happens and end up in bizarre situations. And no one's told you this? Gine asked. Launch's brows furrowed as she thought for a moment, then looked to Gine with sad eyes. No, I don't think so. Gine looked at Launch with a new sense of understanding, and then a new sense of disappointment at how her own friends could take advantage of her like this. Thank you, Launch, Gine said, deciding to end her line of curiosity there and let the poor girl digest that new revelation of herself on her own. Gine glanced at Bulma with a look of disapproval, for she had an idea that Bulma, as sweet and sincere she may be, was not above exploiting others. But Gine kept those thoughts to herself. Bulma avoided Gine's judgmental glare and tried to distract everyone. Oolong, can you do us a favor and go take another look for Rashi? But the match is just about to start. The pig complained. Don't worry. Crane suddenly spoke up from behind them. Gine whipped around at him, startled. She was starting to get really infuriated by his sudden appearances as much as with his ridiculing. I'm handling it. In fact, I just spoke with the sponsor. He said. What did you do? Bulma asked, unsure. Crane chuckled in reply as an announcement came on the tournament grounds PA system. Attention! A family is asking for help in locating their senile, old-as-dirt grandfather. Their words, folks, not mine. He is described as being short, fat, and bald. This fits the description for half the audience. Oh, did I say that on mic? Anyway, his family says he closely resembles an ugly turtle. So, if you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact an official. Words failed Gine at this display of public indignation, but Bulma tried. What's with you? That's not even a close description of Master Rashi. He's not our grandfather either. I don't think it's right to call him a turtle like that, Turtle said with some hurt in his voice. Crane feigned innocence, but he was a terrible actor. Don't blame the messenger. I can't help it if all of Rashi's qualities are bad. He's got a point. The old man is creepy. Oolong joked. Oolong. They all glared angrily at him. Before they can argue more, drums began to play. The crowd suddenly grew quiet as the main event was about to begin. Crane slipped away to a spot not far down to their left and didn't leave from there. It must have been his spot to watch the tournament. Gine kept looking at him through the crowd, revulsion running through her at seeing him while the rest of the gang focused entirely on the opening of the tournament itself. Eventually, she broke free of staring down Crane and focused on what's in front of her instead. A slick-haired blonde man in a fine suit and sunglasses stepped out onto the ring with a microphone. "Welcome to the show. I'm your host. And are you ready for this?" he asked the crowd. A collective "yeah" resounded throughout the arena. The sudden sharpness of the announcer's voice amplified by the microphone made Gine wince. "All right then, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, the 22nd World Martial Arts Championship." The entire audience went insane as they cheered. Gine's nerves screamed at her too, as the noise was physically painful to her Saiyan hearing. Gine placed a hand over one ear to help dampen the sound and focus through the noise and the anxiety flowing through her. So many people in one place making loud noises for just a fight, and she was rather annoyed by the rowdier ones that dotted the crowd nearby and here and there. The announcer continued, "Many of you are looking at me with those adorable, clueless faces and saying, 'Hey, what's this about?' Some of you may already know that we started with 182 competitors who came to vie for the championship title and the prize of 500,000 zeni. But that's ancient history, because the massive horde has been whittled down to 8 finalists who are appearing here today to fight for you. That's right, and I guarantee the fights you're expecting are going to be spectacular. I've been waiting to see this forever," Poor said excitedly. "Enjoy it while it lasts," Crane said from his spot. "It won't take long for my team to win the title." "Tell me something, Shun, do dream in color?" Bulma asked him, dead serious over the announcer. "It's time to lay down the law. Each match will proceed without a time limit and without interruption. The fighter loses only if he or she is thrown out, steps out, or gets knocked out for at least 10 seconds. Sounds simple enough." A loud "yeah" came from the spectators without missing a beat. Then, without further delay, let's begin the first match right now with Yamcha battling against Tien Shinhan. "Here we go. Here they come," Bulma exclaimed with excitement, pointing towards the ring entrance. The crowd went crazy as Yamcha and his opponent, Tien, stepped out onto the arena. Gine saw that it was the tall, three-eyed bald man that was with Crane when they first arrived. Gine instinctively glanced in the direction of the aforementioned martial arts master to see that he was grinning madly, as if he knew something no one else didn't. She dearly wished she could just march over there and beat whatever he knows out of him. "Good luck, Yamcha," Poir cried out, and everyone gave their best wishes too. When you bring together such talented warriors as these, there are bound to be some interesting stories. In what will astound trivia buffs for years to come, nearly half of today's competitors are from the same house. Yamcha is one of 3 pupils representing the Turtle Hermit, Master Rashi, in the championship round. Tien Shinhan represents the Crane Hermit, Master Shun. Judging by the reputations of their instructors, these warriors should put on quite a show. Everyone got more restless somehow, as if the mention of these 2 martial arts masters was the ultimate show that no one should miss. Gine was almost uninterested since, as far as she knew, no human could match up to what Science could do, and the feats of fighting she had seen in her life would surely put anything here to shame. She spotted Kakarot watching from the competitor's entrance with Krillin, Chi-Chi, and that doll-looking boy. Now she knew where to find him. The announcer stepped closer in between Yamcha and Tien. "So now that we all know each other, what do you say we get to some action?" Yamcha looked Tien in the eye without blinking. "I was born to fight. You have no idea who you are messing with." "Does it matter? I'm still going to win," Tien boasted. "Now who has a sense of humor?" Yamcha taunted back. "Just fight already." Gine almost wanted to shout. She wondered where that thought came from. A gong sounded, as if hearing exactly what was on her mind. "Match 1, begin." The audience suddenly cheered as the action was finally underway. Yamcha got into stance. "I'll start off real slow, Tien. You just try and keep up with me." "Oomph. Do what makes you feel good, Yamcha. It's your funeral." Tien smirked. His voice was laced with malice. "Go, Yamcha." Bulma cheered for her partner. "Do your best, Yamcha. you'll win. Poir echoed. Both fighters were in their respective stances and locked eyes. Yamcha charged first and sprung at Tien with a jump kick. Tien deflected it and responded with a lightning-fast barrage of finger-crane strikes that Yamcha dodged expertly and swiftly. He broke free from the relentless attack and leapt high up, coming down with another kick that Tien blocked with crossed arms. Yamcha then backed away before Tien swept down for a low kick only to jump over Yamcha and land behind him, going for an elbow hit to the ribs, but Yamcha blocked it and escaped backward. Gine watched their moves with mild interest while everyone gawked at how fast they were. But to her they were easy to follow, almost like slow motion. They seemed like rather competent fighters for humans, and they seemed evenly matched, but she could notice the pattern of Tien's moves being more based on aggressive, misleading, and cheap shots while Yamcha was almost entirely defensive. Slowly but surely, Yamcha started to take more hits and trying to evade Tien's attacks. After taking the fight to the air, they looked beat already when they landed. Time's up. Wolf Fong blowing wind technique. Yamcha suddenly declared. Tien looked amused at this. After a series of movements and the flashes of a wolf, Yamcha went after Tien with some kind of energy running through him. He seemingly punched Tien in the arm that he used to block the attack with, but it seemed to cause him pain. Yamcha took advantage of the momentary lapse in his opponent's guard by hitting some hard blows to Tien's exposed stomach that made him instinctively clutch where he was struck. It was not enough to put a dent in Tien as he kept standing, but Yamcha leapt high and landed a heavy drop kick on Tien's chest that sent him skidding across the tiled floor of the ring. Gine was a little more impressed this time, for Yamcha actually made some progress in weakening his opponent. But then he made the dumb mistake of doing the same move again just moments later. Wolf Fong blowing wind technique. Yamcha yelled, going after Tien to strike in the same places. Gine nearly shouted out to him not to do it, but decided against it as she wondered if it would be considered outside interference. Plus, he did such a stupid tactic that any warrior ought to know, that he almost deserved to lose the brief lead he had in the fight. Sure enough, Tien had seen what the technique could do and found a way to adapt to it. He stood where he was, and after some heavy grunting, he turned red and bulked himself up. Yamcha struck him with his special attack as hard as he could, but Tien took the blows without even flinching. Yamcha looked at a loss, his best attack shrugged off like it was nothing and realizing his error too late. He was also starting to look tired as Tien had not expended as much energy during the fight. Fine. Then I have no choice, Yamcha suddenly declared. He crouched into a stance that Gine thought was very familiar, as she had seen her son do it many times. Bluish light started to glow in his cupped hands. Huh, guess he knows that attack too, she thought. Kami, Hami Haya. Yamcha fired the blue energy shot at Tien, but he just stood there with his fingers pointed together. The Kamehameha wave stopped just short of Tien. Then, unexpectedly, it flew right back at Yamcha. Shocked by the twist, Yamcha launched himself into the air just barely in time to dodge his own attack, but Gine saw Tien jump behind him before Yamcha did. Watch out, Gine shouted without realizing it. But Yamcha wasn't fast enough. With a single brutal kick to the head, Tien sent him flying down into the arena, striking the tiled floor hard with a thud. Yamcha didn't move, but Gine could see he was out cold. She felt sorry for him for some reason, even though he proved to be an inadequate fighter. Then, without warning, Tien deliberately knee-dived on Yamcha's leg. Gine watched and heard the bones snapping in it in painful slow motion. Kicking your opponent while they were down was something Gine had witnessed enough times in her life to have grown accustomed to. But at that moment she was disgusted by Tien's display of unnecessary cruelty. Was it because she cared more about Yamcha as a friend of her son, or the act itself being committed by someone who, by extension, she hated in Crane? She did not know why she was more invested than she felt she should. Bulma cried out in horror, wheeling around and clutching Gine hard as she wept into her shoulder loudly. The announcer too looked shocked, but he stuck to the match. Yamcha is out cold and out of commission with a broken leg. Though this was a low thing to do to an opponent, it appears that Tien Shinhan is the winner. The crowd went crazy, but some looked really uncomfortable at what they just saw. It's okay, Bulma. He should be fine. Gine awkwardly tried to comfort her. Bulma didn't react to her and kept weeping. It's only a broken leg, Gine said simply. Bulma suddenly stopped crying and looked up at Gine, her eyes wet but wide in disbelief. Are you serious? What kind of heartless alien are you? She practically shouted into Gine's face. Gine felt her blood run cold for a moment at this sudden change, and a rise of panic too at that little tidbit of information being said aloud in public for all to hear. That guy just freaking broke Yamcha's leg. Bulma yelled and stormed off toward the wall, where Kakarot was to see if she could tend to Yamcha. He looked just as angry at Tien. Gohan watched the whole exchange wordlessly as he saw how Gine looked completely unsure what to make of that outburst. They couldn't be this concerned over an injury, could they? Gine asked Gohan disbelievingly. Humans are not as impervious as Saiyans are, Gine. Surely you must know this by now. I know, but they think it's the worst thing you could do to someone on the battlefield. It was a very viscous thing to do still, but that Tien didn't outright murder Yamcha or take his leg off entirely, and even that's tame compared to some of the things I had seen my fellow Saiyans do to helpless opponents. She said back. Gohan sighed through his nose grimly, seeing her point but thinking she was missing his entirely. But they had these kinds of conversations before. I guess there are indeed far worse things one could do to torture a defenseless foe, with the things you've told me. He remembered some of the stories Gine told him in her more somber and emotional moments, recounting her most horrible memories of things she had seen and done as a Saiyan warrior before becoming a cook. Things that made even a seasoned martial artist like him shudder. But humans are not a warrior race like the Saiyans. We learn to fight, but we are not born for it. So it's unnatural for us to see acts of unwarranted brutality. He explained. Huh, Gine said thoughtfully as she looked back at Kakarot and his friends tending to Yamcha, while Tien simply walked off, basking in his victory. I thought they'd be more upset by how Yamcha lost the match, given how he made that grave mistake of using his signature attack repeatedly. I thought the same thing too, in regard to the fight. Gohan replied. But you must understand that in the world of martial arts we don't cause harm to each other out of spite or sport. We fight only for spiritual growth and self-defense. And not causing undue harm is especially true in self-defense, as we fight with honor and treat our enemies the way we'd want them to treat us. Why would you ever want to do that? Gine asked him disbelievingly. Because it's the right thing to do. He said it as if it was as true as 2 + 2 = 4. Gine looked at Gohan with a quizzical look as if he just spoke gibberish. Even in the heat of combat with an enemy who has sworn to kill you and all you cared about, no matter what. Gohan nodded. Yep. Even if they wouldn't give you the same courtesy as you would for them. Gine pried. Yep, and that's exactly why we would. Because we are not them. We show them that we can be kind and forgiving to someone that may never had experienced kindness at all. That there is a better way to enlightenment and being the best without crushing someone's soul or skull. Gine looked away uncomfortably, seeing what Gohan was getting at. Sure, humans were weak and never meant to be the warriors as Saiyans were, but humans embraced compassion. It was a trait almost unheard of among the Saiyans, and was for all intents and purposes a joke or curse to toss around. Compassion and mercy were weaknesses that would get you killed or taken advantage of, and power was the only true virtue. Rise to the top and crush all beneath you. She had that philosophy pounded into her countless times, reminded constantly that no matter what, if she wasn't strong enough, she was dead. And the kindness of strangers was a mere fantasy that didn't exist or ought to exist at all. But had she not herself experienced it from this very man? He was by all counts a better warrior than her, but he showed her mercy, took her in when she had nowhere else to go, gave her and her son a second chance at life without exploiting them. It went against everything she was raised to believe, but she embraced that fully. She owed her life to Gohan and would defend him to her dying breath. Then it clicked. She never entertained the idea that it could be extended into combat. For Saiyans always believed it was kill or be killed, that causing pain was part of fighting. But she always wondered what those on the receiving end of those killing blows or torturous interrogations felt or thought of in those moments, begging to be spared or shown mercy. Most believed that those on the receiving end who escaped would go on to swear revenge on them and hunt them down, and the Saiyans retaliating in kind. And so on and so forth in a viscous cycle. Perhaps if they had shown them empathy, had tried to give them the chance at having a better life, or forgave those that wronged them, would they be her friends as she was to Gohan now? Maybe the Saiyan race would have had allies or been benefactors to the universe, and maybe would not have been. Then she stopped. Even if that someone was Frisia? She asked, her voice distant. Gohan didn't say anything. He remembered what Gine had told him of the tyrant that destroyed her people, her planet, and her family. He sounded so irredeemable, so evil, and so unimaginably powerful, he may as well be the devil himself. Would he spare his life like he did for Gine, if he had the chance to end him for things he did? His silence was all Gine needed to know, and she felt herself vindicated. Yes, compassion was definitely something that could save countless lives from unnecessary violence. But there were some people who were definitely less deserving of forgiveness than others, weren't there? Poir flew over them in the form of a magic carpet, carrying Yamcha to the nearest hospital with the gang following close behind. We should probably go check up on them, Gine said, already past their debate and ready to leave. Right. Gohan agreed and dropped the subject as they filed out of the arena. But he had a sense that they would revisit this topic in future. One of the things Gohan enjoyed was the many conversations he shared with Gine of the differences between Saiyan and human societies. He treasured her unique perspective of things, and they had many disagreements that often got heated, but never violently so. He also didn't judge her any less for the things he disagreed with, and this felt like one of those disagreements. For he believed that there were some things that were just and universal. "I'm sorry I let you all down," said a dejected Yamcha. He lay in a hospital bed with his legs set in a cast and was surrounded by all of his friends. Gine stood at the foot of the bed with Kakarot and Gohan. "Don't be sorry, babe." Bulma sat by his side and lovingly caressing his face. "You did your best, and that's all that matters." They all did their best to comfort him after such a degrading and painful defeat. Gine almost wanted to chastise Yamcha like she would against Kakarot, about how he shouldn't have used repetitive tactics for his opponent to use against him. But she decided that her usual bluntness would not suit well after Bulma didn't take her words too kindly. So, Gine just said, "She's right. You fought well." Bulma gave Gine a side-eyed glance, like she thought Gine was just saying an empty assurance, considering how dismissive she sounded earlier. But Yamcha seemed to appreciate her words. "Thanks, Gine." He smiled lamely. "And besides," Krillin chimed in, "it's not you we should be angry about. It's that dirty, rotten Tien." "Yeah," Chi-Chi echoed. "It was a low blow to kick you while you were down. If anything, he should have been disqualified for doing something like that." "Sadly, the tournament has some very loose rules about that," Gohan said ruefully. "That's why I stopped fighting in them long ago, when they stopped caring about little honorable things and focused more on the drama in the ring." "That's very true. One sad thing about the tournament I wish they could change," Rashi admitted. Everyone seemed forlorn that such a thing could go unpunished. Kakarot patted Yamcha's shoulder. "Don't worry about him, Yamcha. I'll make sure he learns his lesson." Yamcha turned to him, looking worried. No, Kakarot. It's not worth it. That Tien's a ruthless man." Kakarot grinned in the mischievous smile. "I know." Gine didn't like this tone. She still believed that the injury inflicted was a very minor cause for a vendetta and felt the need to dissuade them from this. "Yamcha, you've had a long day. It's time you got some rest." Yamcha looked hesitant but relented. "All right," then turned to Kakarot. "Kakarot, fight. Do not let him win the title." "Don't worry, he won't," Kakarot reassured. Gine sighed, feeling like this was all just a bunch of meaningless drama, as Gohan called it. But there was also a part of her deep down that told her that she should not let this kind of injustice slide, and that they should give that three-eyed freak his comeuppance. She still thought that her talk with Gohan had nothing to do with it, but that same little voice was saying to let Kakarot fight for his friend, and let no unjust act go without an answer. She shook her head. She was tired enough as it is, and didn't want to think about it anymore. They all went out to eat later that night, with Poir bringing Yamcha some food from the restaurant, so he could enjoy what they were having too. Gine was touched by how well Kakarot's friends treated Yamcha and stuck with him, even if he was useless to the tournament now. and gave him some decent food instead of the horrific medical slop they served as hospital food. Gine was even more aghast at how humans managed to survive at all using such primitive medical practices and technology she saw in the hospital. If only they had healing tanks, she thought, and Yamcha's leg would have been fixed by now. Kakarot scarfed down his dinner faster than usual, and by usual it was by the bowl full per gulp. Kakarot, don't focus all your energy on one adversary, Rashi warned him. There are plenty of matches to be fought before you have the chance to take on Tien. Concentrate on the now. I'll try master, Kakarot said with a mouthful of food and was quickly elbowed by his mother. Don't talk with your mouth full, dear, Gine chided. Sorry, he replied, his mouth still full and the lesson ignored. Gine was about to chew her son out more when her anger got redirected and amplified elsewhere. Kakarot noticed this and followed her gaze, then scowled. Crane, Tien, and that unsettling-looking doll/boy took a seat at a table right next to them, their gazes not breaking until a waiter came up to him. Bring us the best dishes you have to offer, Crane boosted, deliberately loud. We're here tonight to celebrate the flawless victory of my star pupil, Tien. Now this was just getting ridiculous, thought Gine. Tell us, how does it feel, Tien, knowing you decimated Turtle's prime fighter? Crushing Yamcha was as easy as clenching my fist. It was no real challenge. Tien gloated. He was a coward. He was completely unprepared. Crane laughed mockingly. Gine was seething internally. This insolent little old man coming here to deliberately humiliate her son's friends in public and call one of her friends who fought well enough a coward. One of the worst curses you could ever toss around a Saiyan. Was a whole new level of arrogance she hadn't seen in a very long time. And the more he laughed, the more she wanted to get up and ram her fist through his face and paint the wall with his brain. She could do it. Stop laughing, said Kakarot as he stood from his chair. Gine and everyone looked at him. At least Yamcha was honest. Gine was so proud of him standing up for his friend, even though he was still talking with his mouth full. Tien got up, as if preparing to defend his master if need be. No, Kakarot. Rashi got up and placed a hand on him to get him to sit back down. This isn't the time or place to fight. Gine wondered why, and felt almost hurt that her son's master would deny her son's Saiyan privilege to defend his friend's honor. But then she remembered sourly that any fighting among the competitors outside the tournament ring during the event would get them all disqualified. But she wondered why they should have to abide by such stupid rules if their opponents were clearly provoking them into breaking them. Didn't that count? Where was the justice of it all? Please, don't make a scene, Bulma pleaded to Kakarot. But he didn't hear her as he stared Tien down for a good long minute. The entire restaurant seemed to go quiet at the tension unfolding. Some of the staff were too scared by them to try and tell them to leave. I'll go wash my hands. Kakarot broke the silence and walked away. Everyone except Gine let out a sigh of relief that a fight had been avoided. Crane and his students' meals arrived shortly. Tien, eat hearty. Your technique today was flawless. Crane then spoke over his shoulder towards Rashi. Unlike some competitors, Rashi got up and slid next to Crane. If you got something to say it to my face. As soon as Rashi sat down, Crane mockingly howled, EW, I can't stand the stench of a loser. Waitress, I demand another table at once. Rashi snapped and wheeled around to face Crane. You foul nuisance. Why don't you get a real hat? Got one, thanks. That one squawks. Hey, what's that on the floor? Did you lose another tooth? At least mine are real. They're real all right. Real ugly. Oh, nice one. Where did you get that joke? From your stupid hat. Gine lost her appetite as the two masters squabbled like school children. Humans, she thought wearily. Sitting beside her, Gohan saw how Gine had crushed her metal utensils in her hand without her noticing, curling it into her fist while giving Crane a murderous glare he had seen before. The look of someone on the verge of snapping and delivering a killing blow. Gohan was growing worried for Gine, seeing how irate Crane was making her. He never knew Master Shun, nor how Rashi knew him before, and was unsure of just how cruel the Crane Hermit could be. He eyed his star pupil Tien too, thinking of what he did to Yamcha and the little argument and Gine shared from earlier. Knowing how strong she was and how sensitive she had been to ridicule given her history, Gohan worried what Gine would do if Crane stressed her patience too far. This was not how he wanted Gine to be introduced to the larger world on Earth. Perhaps bringing her to the tournament may not have been a good idea after all. But he decided to keep that thought to himself, hoping things would get better tomorrow. Chapter 7. Crane's Vendetta. The announcer stood over the unconscious form of the tall, dark man that had met a rude exit from the ring. It looks like Pampet was just thrown out of the ring and knocked out cold, which means Jackie Chun is the winner. The audience cheered in shock that such a famous fighter/movie star could be tossed out so effortlessly by the elderly martial artist. But then again, a lot of them remembered the incredible feats he was capable of at the last tournament. A rather embarrassing end for such an amazing actor, folks. Let's hope he does better at the box office. The announcer commentated as the tournament staff carried the fallen star out on a stretcher. Jackie Chun merely chuckled to himself. Gine and the gang watched from the sidelines, remarking how disappointingly fast the fight ended with such two heavy-hitting names like Pampet and Jackie Chun, a measly 10 seconds. Bulma was particularly upset at seeing this star, an idol of hers, get defeated so quickly. Gine thought it was no contest. She knew the tall man called Pampet was all flash, but no form. His arrogance was his own undoing when he charged at Chun thinking he was just an old man, and the aforementioned title holder simply ducked and used only his foot to kick under the man and send him flying high up and then straight down into the outside grass boundary unceremoniously. He hit the ground hard enough to put a crater where his face was buried in the dirt, down for a good while. How is this even a tournament if fights are this easy? Gine wondered to herself. But she had to admit how gracefully Rashi/Chun moved and redirected his foes' attacks against them somehow, without breaking a sweat. Incredible for an old man. And it made her remember how Gohan used to toss her around despite how many times stronger she was. More proof for her that age didn't matter in the world of martial arts. Alright folks, we're going to take a 30-minute break here, and we'll get the third match underway. Then so don't go wandering off too far. Hey, plenty of time before the next match. Anyone want to grab something to eat? Oolong asked. Gine wasn't too hungry since they had another engorging feast earlier that morning, and she had been feeling rather uneasy since she woke up today. But a Saiyan never turned down a chance to eat. Sure, why not? She said, hoping that a little distraction was in order. They all headed towards the food court. It was their third day at the tournament, and Gine had yet to sample all the food vendors on the grounds. Despite the disgusting hot dogs being a mainstay dish for this kind of event, there was still a wide variety of other cuisines that smelled far more enticing. So much so that she often wouldn't know where to start. It was among the only really good things she liked about the tournament with so much food around, for obvious Saiyan reasons. Even if some of it was not up to par with her cooking, it was such an experience to taste so much. Or as Gohan once put it to her, variety was the spice of life. She glanced over to Gohan, and her momentary good mood faded. Gine had noticed he had been watching her closely since Master Shin visited the restaurant last night, and he seemed cautious and constantly on the lookout for that Crane hermit. She somehow didn't like him glancing at her every time she felt agitated or her ki flared up when she was distressed. She loved him dearly and knew he was keeping an eye out for her with everything going on around her and with Crane, but she didn't appreciate this sort of babysitting. Hey, excuse me. Can we order some lunch? Bulma called to an approaching vendor. When he looked in their direction, he screamed bloody murder and ran away. They just sat there, confused. That was weird, Oolong finally said. Bulma tried again with another passing staff member. Excuse me? Could we order some dash? That vendor screamed too and ran off as fast as they could in inexplicable terror. What the hell is going on? Bulma asked aloud. You ladies would tell me if there was something on my nose, right? Oolong asked. Gine's mood darkened immediately when she sensed a revoltingly familiar presence approach them. Why the long faces? Came a now too familiar mocking voice. She somehow knew Crane would be there despite all reasoning for him not to be there, and her nerves felt like they were starting to become unraveled by his mere appearances. We want food, but no one will serve us. As if they are afraid of us. Bulma complained, also not caring for him being there. It's not you, it's him. Crane pointed towards someone at another booth. They all looked and gasped. Is that a mummy? Bulma asked affrightedly. It was a jacketed figure who seemed to be covered head to toe in gauze. No, it's someone who saw their chances at the title go up in flames at the elimination round. Literally. Master Shin cracked. Gine sniffed. Come to think of it, he did smell like smoke and burnt flesh. Launch looked him over with deep pity. Who could be so cruel? Gine looked at the man carefully and sensed that he was in great pain. She looked back at Crane and saw a twinkle in eyes behind the shades he wore. He had to have something to do with this. The third match of the quarterfinals is about to begin. Krillin opposing Kaiatsu. Came the announcement. Hey, Oolong cheered. They said Krillin's up. That's right, Bulma said, accidentally hitting Crane as she got up. And he's gonna knock that creepy doll's block off. And he'll do it for Yamcha. They all got up and headed for the ring before Crane can protest. Gine looking back at him with a mix of contempt and agitation. We really need to make him leave us alone, Gine said aloud. I know, Bulma agreed as they walked. He's such a nuisance. And quite a creep, Oolong added. Gohan looked like he agreed as well, but deep down knew that this sort of thing was starting to get to Gine now that she voiced taking some sort of action. As much as Gine tried to go along with everything around them, she had put up with Crane and his antics and was starting to lose her patience. She made a rushed, early morning meditation and could feel that her calming exercises seemed to be having less effect on getting her to feel at ease. And now here she was barely containing her Saiyan feelings of wanting to purge Crane. Knowing what someone as straightforward and unstoppable as she is, he hoped that it would not come to that. They made it back to their spots by the ring just in time to see Krillin step out onto the arena. Gine thought he looked so timid and shy compared to how mischievous she had seen him earlier. So Gine was curious to see if he lived up to being the kind of fighter Kakarot said he was. His opponent, Kaiatsu, was the boyish-looking doll or dollish-looking boy that also accompanied Crane with Tien. He was even shorter than Krillin. Gine already had a dislike for how unsettling this expressionless being looked. But after all the irritation Master Shun has caused her, it seemed to be coloring her vision towards anything or anyone associated with that old bag. This is the third match and a sequel of sorts to Match 1, as both Turtle and Crane houses suit up for a rematch with Master Roshi's Krillin fighting Master Shun's Kaiatsu. Yes, and the outcome will be just the same. Crane chuckled to himself, but loud enough for Gine and the gang to hear. Bulma looked over to him angrily. Krillin's gonna win this time, so you can just wipe that smug smile off your face. Gine kept her eye on Crane a little longer, then looked back toward the ring as Oolong returned with a means to cheer on Krillin, which she did not care to partake in. She hoped Krillin would win not just to prove he's a good fighter, but to actually follow through on Bulma's declaration and actually irritate Crane for once. So, she silently prayed that Krillin kicked that doll's ass. After a few tense moments, a gong sounded. Let the match begin. For a while nothing happened. Krillin got into stance and Kaiatsu still stood there frozen and doll-like. Well, what are you waiting for? Krillin demanded. Contrary to what you've heard, fighting requires movement. Then, Kaiatsu started hovering above the tiled floor. Krillin's eyes bulged at this sight, but that was enough to let his guard down and Kaiatsu flew at him without warning. He struck Krillin with his body and phasing behind him as Krillin flew back, kicking him around the arena to phase and kick again. Gine was more disturbed by Kaiatsu's doll-like manner in which he attacked Krillin without even expressing an emotion on his face, rather than by the fact that he could fly as everyone else was. Krillin was bounced around like a toy, but quickly adapted and broke free of the onslaught. Finding his footing again, Kaiatsu tried to launch his flying body at him again, but Krillin went for a strike instead. He landed some punches on Kaiatsu and sent the doll reeling. Krillin took advantage of this and pressed his offensive with a power kick. But the doll boy quickly leapt off the ground and just hovered out of reach. A cowardly tactic, if anybody asked Gine. Yet the audience was slack-jawed at the sight of Kaiatsu hovering, more than seeing his avoidance of the fight. I assure you folks that this is not an illusion. Kaiatsu is actually walking on air, the announcer said, he too in disbelief. I'm seeing it, but I'm not buying it, Oolong said, amazed. It's true, Gine said matter-of-factly. I can do that too, you know. Everyone stared at her in utter shock. How can you just say that? That should be impossible, Bulma said. It doesn't take much, she thought, remembering how she learned to fly on planet Vegeta, just channeling her energy to counteract the pull of gravity. Any more impossible than Kakarot or Yamcha shooting lasers out of their hands. Gohan quipped, backing her up. Bulma said nothing for a moment, unsure how to respond for a good minute, then turned back to the fight. Dotem Ray, Kaiatsu shouted as he fired a heat blast at Krillin. He jumped away from it just in time, but Kaiatsu fired another to make him keep having to dodge. A cry came from further down the line of spectators as Gine and the others looked. It was the man they saw earlier wrapped in gauze and smelt like burnt flesh. Gine could feel the anguish coming from him flaring up at the sight of Kaiatsu's attack. Is that the... Bulma started. That'll be your friend if he doesn't get out of the way, Crane remarked. Then, the person who burned him was... That's right, Kaiatsu. Crane snickered. They all looked at him shocked and horrified, then turned to the ring. They could not believe something as innocent, if not disturbing, looking as that doll boy can do something so horrid. Kaiatsu amped up his barrage of Dotem rays, blasting the ring around Krillin from his high ground. If he kept it up long enough, Krillin would run out of places to jump or get tired. It was a trap. Krillin, it's too dangerous. Get out. Launch cried out. Yes, girl, if you value your friend's life, then I suggest you persuade him to give up the match. Crane threatened. Gine couldn't believe what she was hearing. Give up the match? Now that Crane was resorting to threatening the lives of her son's friends to make them do something no Saiyan with any ounce of pride would do for some stupid competition, Gine wasn't sure if she could hold herself back from tackling Shun and striking him down where he stood. Krillin, give up. Launch and Bulma cried. No, came a surprising protest from Oolong. Warriors stay and fight. Gine whipped around to him and stared amazedly. How could this perverted pig be the voice of reason? He'll win, Oolong said. He will, Gine echoed, then did something she thought she wouldn't do. Go Krillin. Gine stood up and cheered. Show that doll what a real warrior is like. The whole gang stared at her like she had two heads. This was the first time they had ever seen her get involved with what's happening in the tournament since they first arrived. She herself didn't think she would either since it was just a silly competition. Now she was supporting her son's friend like it was all that mattered. Gine felt slightly embarrassed by her loud and proud encouragement. Was this tournament getting to her? But she somehow had got them to lift their spirits from Crane's threats, and they turned to the ring without fear. Yeah, you heard her. Go Krillin. Bulma cheered. Then everyone joined her. Hey, cue ball. Grow some backbone, will ya? Blonde Launch said. She must have sneezed without them looking. Gine let her embarrassment slide as they all cheered for him at once. The bombardment continued until it looked like Krillin would have to fly out of the ring, but he made a last-second sidestep and started lightning sprints around the ring in random directions. His erratic movements seemed confusing enough for Kaiatsu to come down from the air, wondering what his opponent was up to. Then, Krillin charged with a flying kick. Kaiatsu suddenly lifted himself high up again, letting Krillin fly past under him before he could strike. Krillin looked frustrated that his ruse didn't work and was now back in the trap he was in. Kaiatsu, Crane shouted. Enough playing around. Finish him. What's the matter? Not able to make good on your threats? Bulma mocked. Crane and the gang bickered back and forth, but Gine could sense there was something even more malicious than seen before coming from Crane than she had felt before. Kaya, me. Gine whipped her head back to the ring, surprised to see Krillin cupping his hands. He could do that too. Amy. Krillin continued the chant as Kaiatsu charged up his attack. No, Krillin. The gang panicked. With the amount of heat and energy charged up from Kaiatsu, Krillin was as good as dead. Dotem Ray. Kaiatsu fired at Krillin, the beam closing the distance to him. Then in speed only she can follow, Gine saw Krillin jump from the attack and perform his erratic sprinting pattern. He held it for a few moments until the dust settled from the blast and suddenly jumped up behind Kaiatsu. Hiya! A blue beam fired from Krillin's cupped hands, and Kaiatsu was sent flying. Before she could cheer for Krillin's brilliant move, Kaiatsu stopped before hitting the ground. He floated back to the arena worse for wear, still wearing that unsettlingly expressionless look. Damn, she momentarily forgot that he could fly. I'm not surprised that often, but I didn't know Krillin was that strong, Bulma said amazedly. Gine did have to give him credit for being able to do that, a human child pulling off energy attacks only a Saiyan could. The fight continued in earnest with Kairatsu charging Krillin with his whole body used as a ram. Krillin dodged, even when Kairatsu dive-bombed into the ground. Gine swore the fights humans have get weirder and weirder the more she learned and observed. Kairatsu then raised his hands at Krillin, suddenly making him clutch his abdomen in agony. Gine could feel the energy concentrated in his stomach, making it feel like it was on fire. Krillin fell to his knees, groaning in horrible pain. Kairatsu kicked him hard, making Krillin cry out. Gine was appalled. Kairatsu was trying to torture Krillin from the inside out, beating him while he was down where Krillin is feebly able to defend himself. His death will be on you, Crane declared at them, for the murder of my brother Tao. Gine was confused. Tao, as in the cruel mercenary Tao that Kakarot and Chi-Chi defeated? He was his brother? Now this fight was personal. This wasn't just a tournament. This was a fight for survival. She didn't fear for her son as much as she did for his friend, but she felt a twinge of worry somewhere in the back of her mind if Crane had something in store she didn't know about for Kakarot besides this chaos. Krillin was near the edge of the ring. In so much pain, he looked like he was going to vomit and pass out. Kairatsu approached him with his glowing hands outstretched and looked at his fallen foe with a smile of malignant glee, the first time Gine had seen him express an emotion. It was horrible, and Krillin looked like he was finished, his efforts and cheers for nothing. Krillin's face suddenly lit up in realization. Hey, what's 9 minus 3? He shouted at Kairatsu. Huh? Kairatsu stopped his energy concentration. He then looked at his fingers in confusion. Well, let's see. Seriously? Gine thought in amazement as Kairatsu tried to count his digits. Now, would that be, 5, 7, 8? The boy replied, completely unaware. He left himself open, and Krillin was back on his feet. Wrong, Krillin shouted as he pounced on him. Kairatsu didn't see the gut punch fast enough to react, clutching his stomach in surprise and agony. With Kairatsu distracted by the pain, Krillin gave him one hard roundhouse kick to the side of his head, and Kairatsu was sent out of the ring. He slammed into the spectator's wall and slumped to the grass below, dazed. The answer is 6, Krillin proclaimed to the unconscious Kairatsu before the announcer stepped in. The winner by knockout is Krillin. The crowd went crazy, and so did Gine as she gave a genuine round of applause for her son's best friend. Seeing this brave little human boy triumph against torture with some ingenuity was truly something incredible. Kakarot danced on stage with him, laughing heartedly in victory. Gine looked towards Crane and saw how infuriated he looked, clenching his teeth and feeling the raw and unbarred rage and embarrassment emanating from him. She couldn't help but smirk at him and didn't feel ashamed of it. All his bravado at how unstoppable he and his students were had gone up in smoke. Who would have thought a martial artist would need mathematics? Gohan said amazedly. Gine could only nod at that, still not taking her eyes off of Crane and Tien huffing off and vanishing behind the crowd. Kairatsu was left where he fell for the tournament staff to carry him away in a stretcher. Some teacher he is, Gine said sarcastically as she observed, leaving his pupils to tend to their wounds and suffer for his mistake of messing with Kakarot's friends. Yes, it is. Poor mentorship and regard for his students. No wonder they come off as quite hostile. Yet it is a pity for someone to be left behind so coldly, Gohan remarked. Gine turned to him as everyone cheered around them. He tortured Krillin. He probably would have killed him. I don't feel the least bit sorry for that doll, she said, but somewhere within her Gine felt slightly bad that she would say something like that, but didn't linger on it. Gohan said simply, not wanting to push the matter further with debating how to feel for your enemies after the talk they had yesterday, but then remembered something. Did Master Shin say that mercenary Tao was his brother? Yeah, he did, Gine said, then looked toward where Crane departed. Oh dear, Gohan said gravely. Does he know that it was Kakarot? I'm not sure, but it sounded like he's after revenge for what happened to his brother. She said more to herself. Then she looked at her son leaving the ring with Krillin, worry beginning to set in. Based on what Kakarot told her about Tao, what would his older brother, a martial arts master, be capable of? We should keep an eye on him in case he tries something on Kakarot, and should let Kakarot know too. Gine said. Indeed, we should. Gohan replied, then looked at Gine apologetically. It's unfortunate that you would have to be put under these kinds of stresses for your one outing into the world, especially with Crane. Gine looked at him and understood the concern he had been showing all day for her. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, now that you mention it. It's been stressful being here, with all the people and noises and things. I never thought Earth could have so much activity in one place where we want to lay low. But with Master Shin being such an antagonizing presence, I've been a bit on edge. Gohan hummed in acknowledgement. We can leave at any time you wish. They would understand, and Kakarot can take care of himself. Gine considered this for a moment. The mountains, the tress, the solitude, the quiet, the smell of the forest, all of it. She could be free from all this drama, and back to the comfortable and lonely home she knew. As much as she adored her son's pursuits and his friends, she couldn't stay to handle more of this constant bombardment on her senses. He could indeed handle himself in battle, and with all his friends and Gohan here, he'll be more than safe from that Master Shun and his henchmen. And she did keep her promise by coming to the tournament to see him fight, even though he hasn't fought yet. But, no, I'll stay. That got Gohan by surprise as Gine went on. I made a promise to Kakarot to watch him fight in the tournament, and I intend to keep it no matter what. Gohan was taken aback, but smiled. It's unlike you to take such an interest in all this drama. Gine looked like she was caught. I'm not interested. It's completely banal. Then looked sheepish. And a little enthralling at the same time. Gohan chuckled. Can't turn away from a good fight. Is that it? Gohan thought in the back of his mind that little remark sounded more for her than for Kakarot. Whichever the case, he felt something was going to go down with Crane, and he felt somewhat worried either way. Gine smiled. Yeah, pretty much. Good night, everyone. And congratulations again, Krillin. Bulma said as she went into the girls' room. Same here, buddy. Good night. Oolong called before entering the boys' room. They all stood in the hallway of the hotel they were all staying at for the tournament and were parting ways for the night after another filling feast to celebrate Krillin's victory. They went to the same restaurant as they did the night before, as it was really good. But Gine also secretly hoped Crane would be there to see the tables literally turned on him for once. Yet he nor his students weren't there this evening, and she wondered why as they ate. Chi-Chi was the last to enter the girls' room, but stopped and looked back. Good luck tomorrow, Kakarot. You're gonna need it, she said playfully before retreating. Now it was just Gohan, Gine, and Kakarot in the hallway. All right, guess this is good night, Mom, Kakarot said as he hugged Gine. She thought for a moment how much her little boy was growing, and how close he is to his sudden growth spurt and be taller than her before she knew it. But then remembered what she had to say. Kakarot, do you know anything about Master Shin? Her son looked at her for a moment. No, not really, why? Gine sighed, then asked, did you know that mercenary Tao was his brother? That got Kakarot's attention. No, I didn't know that. Yes, apparently it's true, Gine affirmed. He said he wanted to avenge him by trying to hurt Krillin in his fight with Kairatsu. Would definitely explain why he's been so mean to us, but didn't know he was as cruel as Tao was. Kakarot thought of that mercenary and frowned. I'm not sure he is, but hopefully he isn't. Gohan offered. Does he know it was you who killed him? Kakarot looked thoughtful. I don't know. I hope he doesn't. He then said, I only mentioned Tao when talking about that move Kairatsu was using. That Tao used it. Tien heard me and walked off. Kakarot realized what he said, and as he jogged more of that memory, he grew worried. Maybe he does. Tien walked away from our stand after talking with Jackie Chun about him. Gine and Gohan could fill in the blanks of what that could mean. He most likely knows, Gine said, with some resignation and worry in her voice. We'll keep an eye out for him if he tries anything, Gohan said, then gestured toward the boys' bedroom. Let's get some rest, Kakarot. Your mother, Rashi, and I will keep you safe. Kakarot looked at them determined. Don't worry, if he comes near me, I'll be happy to fight him. He pounded a fist into an open palm, eager to have an excuse to fight. Gine sighed. All right then, but in the meantime, let's go to bed. She hugged Kakarot and Gohan one more time before parting ways to their respective bedrooms. Be careful, Gine said to them as they entered the room, but didn't hear her as the door closed. She was thinking why she said those words for some reason as she turned back into the room where all the other girls were already tucked in and fast asleep. Bulma snoring loudly and launched somehow blonde in her sleep. Hopefully she wouldn't wake up and cause a racket. Gine took off her shoes and slipped into her hotel bed, trying to let her tiredness of the day overtake her. But tired as she was, sleep was having trouble claiming her. She could sense the energies of Kakarot, Gohan, and the others in the room next to her. She knew they were safe and sound asleep. Yet something kept her from dozing off and wanting to just keep an eye on them. She kept sensing them for a time, an hour then two of just lying in bed listening to dead silence and snoring. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier as she slowly slipped into unconsciousness. A slight screeching sound of glass being scratched made her hypersensitive ears perk up, and Gine was jolted awake. There was a faint scent in the air, too, coming from the window. She knew that scent, and as she felt around for the key of her sleeping companions, she felt the presence of another key just entering the boys' room. Entering from the outside of a 10-story building. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she suddenly knew who it was. Gine flew out of her bed and rushed out of the room, slamming the door open and startling the other girls awake. Wheeling around the corner towards the boys' hotel room, she kicked the door down as if it weren't there. Almost everyone in the room sprang up from the door crashing. It wasn't me, I swear. Rashi cried out drearily, still half asleep and in dreamland. He didn't notice the shape that Gine was staring at as she burst into the room. She saw a masked figure with dark shades and dressed in black standing over Kakarot's bedside, his hands pointed down at him like knives, as if readying a killing blow. Whwa. Mom. Kakarot hadn't fully woken up yet, but the assailant next to him saw her and froze. You! She screamed. The assailant flinched in surprise, then turned and leapt to the glass window. She was not going to let someone hurting her son get away. The glass window shattered as the assailant leapt out of the building, trying to slip away into the night. But in a rush of air that destroyed the rest of the room's decor and drowned out her friends' cries of shock, Gine dived out of the window after the figure using her Saiyan's speed to catch up with him easily. She reached out and grabbed his ankle before he could land on the ground, coming to a jarring halt in midair. Ow! The figure cried when he realized he was caught, hanging upside down by his ankle where she held. She immediately recognized his voice. Crane. She hovered higher up to the room they jumped out of, still hanging on to Crane by his ankle. Kakarot and the whole gang was looking out in bewilderment at what just happened, including the girls who came out to see what the commotion was. They gathered at the railing to see who she caught. She held him up high with one arm, but not enough to reach eye level. Reaching down with her free hand, Gine yanks off the mask covering his face. Why did you try to attack my son in his sleep? She demanded, looking down on him while he was suspended. Crane just looked at her, entirely dumbstruck at how this strange woman barged out of nowhere to thwart his plot, catch him in midair, and demanding answers from him like he's the subject and not the master. All the while she was holding him up so indignantly like a rabbit about to be skewered. And she was flying. Then another thought crossed his mind as her words registered. Kakarot was her son. He saw the shape of a tail whipping around behind her, just like the boy's tail. She had to be. But this was all so much to take in. He tried to gather himself up from this turn of events. Isn't it obvious? Crane angrily stated, loud enough for those on the hotel balcony to hear too. He murdered my brother Tao. Some of the gang gasped when they heard Master Shun's words, looking at Kakarot as if looking for an explanation. Not on purpose, Kakarot said, as he collected himself from this rude awakening. He killed my friend's father and attacked me and Chi-Chi. We defended ourselves. Yeah, Chi-Chi backed him up, and then he pretended to give up and threw a grenade at us. We kicked it right back at him. It doesn't matter how it happened, my brother's death is on you, and he must be avenged, Crane said furiously. No one is killing anyone tonight, Gine said, and based on what I've heard about your brother, he got what he deserved. Crane growled with the fury of a feral animal. How dare you? You insolate woman. I'd ought to show you who dash. Gine squeezed his ankle where she held him. With her Saiyan strength, it was like being caught in a hydraulic press. The bones crunched easily and satisfyingly in her grip. He howled in agony as his ankle was crushed. Don't you dare speak to me that way, you maniacal old fool. Gine shot back. Crane was too overpowered by the pain of his now broken leg to counter and could only writhe in her grip like a fish plucked from water. You never threaten my child, especially when I'm holding you this high above the ground, Gine said with a menacing tone that made Crane show a twinge of fear in his eyes through the pain. Master! Came a shout below. Gine instantly knew it was Tien. She looked fast and saw that he was jumping up from below, trying to intervene and go for her. Gine reacted before Tien could counter. Without letting her captive Crane go from her grip, she spun around to face Tien, just as he was within reach of her. Crane screamed even harder when he was twisted with his broken ankle around in the air. Then, she swept her leg under Crane and landed a solid kick into Tien's side with incredible speed and force, all in one fluid motion. She kicked him in the chest hard enough to hear one of his ribs crack and send him straight into the ground below. Tien shattered the concrete where he impacted and bounced away like a rag doll until he came to stop, groaning and barely moving. Gine was surprised that he wasn't dead from that blow, considering her strength among humans. This Tien guy must be a lot stronger than average. Everyone could only stare in shock, especially Crane when he realized what happened. He stumbled for words, failing at the sight of his star pupil beaten aside in just one blow, as if he were nothing. Beaten by this woman. How are you this strong? Was all he could say. Then, as some of his wits came back and realized something else that had been happening. And, how can you fly? That's impossible. Only I know that technique. Gine didn't answer. He didn't deserve answers. She glared at him with daggers, and Crane, realizing how helpless he was against her and how his best fighter was useless to save him, could only cower and shudder at what other feats this strange-tailed woman could do to him. For Gine, this felt oddly empowering. She was focused primarily on getting through to Crane about what he's done, but in the back of her mind, she was savoring the fact that she could easily kill this man by breaking every bone in his body or throwing him into the ground hard enough to make him a red splatter. And not just as any bloodthirsty Saiyan would to anyone else, but to someone who had been such a bother to her, Kakarot, and their friends. For once, she was now going to teach someone the price of getting on her nerves and threatening the people she cared about, something she never had in her entire life. That notion made her blood boil even more, and Gine's thoughts clouded from all the times she remembered she had no control of anything in her life. All those times she had been put down and shoved around on planet Vegeta by her fellow Saiyans, unable to fight back since she was too weak. And then, having that fact turned upside down, being the strongest on planet Earth, but always having to hold back lest she hurt someone, especially Gohan. Not now, though, she thought. Now, she was not going to hold back on Crane. She was going to make him suffer, make him afraid of her. And she unconsciously squeezed harder on his broken leg, making Crane let out a tortured cry. Gine! Rashi and Gohan shouted at her. She snapped out of her red haze and spun around to see that the gang and other hotel guests could see what was going down. She had been hovering there for over a minute and made such a ruckus that people came out to see what was happening. She also noticed the damage she did to the room while trying to go after Crane. Gohan looked at her with a mix of pleading and consternation. He is beaten. Let him go, he said slowly, but firmly. Kakarot stood next to him, but looked like he wished he could join his mom to help wring out Crane for what he was going to do. Gine turned to Crane, who was breathing raggedly, and saw how frightened and in pain he looked. She then realized what Gohan meant. Crane was no longer a threat to Kakarot, but now she was willingly causing him pain when he couldn't defend himself. She felt a wave of overwhelming guilt wash over her. How could she do this? She'd never hurt anyone on purpose, the very thing she hated most. She had been through far too much to do something like that. She didn't know what came over her. Those dark thoughts of helplessness really set her off, and she shouldn't let them control her. She's caused too much of a scene already and should have just dealt with it like an adult instead of like a Saiyan. Gine nodded apologetically and closed her eyes briefly. It took a certain amount of willpower to recall Gohan's teachings and breathe shaky, trying to calm herself down. After a few moments, her thoughts of violence faded. Crane, however, saw that she had closed her eyes that thought now he should try to escape. Still in a daze from a broken leg, he used his other one to try and kick Gine. She grabbed it with her other hand and looked him in the eye angrily. Crane horrifyingly felt as if he had made the biggest mistake in his life. Gine was calm again, but calmly angry. She still wasn't going to let Crane off easily. She floated down to the ground where Tien was struggling to stand up again and released her grip, dropping Crane. He yelped as his broken leg thumped to the ground and panted as the pain hit him in waves. Tien clutched his very bruised side and tried to help his master up. "I think you and your minion should leave," she told Master Shin flatly, but with authority. "Never bother us or make moves on my son again, or else you are going to regret it with more than just another broken leg." She let that threat hang in the air. She meant it. Tien held up Crane with his free arm to help his master hop on his good leg, then looked at Gine. A momentary flash of fear went across his face, remembering how she so effortlessly struck him aside and almost killed him with one blow. His martial artist mind was horrified that someone this strong exists and could brush him, aside like he was nothing. However, he was also fascinated by this unknown warrior. She may be even stronger than the fighters of legend. But his loyalty to his master kicked in and looked at her aghast. "You think we are just going to walk away when you broke a poor and defenseless old man's leg?" Crane looked slightly encouraged by his protege's words and tried to look accusingly at Gine as well. "Why, yeah, you broke my leg. What you did was uncalled for and cruel. And maybe a rib," Tien said, pointedly clutching his side and winching. "You may ha-dash." Gine didn't have time for this. "You broke Yamcha's leg when he was out cold and unable to defend himself. Fair is fair," Gine said without missing a beat. "Fair?" Crane exclaimed. "You want to talk fair? Your son killed my dear brother. I have sworn to avenge him no matter what." "No, you won't," came Kakarot's voice, surprising them all. He ran up to them and stood beside his mother. Mercenary Tao was a cruel and murderous monster. He deserved to die for killing innocent people. He shot at them. The rest of the gang looked like they were behind him a ways trying to catch up and see what was going on. Crane looked ready to throttle him even with a broken leg. "And besides, I let you live after you tried to murder a child, my child, in his sleep. That's more than you cowards deserve," Gine added. "Yeah, that's something only someone sneaky would do, not a true warrior." Kakarot backed up his mother, both of them standing together vindicatively. Neither Crane nor Tien said anything at that. Tien looked more hit by that one statement than the broken rib, his three eyes flaring into a cold stare at her which Gine didn't flinch from. "Leave, before I change my mind and break both of you in ways that will make you useless as warriors," she said with as much conviction as she could muster, sounding a lot like as she remembered Bardock sounded like to his enemies. She curiously wondered if he knew how much she learned from him. Humiliated, enraged, frightened, and in great pain, Crane had no choice but to relent. Wordlessly, Tien guided a limping Crane around and walked away to the hotel they were staying at, both of them groaning at their injuries sustained from Gine. Before they get far enough away, Tien looked back at them. "You may have lost your son's place in the tournament for injuring us outside the ring," he said with some hesitation. Gine didn't say anything, but she felt guilt wash over her at that too. But Kakarot interjected. "No, I didn't. She's not fighting. She just defended me from your non-participating master. You just got in the way." Tien thought about that for a moment. Even so, this isn't over. If anything, this has only just begun. Crane said nothing and just kept looking at them with pure hatred. "Then we can take this up when we meet again. In the ring," Kakarot declared, his tail whipping around with anger and excitement. Tien turned to leave with his master. "Whatever suits you, just don't lose any matches between now and then." Tien shouted threateningly and walked away with Crane without looking back. Kakarot smirked, excited by the challenge. "I'll do my best," he said to himself. They stood there until Crane and Tien were out of sight. Then Gine collapsed to her knees shaking. "Mom, are you okay?" Kakarot rushed to her side, clutching her in worry as the rest of the gang arrived in tow. Are you two okay? Gohan asked. Gine wanted to sob uncontrollably, but tried to control herself in front of his friends. But they saw how vulnerable she looked and were immediately more concerned. I am sorry, sweetheart, Gine said between hicks of her choking breaths, putting her face in her hand. For what? Kakarot asked incredulously. I shouldn't have let them get the better of me. Now I caused so much trouble, she said. Are you kidding? That was awesome, he said with amazement that made Gine look at him. Her tears stopped. Yeah, you gave that bully what he had coming. Bulma cheered from behind. The rest of the gang followed suit. That was truly something else, the way you handled them bozos, said Blonde Lanchinal. Can you teach me how to do that? And given him a taste of their own medicine, Oolong said with a cracking noise and bending his hands in a breaking motion. You avenged Yamcha good. Yeah, way to go, Gine. They all said in one way or another. Chi-Chi, Krillin, Turtle, Poir, Bulma, Launch, and Kakarot all gave her nothing but how awesome she was. Gine couldn't believe the praise she was given. You go, girl, Bulma said. Gine was slightly perplexed by that type of praise, but took it anyway. Truth be told, she wasn't even sure how to feel. Causing pain to someone else went against everything she believed in. Yet she stood up for herself and her friends. Why did she have to feel this way? Rashi and Gohan looked gravely concerned. Are you all right? Gohan asked first. Gine didn't think she could look at him. I'm sorry I got carried away. It's all right, Gine, Gohan said softly as he helped her up. I could sense all the mixed emotions you were having. But you are not to blame for defending your son. Gine looked at him and saw how sincere he was. That was true at least, but still after the lapse into something she never thought she'd experience. Gohan could sense what she was thinking and told her, try not to overthink it, Gine. I know you. You are a good person. Don't ever forget that. He was right. Gohan knew everything about what she told him of her, and could guess that such a feeling of having power for the first time after a life of abuse could do to someone, or how it would make someone act, but he was not going to judge her for it. Gine smiled at Gohan, wiping away her tears. I don't know what I'd do without you. Gine, I'm very sorry you got put in this situation, Rashi said. I know you only came to watch your son fight in the tournament and not get caught up in some feud. Gine thought of it, her sadness that overtook her a moment ago now gone. It's okay. None of us knew this would happen. Mercenary Tao was a horrible person. His brother is no different, Chi-Chi declared. Rashi's disturbed look didn't change. Still, Crane is out for Kakarot's blood nonetheless. We need to make sure things won't take a turn for the worst. It may be inevitable, but we have to keep things to a minimum. Gine thought about it. Right. Then looked to Kakarot. This little vendetta of Crane's is not something that is going to go away. But we still have your back, son. Thanks, Mom, said Kakarot as he hugged her. Gine returned the embrace, and her heart was filled with nothing but love for her son and resolve. No matter what, you beat that Tien guy and show Crane who's boss, she whispered. They parted and Kakarot looked her in the eye. I will, he declared, sounding more determined than she had ever heard before.